Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it, thanks. By the way, I also have a Luffy fan fiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. A New Life by the Ethereal Lord. After a shocking discovery during his battle with Kaguya, Naruto gets transported into the DC universe with an unlikely companion in tow. Now he has to adapt to a world of caped heroes and villains, one of whom he may even know. I don't own anything adios.
Gotham, I'll be back as soon as I'm done here. Pamela, Michael grunted into his phone as he shifted his arms carefully to maintain his grip on the large shopping bags while making his way up the stairs. I swear, if I didn't know how out of the way your place is, I'd have sworn you were under attack or something. He rolled his eyes as the redhead shot yet another cutting remark at him. Yeah, love you too. Ignoring the call ended beep from his phone having finally reached the landing to the Croc apartment, he shuffled down to door 22 and set the bags on the floor, groaning in relief now that his arms were free. Paula? He called out as he rapped on the stained hardwood door. It's Michael. One moment please, the older woman called out, and the homunculus found himself smiling just a tad at the changes he had observed in her. When the boss had first met her, Paula Nguyen had been a regret-filled woman plodding along the path of life, not quite giving up but not truly putting in much of an effort into anything but raising her daughter. Now that she had her legs back plus about 10 years of her life, though she didn't know about that and the realization had settled on her that her future need not be as bleak as she had once believed. Life had returned to her. Her eyes, once dull and conveying a bone-deep weariness, now gleamed with life, and her voice, once subdued with a strain of bitterness, now rang with an ever-present energy. Even without the boss's little life boost, she'd seem like a woman half her age, he mused as he rapped at the door again. I'm graying out here. That's good, she replied mirthfully as she opened the door. Gray hair makes a man look distinguished. I think the boyish charm effect works better on the ladies. He waggled his eyebrows in an overly suggestive way before bursting into laughter, bending to pick the bags before walking in. How has your day been, Ms. Nguyen? Busy, she replied, shutting the door behind him before joining him in her little kitchenette. Now that my doctors have cleared me to begin more heavy tasks, I spent most of it working on my room. Oh, he arched an eyebrow as he pulled open the overhead cabinet and cleared a space for some of the things he'd bought, ignoring her pointed emphasis on the word, doctor. Searching for lost heirlooms? More like throwing needless junk out, she scoffed, the quick flash of deep-seated rage in her eyes telling him that it must have had something to do with her failed marriage. It will probably keep me occupied for the next day or two, after which I'll have to deal with the galactic junk pile that is my daughter's room. You sound like you'd rather poke a tigress than deal with that, he commented with a laugh. You are closer to her age than I am, she shrugged as she tossed aside an empty bag. Did you like having your parents rummage around your room under the guise of cleaning it? He found the question to be somewhat amusing. To begin with, he was a construct designed to emulate life. He had never actually experienced what it was like to have parents. In addition, the boss, whose blood had formed the basis for his creation, had never experienced the joys of having parents, so he had no experience to draw upon from there either. Okay, maybe the whole thing was more dark and depressing than he had initially thought. Either way, he really couldn't fault the woman for asking, since his personal life and her marriage were among the few do not disturb subjects of conversation. Knowing that she was expecting an answer, he hummed thoughtfully for a moment, gathering his thoughts before saying, I suppose I'd rather have a pigsty that I could walk my way through in pitch darkness than have some do-gooder parent mucking up the intricately positioned chaotic beauty that is my room. You'd get along swimmingly with my Artemis, then, she snorted. Your opinion matches hers to a T, even down to the do-gooder parent bit. Like you said, I'm closer to her age, he turned to her. I'm sure she cares for you far more than you can imagine. She's just at that age where her desire to be seen as an independent adult occasionally clashes with your established rules. I suppose you are correct, she sighed. Moving past him, she grabbed a kettle and filled it from the tap before turning to the stove. Where are you with the brewing war you talked about? The boss and his lady were able to stop the weapons shipment from getting in, and the GCPD were able to shut down Black Mosque's attempt to take Harley Quinn out, he replied. Quinn got out. As usual, she snorted. Agreed, he shrugged as if to say, what can you do, though, before continuing, either way, they caught everyone else from Harley's and Sionis's crews. Do you think it's over yet? The homunculus shook his head with a frown as he reached for a pair of mugs. With Harley in the wind, most of her crew behind bars, and Sionis licking his wounds, Penguin should have the freedom to pull a takeover. Except Two-Face is weighing into things now, pushing Penguin back at every step. And the new player you talked about, Punchline, he growled. His contacts had finally pulled through, providing the elusive woman's name as well as the little they had learned about her little faction. Whoever she is, she may be a far more dangerous player than Harley ever was. That drew an arched look from Paula. After all, Harley Quinn was far more than simply being the Joker's main squeeze. A lesson many had been forced to learn over the years. That the dark-haired man beside her considered this new player to be, Potentially more dangerous. That was worrying. How so? Well, for starters, she's been around for at least 3 years, building her network in the shadows of every other player. He stated, recounting some of the information he had learned. From what I've gathered, she's been subverting some of the more trusted mid-level members of other factions to her side and skimming off their profits. There's also some sort of connection between herself and the Joker. Wait, the Joker? He nodded grimly. It seems the clown was looking to switch models and, if some of my contacts are to be believed, he may have had a hand in building her network. Silence reigned in the kitchen as she mulled over everything she had just heard. It was slow going. The razor-sharp mind of the tigress had long since rusted over and she could almost feel those parts of her brain groaning with the effort required to start up again, but she pushed through it all. Though he didn't realize it, she had kept her ears open to every bit of information she could scrounge up from one of her neighbors who had just joined the GCPDA little over a year prior and, aside from the bit about this punchline character, everything else checked out. Paula? Michael called, wondering if he hadn't said too much to the woman. My apologies, I was simply lost in my thoughts. Penny? What? For your thoughts, he clarified. I meant Penny for your thoughts? Ah, Paula nodded now that she understood what he meant. Well, I'm afraid those thoughts wouldn't be worth the penny. Guessing that she simply didn't feel like sharing with him, he decided to switch conversation topics. I noticed that a certain someone is neither hovering over my shoulder nor is she glaring daggers through my skull. Maybe she has learned to be subtle, an amused Paula asked with a snort, to which he rolled his eyes. Michael, she hardly stays home on weekdays unless she has no choice. You really think she'd spend her Saturday locked up with me? Mount Justice. It was an awesome day to spend with friends, Wally thought as he sped into the cave, beach shorts waving madly and half-buttoned shirt flapping as he moved. The weather's great, no emergencies or dark plots to destroy the world to stop and, best of all, where are the cookies at? He yelled as he sped into the kitchen, an eager look on his face as he quickly scoped out all the corners of the kitchen ointment when his search ended in failure, much to Raven and Donna's amusement. Megan promised she'd have a batch ready for me this time. No, she promised she'd have a batch ready for us, Raven replied with a playful scoff. Unlike his and Donna's loose short/shirt combo, she had donned a simple patterned sundress that was secured around the waist with a black belt. Just because your belly is faster than your legs doesn't mean you get to be treated specially. Oh come on Ray. He practically whined as he sat on the counter. It's not my fault that I've got super fast metabolism. Actually, considering how you basically gave yourself superpowers, Donna trailed off with a teasing grin that had the redhead groaning. Whatever the case, we're all having our snacks after the movie starts, Wally, so go bug someone else. You guys suck, you know that? He pouted at them. You have any idea how hungry I am? I turned down Ma Garrick's offer for a last-minute snack and I ran all the way from home to the Zeta platform. Wally, is that you? Megan called as she walked into the kitchen, a cookie-stuffed Ziploc in her hand. I was wondering when you'd show up. Wait, you were looking for me? Wally asked before his eyes landed on the bag, at which point he leapt right off the counter and would have tackled her off her feet if Donna hadn't snagged the back of his shirt at the last moment. Are those my cookies? Of course, the Martian exclaimed as she handed the goods over. I promised, didn't I? Megan, you are an angel, he stated reverently, bowing deeply to the green-skinned Martian before turning a sour glare at the other two. And both of you are evil. Details, Donna smirked as she slung her arm over his shoulder, pulling the slightly shorter boy into a half-hug. Besides, you know you love us. Just let's go, he sighed as he trudged onward, basically dragging her forward as he went. We have a movie to watch and we've waited long, hey, give that back. While the redhead chased after the cookie-thieving Amazon, Megan and Raven walked over to the central living area of the cave at a more sedate pace. You know, as annoying as he is, I can't imagine what this place would be like without Wally, Raven admitted. He may act like an idiot half the time but… What was that about Baywatch acting like an idiot? Artemis asked as she sauntered over to the two, ponytail swinging. Raven was just talking about how fun he can be, Megan giggled as they watched Donna dart around Calder who had just walked in from the private quarters in time for Wally to basically spear the Atlantean. It's hard to think of how boring this place would get if we only had Connor, Calder and to liven things up. Oh god, now that would be a disaster, Artemis snorted. I mean, no disrespect to anyone and you as his girlfriend but without a Wally to play off, Connor would be about as fun as a rock. Says the girl whose default is snarky with a hint of wit, Raven replied, a sly smile on her lips. Hey, are we getting on with our movie day or what? Connor yelled as he walked in from the garage, cleaning his hands on a rag. And where's? I'm here, the bat's protege gasped as he ran in, doubling over with his hands on his knees the moment he stopped running. Sorry, I lost track of time. Dude, where have you been? Wally asked as he skidded to a stop beside his best friend, his somewhat depleted bag of cookies now firmly grasped in his hand. The whole perpetually late to social events thing is my shtick, you know? I don't know whether to be amused or disappointed that you think being perpetually late despite being the fastest teenager alive is your shtick, Artemis sighed. If you want to punish him, just grab the bag of cookies. Donna smirked as she tauntingly brushed off some invisible cookie crumbs from her blouse. That should be fitting enough. The precious, Wally hissed as he clutched the bag tightly to himself, earning laughs from Raven, Artemis and Donna at his impression of Gollum. Seriously though, where have you been, dude? Wally asked as one, moved to grab seats around the TV. Ah, you guys remember how I told you about meeting up with Shard last time I was in Gotham? Asked, his cheeks growing flushed to the befuddlement of his friends. Yeah, Connor nodded, something about a shipment and an inter-gang war at a port, right? That, trailed off, smiling at something only he could see. Yeah, well, Kaguya wasn't the only one there. Apparently, they picked someone new who's fighting with them. Wait, hold on, Donna frowned. Who's they? Yeah dude, specificity, Wally chanted. You guys are worse than high schoolers. Huffed, to which Artemis snorted and replied, yeah, we were all technically high schoolers, so if you'd stop trying to wiggle out of this one. The dark-haired boy just rolled his eyes before regaining that dreamy smile that instantly fed the fires of interest in his friends' hearts. First off, they means Naruto and Kaguya. I only met Kaguya that night, but considering how angry Bridge Batman sounded that night, I'm guessing that Naruto slipped out of his grasp. Get to the good parts already, Raven urged, ignoring the annoyed look he shot at her. Go. Alright, sheesh, they had a girl with them, Coriander. Coriander? McGann asked with a bemused frown. She's from Tamarin, which I sincerely doubt anyone present would know since it's somewhere in space. He glared at them, almost daring them to interrupt him again. Wally, of course, was utterly unintimidated by what he had mentally termed the bat glare. Wait, so you're crushing on a space chick? Oi, Baywatch, Artemis called, you're still drooling over McGann so you don't have a leg to stand on. Wait, so you're crushing on a space chick? Raven yelled comically, earning bewildered looks from everyone. What? Artemis was right about Wally, but since I'm not crushing on a space chick, I can roll with that. Connor shrugged. Agreed. Calder added before redirecting the focus back onto. So, what does this space chick look like? Oh man, she is amazing, replied, all but swooning as he spoke. Her hair is light, it's got these sort of layers. It's pretty much evenly purple at the roots, but then it lightens into pink and orange highlights, and when the light hits it at the right angle it just comes alive like it's made of fire. Though they accepted the description with a grain of salt, he was a hormonal teen with a crush. After all, each member of the team felt their interest rise by a not insubstantial degree. And her face. I thought Donna was pretty, but Corey's just, wow. Is it weird that I feel sort of insulted by that? Donna asked with an amused frown. I mean, you're kind of a shrimp. Hey, but losing out to a strange space chick's just weird. At least you got an honorary mention, Raven snickered. With McGann already spoken for, it looks like Artemis and I are the plain Janes of this group. Here, Artemis added, barely restraining her laughter, a task that nearly everyone else had given up on. Here's to a life of plain Jane Rye, a life of living in the shadows of pretty space chicks and exotic Amazon babes. The blonde's almost drunken toast was the final crack in the dam as every member of the team burst out into raucous laughter, punctuated by knee slaps and choked gasps. It took nearly 10 minutes for them to work the laughter out of their systems, and even then, the occasional sniffle or hiccup could still be heard. Okay, now that we've got that out of our systems, Donna started, we've got two choices. Watch the movie or grill boy wonder until he tells us everything about pretty space chick, Corey. Everyone snickered again at the comment until they realized that the youngest among them was shaking his head. You guys realize that today was only our second meeting since the port, right? He snorted. I mean, I could tell you that she's kind of holding back with her personal details, but that would be presumptuous. Calder nodded in understanding before leaning away from their huddle. Well, shall we get to our activity of the day? Woo! Movie time, Wally yelled as he blitzed over to the entertainment stand. So, what are we watching, classic or modern blockbuster? As long as it has things going boom, I'm up for either, Connor shrugged as he and McGann got comfortable on the sofa. I'm chill with whatever you guys choose, Raven shrugged as she plopped down onto a seat beside Calder. Just nothing needlessly gory. Well, that narrows the options down quite. The hell was that? Wally yelled as the cave quaked mightily, rattling everything that wasn't bolted down and toppling the few badly stacked plates at the kitchen sink. Is everyone? Calder was forced to stop midway through his question when a second, smaller quake rumbled through the cave. Is everyone alright? The Atlantean asked when the room stopped shuddering, running his eyes critically over his teammates to ensure that they were okay. Shaken and definitely stirred, Artemis growled as she stood, a dark look settling over her features. Somehow, I just know that wasn't an earthquake. The quake originated from the southern edge when two fast-moving objects struck the island, stated, having pulled up the island's sensor grid a moment after the first quake. Perimeter sensors showed two heat signatures at the same location. Any visuals? The Atlantean asked, eyes narrowed as he prepared for what could very well be an attack. Beside him, Raven's eyes glowed dimly before his water bearers and Artemis' bow and quiver appeared before their respective owners. both of whom quickly strapped their gear on. Shook his head as he deactivated his wrist-mounted hollow computer. The recording equipment closest to the epicenter seemed to have been damaged during the impact. So, the one day we chose to kick back and relax, we get an unexpected visitor, Donna sighed as they marched out of the room. Just bloody perfect. Whoever it is, they'd better have a good reason for dropping in unannounced because right now, Connor smacked a fist into his palm. I'm not feeling very nice. Mount Justice. Southern End for what had to be the 100th time in the past 6 months, Jessica Cruz found herself cursing her luck. Prior to that point, she had lived a pretty good life. Herself and her sister were close, the Cruz family was together and happy, and she had never really wanted for much thanks to her parents being well off. Then I found this ring, got inducted into the Space Cadets Corps and went through the hell known as Kilowog's training, the dark-haired woman thought with a scowl as she stared at the asshole that had sideswiped her. That was what had kicked off this little brawl. She had finally received her official charge to resume her duties as the Green Lantern of Sector 2110 following her fortnight-long condensed course on mediation and diplomacy with Green Lantern Solace, and was less than 2 hours away from Earth when a certain shaggy-haired bounty hunter zoomed past her, his space hog's tailpipe smacking her ear as he went. She honestly wouldn't have bothered with him if her ring hadn't thrown up an alert notification. Recognized. Bounty Hunter, designation, Lobo. Warning. Bounty Hunter designate Lobo is wanted in 6 sectors for crimes against life. Designate is extremely dangerous. All attempts at apprehension must be approached with extreme caution. Well, she certainly wasn't going to ignore an official suggestion to beat the snot out of the idiot on her first day on the job, caveat or not. Bounty Hunter Lobo, you are in direct violation of. Look ya fraggin' bastige. I've let you punt me around for the past couple thousand miles for shits and giggles. The bounty hunter grunted as he pulled himself out of the mini crater she had created when she literally hammered him through the Earth's atmosphere. Right now, I'm on the clock and focused on nabbing me another bounty. So you either get lost or get killed. Great. Jessica turned to the new voice, ready to deliver the standard lantern, incoming danger, warning only for her words to die on the tip of her tongue when she saw the group of teenagers that approached them, complete with shorts, shirts and flip-flops. Now we know who. Oi, brats, Lobo yelled, drawing all eyes to himself. I'm looking for a blonde brat about yay high. He indicated a height slightly below his chin, who reportedly lives on this here ball of dirt. Call him out and we can settle our differences like adults. Yeah, well, since we're brats and all, we'll just have to throw a tantrum, the blonde archer snarled as she knocked an arrow and aimed it at the bounty hunter's chest. Fuck it. The stupid ass guild shits can't say I didn't try. He shrugged as he cracked his neck sharply. A moment later, the ground beneath his feet exploded into dust as he burst forward, shooting his chained hook forward as he went. To their credit and Jessica's surprise, the group of teens reacted immediately. A dark-haired, impressively muscled boy jumped into the path of the hook, grabbing it and diving to the left, wrenching the bounty hunter's arm to the side as a green-skinned, 4-armed girl appeared out of nowhere and grabbed onto Lobo's right arm, leaving him open to the nasty right hook the flying black-haired girl aimed at his jaw. At the same time, a trio of dark purple energy bolts shot out from another dark-haired girl, arching around the attacking team before stabbing at the bounty hunter's back. That's not going to work, Jessica yelled as she dove forward. As if on cue, the bounty hunter reacted with blistering speed, taking a step back just before the dark-haired girl's outstretched arm could hit him and leaving her guard wide open. In the next moment, Lobo yanked his left arm forward, dragging the dark-haired boy in as he spun on the balls of his feet. In 2 moves, Lobo had completely reversed their plan. Lucky for them, Jessica was already on the move, allowing her to reach out with a pair of hard light pincers and pulling the dark-haired duo out of the way as she projected a third construct that slammed the bounty hunter back, right into the purple bolts that detonated violently upon impact. Are you two alright? Yeah, I'm good, the male teen grunted as he gingerly rolled his shoulder. Damn, he's strong. Nearly ripped my arm out the socket. He's one of the most dangerous bounty hunters in the known universe, Jessica snapped, her eyes focused on the billowing smoke. I don't care who you are. If you're not the Justice League, then he's out of your league. He's hunting our friend, the raven-haired girl commented coldly as she stood, her eyes locked onto the fight between the bounty hunter and the rest of her teammates who were keeping the shaggy-haired Zarnian busy with a hail of ranged attacks while a dark-skinned blonde slugged it out with him. That makes him our problem. Spotting an opening, she barked, Superboy, hi, before bursting forward in a shower of sand. For God's sake. Jessica scowled as she charged after them, creating a pair of shoulder-mounted blasters that spat high-velocity rounds at the bounty hunter, occupying him long enough for the duo to get within striking range. She was just about to switch to a pair of spiked gloves when she felt a gentle prodding at her mind. It wasn't particularly attention-grabbing, though she supposed that her experiences with Lady Solace's telepathic abilities gave her a leg up on that. As such, while she joined the dark-haired duo in the fisticuffs, she carefully brought down her mental defenses just the slightest bit, allowing her to at least understand what the probe was for. "My name is Magan Moors, you're a Green Lantern, right?" "Yeah, She paused as she quickly switched a glove into a shield, allowing her to bat Lobo's hook aside before attempting to mount another offensive against the bounty hunter. "I'm Gan's replacement." "Alright, I'm going to bring you up to speed with our identities and then, if you'll allow it, I'll sync you up to our mental network so we are on the same page." "Do it," she grunted as she tried to regain her balance after the Zarnian had almost contemptuously tossed her aside. A wince followed the grunt as she felt the information get shunted to the fore of her mind, allowing her to identify each member of the team even as her mind was linked up to theirs. "Okay, I'm in." "Great, now who the hell are we dealing with here?" A voice she identified as belonging to Kid Flash rang out. She dove out of the path of the bounty hunter's swinging fist before spinning and unleashing another barrage of missiles, this time from a chest-mounted launcher. "And what is his damage?" "His name is Lobo. He's the last known Zarnian and he's one of the deadliest bounty hunters in the known universe," she thought as she backed up, allowing Superboy, Troya and Aqualad to get in a few quick blows before Artemis plugged 3 bulky-headed arrows into his chest that exploded into a goo that hardened in seconds. "He's got enhanced strength and insane durability." "Foam? You think foam can stop me?" As if to prove her right, the bounty hunter stared pointedly at the bow-wielding blonde before basically walking out of her attempt at immobilizing him, only to get slammed in the back by a boulder Magan had ripped out of the rocky shores. Before he could regain his stamina, Raven unleashed another flurry of spells that slammed into him and detonated like miniature grenades. "GL, do you think we can tire him out?" Robin asked as he added a flurry of explosive bird A-rangs into the blazing fireball that now engulfed Lobo. "Maybe turn this into a war of attrition? Not on your life." She rebuffed as she fired a beam of green light from her ring that quickly trapped the bounty hunter in a perfectly spherical prison, flames and all. Knowing how easily he could smash through her constructs, she chose a different tactic, grunting with exertion as she flung him into the air before releasing her construct. A moment later, a trio of arrows and a pair of disc-shaped spells whizzed through the air at the flailing bounty hunter. "He's got stamina for ages and—" "Did he just whistle?" Kid Flash asked, his surprise at the incongruous action causing him to physically speak even as the bounty hunter was engulfed in flames. "Yeah, no, I honestly wasn't expecting much from a bunch of fraggin' kids," Lobo chuckled as he landed on the beach, kicking up yet another cloud of dust. Sure as hell wasn't expecting to need an assist from the hog. Jessica's eyes grew to the size of dinner plates as a loud cocking sound could be heard from the bounty hunter's position, followed by a keening whine. "Everybody move," she yelled as she dove to the side, creating 2-hand constructs that yanked Artemis and Kid Flash to her side before reforming the hands into a dual-layered shield. Her timing proved to be spot on when, not even half a second later, a hail of crimson laser beams shot out of the dust cloud, peppering everything in sight. "I'll make you that offer one last time," Lobo grinned as he stared down the Green Lantern and the others, hidden away behind their little energy shields, his Z-95 rotary launcher's muzzle smoking. "Tell me where my bounty's hidden and I won't frag you bastiches to ash." "We don't sell our friends out," Superboy yelled back. "Your funeral? Jump City, so much better, so much fun, let's start from scratch and blow up the sun." "Should I be bothered right now?" Kagaya leaned against the doorway asked as she watched her boyfriend dance around the kitchen as he cleaned. Kagaya, turning his head away from the cabinet he was working on, Naruto shot a smile at her. "What are you doing here?" "I'm wondering whether or not my amazing house boyfriend has gone off the deep end and plans on nuking the sun," she replied with an amused smile as she walked up and hugged him from behind. "So tell me, what's got you so cheery?" "Well, for one thing, you're here," he replied as he leaned into her, earning an unseen blush from the ex-princess. Though they were still getting used to being in a romantic relationship, they had progressed past their initial awkwardness and were now comfortable enough to get lightly physical at least, when they were alone. "Also, Isaac called to tell me that he's going ahead with Karima's idea. She's creating a social media handle for you." When he nodded, she stepped back and stared quizzically at him as he turned to her. "And you agreed?" "To be honest, she's already created it," he admitted somewhat sheepishly. "I just grumbled a bit before agreeing to use it a few times weekly." "And that's what you were cheering about?" she asked, eyes narrowed dangerously. Isaac convinced me to be happy about it." Now she planted her arms at her hips and stared at him with a deadpan expression. "Really?" "Alright, fine," he huffed, accepting defeat. "I was happy about how well things have been going with Toad Sage. I mean, seeing how successful we've been, remember how scared I was to get Crystal and Heart out? God, how could I forget?" She laughed teasingly. The big, bad, monster-slaying shinobi who couldn't get out of bed because he was too scared to show up for the little book launch party his staff threw for him. "Haha, laugh it up missy," he turned away snootily before chuckling. "But yeah, that was me. Scared as hell of what could happen if I didn't get this right. I mean, it's my only way of honoring the old pervert in this world, so if I'd mucked it up." "You would have tried and tried again until you got it," she replied reassuringly, closing the distance between them and gently cupping his cheeks in both hands. You would have written as many drafts as you could until you got it perfect and you got right to this point. This way, you just skip the boring parts. The boring parts, she says. He smiled gratefully. Authors everywhere just got their knives and pitchforks. I've got something they don't, she smirked. Chakra. Oh, very funny. He choked back a burst of laughter as he tried to sound displeased. Tried? I suppose you don't need me for anything then. Just one thing, she replied, now practically shaking with laughter. What was that about blowing up the sun again? You really are the worst, he snorted as they both dissolved into fits of giggles. Well, blame Miss Quinzel for that. She's gotten it stuck in my noggin. She wants to blow up the sun. She arched an eyebrow and stepped away from him to hop onto the island counter while he turned and rested on the edge of the opposite counter. It's a part of a song on her mental playlist. Really? I didn't even know you'd talked to her. I haven't actually. He twisted his neck sharply, easing the cricks he felt there. I stuck her in one of the repurposed rooms on the Nervit platform and sealed her off. So you check up on her whenever you drop by? Me or Shiho? He shrugged before turning back to his cleaning. She's got enough food and water to last her another 3 weeks, and since she doesn't seem to be bothered by being alone, she's not exactly topping my priority list. Nothing from Pamela yet? She frowned slightly, wondering if he hadn't misread the former eco-terrorist's emotions. The blonde shook his head. She trying to be cagey. She wants Harley to regain her freedom without any strings attached, and I can respect that, but the fact remains that Harley, as she is too unstable to simply be set loose without any restraints. He set the dish rag down and sighed tiredly. I don't like playing hardball like this, but I'm walking a dangerous line already with Pamela. I can't risk Harley being a loose cannon. So what now? Honestly, I'm stuck, he replied with another sigh. I was hoping you could try your hand at talking to Pamela. See if you can get her to. He stopped talking when he noticed the almost imperceptible flash of panic that flashed before she quickly tamped down on it. It was over so quickly that he would have thought he had imagined the whole thing if not for his empathic senses picking up on the sharp spike in her emotions. Is something bothering you? The white-haired ex-princess's gaze flicked away guiltily even as he sensed a complex mess of guilt, indignation, shame and something else building in her. Would you believe me if I said nothing? I'd let it go for now, if that's what you really want, he said as he crossed the short distance between them and took her hands in his. That being said, I prefer to work it through with you, whatever it is. I hate how persuasive you can be with the simplest words, she said, offering him a weak smile before sighing. I've been having trouble accepting Pamela and Harley. Really? He arched a brow questioningly at her. I didn't think you'd have an issue with their past? It's not about them being former criminals, she shook her head. Oh, a teasing smile played at the corners of his mouth as he stared at her. You're not getting jelly, are you? I know they're both quite beautiful and I'm an irresistible stud, but I can assure you I only have. I'm not worried about you leaving me for them. She waved the thought away dismissively before frowning again. They love each other, right? Seems that way, he nodded before staring off into the distance thoughtfully. Well, Pamela certainly seems to be in love with Harley. I'll have to talk to our resident psych to see what she thinks about Pamela to be sure, but that's the problem. She shuddered slightly and he frowned when he caught the slight spike of disgust warring with shame inside her. Naruto, I was raised in a society that wasn't quite as liberal-minded as this world seems to be. It didn't take long for him to piece together an image from the scraps he currently held, and he couldn't help but frown at the picture she was painting. Are you saying? When I was younger, shortly after I began to understand what it meant to be the princess, my father took me to witness the execution of 2 men. She exhaled deeply, clearly fighting off whatever toll the memory exacted on her. They were caught in bed with one another and, according to the laws of the land, their punishment was death. I tried to ask why they couldn't be offered a chance to atone for their sins, and even now, I remember father's sharp rebuke and his order for me to remain silent. She shivered again before shifting slightly, creating space beside her. Naruto needed no one to tell him before he leapt onto the counter and pulled her into his side, allowing her to share in his warmth. I just feel so, she trailed off, feeling guilty at the mere thought of saying what was on her mind. For the first time in, well, pretty much the first time since he had gotten to know her, Naruto realized just how different the world he had grown up in must have been from hers. To him, the idea of persecuting another person, of publicly killing them, simply because of their choice of sexual partners, was simply unfathomable. While none of his graduating class were gay, he knew that Anko, who had spent many an evening doing her best to break him with the torture she called training, had enjoyed nights in the company of Kiba's sister, Hana, before finally settling down with Iruka, and Ino had once drunkenly chattered about how she had walked in on Asuma and Guy's performance for Kuranai. To him, a person's sexuality was between them and their chosen partners, and, as long as they didn't try to force their opinions down anyone's throats or commit immoral acts like rape, he had no right to judge them. As he gently rubbed her arms, he found himself thinking deeply about the woman beside him. He had always known, on some level, that Kaguya possessed some unseen quality that had made both Kurama and Sasuke, 2 individuals who had seen some of the worst of humanity, believed that she was worth saving, and the strength of the emotions he could feel rolling off her seemed to prove them right. Sure, on some deeply rooted level she felt disgusted by the very idea of same-sex relationships, which was no surprise considering how much effort the rule makers must have put into engraving the idea that such an act was taboo to the people of her kingdom. Yet that disgust was also directed inwards, as the side of herself that intrinsically knew how wrong it was to condemn another for their choices now damned her for her seeming inability to break out of the mindset she had been conditioned to have. She wanted to break past her conditioned beliefs, and it was his duty as her partner to help her through. "Can I suggest something?" he asked, choosing to skip the encouraging words phase on a hunch. Perhaps it was a side function of his empathy, but he could just tell that, in this scenario, what she needed was a course of action. Something she could do that would force her into motion, after which the encouragement could come rolling in. Feeling her nod against his chest, he continued, "How about you talk to them, Pamela and Harley?" "Well, Pamela more than Harley. I mean, we don't know much about Harley, and she's somewhat unstable and—" "Your suggestion? Right, sorry." He grimaced at his little rambling spell before refocusing on his original topic. "I was saying that you should try talking to Pamela. Just forget about the whole she's gay matter and just get to know her as a person." He paused and pressed a gentle kiss into her hair. "Eros-senin, Jiraiya. He once told me that most of us miss out on experiencing truly meaningful relationships because we allow our prejudices to dictate who we relate with. So let's try that, Beneath his chin, he felt her shake gently with weak laughter. "So, your shining suggestion is for the girl who's struggling to break past her prejudices for her to simply confront said prejudice? The only way out is through, right?" He chuckled. "Besides, I'm not asking you to confront anything. That would mean I'm referring to poor Pamela as the poster child for gay relationships. Rather, I'm offering to help you put those prejudices aside so you can relate with Pamela as an individual and—" "Naruto?" his partner called out, wiggling out of his suddenly tense grip to stare at him, a frown knotting her brows at his intense glare. "What is it?" "Something's happening at Mount Justice," he stated as he gently but determinedly pushed himself out of her grasp. "Raven just used the tag I gave her." "Should I? I'll need you to stay here, at least for now," he said, the insistent tugging sensation at his navel now becoming almost painful as he swiftly yanked his shirt on. "Check up on Corey. I'll let you know what's going on ASAP." A moment later, he was gone in a burst of light. Cadmus Labs, Washington, D.C. 35 minutes ago, the frenetic preparations of the technicians in the repurposed East Wing of Subbasement 4 had tapered off over the past 6 hours following the successful testing of every bit of equipment in the room. Now, after 2 weeks of preparation, Terra was dead certain that they were ready. And not a moment too soon. "Lord Cobra," Terra bowed to the pale-skinned, self-proclaimed god as he walked into the wing, flanked by his right-hand woman, Shimmer. "We received the transmission from the signal beacon 60 hours ago and have actively maintained a lock on the signal." Cobra's cold gaze swept around the room, appraising her efforts at meeting his demands, before returning to her. "Our eyes and ears?" "All tested and standing by," she replied immediately, directing his gaze to a large bank of computer consoles, manned by the absolute best Cadmus had to offer. "Our resource in the heroes' camp performed as expected, granting us administrator privileges to the security system of the mountain. Aside from that, we have commandeered 6 of Cadmus satellites and have positioned them to provide maximum coverage of the island and its environs. Our jammers are also in place and ready for activation," the head technician continued. "As soon as we give the signal, we'll have a 40-kilometer static field surrounding the island. Any incoming or outbound signals will be routed to our systems." "Where is the bounty hunter now?" Terra tapped at the tablet in her hand and pulled the required information. "The asset just crossed Mars orbit. ETA based on his present speed, 20 minutes. Ma'am, the satellites are tracking a different energy signature alongside the assets," one of the senior technicians stated from his console. "The signature matches the readings of the Green Lantern." Terra frowned at that. "It seems our space-faring hero has returned." "It seems that way, ma'am," the technician confirmed. "The asset hasn't made any major deviations from the path we laid out for him." "Then we are still on track for the demonstration?" "As it stands, ma'am." "Well done, Markov." Terra turned to the member of the light as he took a seat in front of the large, ultra-high-res monitor they had prepared for him. "I do not see your partner." "He's on his way," she stated, her eyes drifting involuntarily toward the door. "He was temporarily assigned to the Bedlam facility in place of Sportsmaster." "Very well." The cult leader sat back, leaning his chin on his arm while his gaze locked onto the signal from the tracking beacon. There was nothing more to do now than to wait. Mount Justice now time dilation. The effect of essentially stretching a single unit of time such that it extends for a greater period. It was the addition of a time dilation field that had made his father's version of the Hirishin so much more effective than the Nidaime Hokage's, allowing the yellow flash to stretch a single second to cover a 3-second span after every teleport, such that, combined with the man's innate speed and genius-level intellect, he could analyze a battle to such a degree that he could always make the best decisions regardless of the situation. It was no wonder why he had so effortlessly decimated the Iwagakure troops. Naruto, having never really used the technique in a combat scenario, had never truly appreciated the overwhelming benefit of the time dilation effect until now. The instant after his reappearance, his eyes had immediately raked over his surrounding, taking in the still forms of his friends as they struggled against an overly muscled brood. Magan's blistered body sprawled over in the distance, Artemis frozen in the midst of unscrewing an arrowhead, likely a freeze arrow. Wally, clutching his ankle as he stared at the scene of the fight, his face a frozen rictus of pain. Raven, eyes glowing dark crimson as a trio of energy tendrils crawled out of an orb of pulsating energy in her hand. Behind her, a battered swayed on his feet, looking to be on his last legs. Donna, Calder and a new girl with a green aura all closing down on the brood who was just about to throw an object concealed in his fist. Connor, nowhere within sight. 1 second gone. Calling up his Biju cloak, he sped forward in a blur of motion, dragging Wally over to Artemis' side before doing the same to Calder, the new girl and Donna. He left Raven and for the time being as they were a fair distance from the fight itself before locking onto the gray-blue bastard. 2 seconds gone. He created a pair of clones, one earthen and the other a shadow clone before zipping forward again, followed by the earthen clone, and slamming a heel strike to the bridge of the brute's face followed by a knife-edge strike to the juncture between his neck and shoulder, a knee to the gut and a savage right hook to the jaw before returning to his initial spot beside Raven, his cloak dissipating as he moved. 3 seconds. Time reasserted itself with a vengeance. His teammates that had been moved about stumbled wildly, wondering what had happened while the brute simply stopped mid-motion, a bewildered look on his face an instant before Raven's spells slammed into him with such force that they threw him ass over teakettle for more than 100 meters. Raven, sensing the sudden presence by her side and partly consumed by the building battle lust, instantly spun away from him, a dark purple energy whip lashing out from beneath her cloak to bat him away. "Ray, it's me," he stated firmly as he grabbed onto the energy whip with an arm coated in a dense shell of chakra while protectively pulling close. "You used the tag to call for help and I am here." Raven, it's Naruto, added weakly, having recognized the blonde a moment after seeing him. Between his familiar voice, the lack of aggression from him and the verification from her teammate, the dark-haired magic user was able to push past the cloud of anger that fogged up her mind, her eyes losing their crimson glow as she focused. "Naruto?" "It's me, Raven," he said reassuringly as he released the whip. "I'm here." "Oh good," she gasped, feeling dizzy all of a sudden after suppressing the demonic energies she had been channeling for the past 15 minutes. "I'll just lie down." He leapt forward to hold her as she slumped, quickly activating a diagnostic technique to confirm that she was only suffering a severe case of exhaustion. "What happened here?" "The big guy Lobo, he's a bounty hunter," broke off mid-sentence to cough up a glob of bloody phlegm. "He's after you, Naruto. Came here asking for you." The blonde's eyes narrowed coldly as his mind went into overtime, processing that bit of information. While it wasn't unlikely that someone had put a bounty on him, the fact that the light because he frankly hadn't pissed anyone else off enough for them to put a price on his head had gone to such an extent was somewhat bothersome. More than that, though, the fact that this hunter knew precisely how to call him out confirmed his suspicions. Donna's clone hadn't been lying about the presence of a mole. "Stay here," he ordered as he placed Raven on the ground beside the younger boy. "Sun the shadow clone over while the earthen clone kept the bounty hunter busy. My clone will take you back to the others and get to work on healing whatever injuries you got." "Where's Connor?" "Underwater somewhere," answered, his breath coming in short gasps. Lobo knocked him out and tossed him aside. There was a splash.
"I'll get him," Naruto swore, creating a clone for that purpose. "You need to get going. Don't let him get to his transport." The blonde turned to see, pointing shakily at an overturned craft, half buried beneath a pile of rubble. "Things loaded with some seriously nasty weapons, it's what gave him the advantage."
"Thank you," he nodded before substituting with his clone, seamlessly slamming a kick into Lobo's side, sending him flying again. Without wasting a moment, he performed a seal-less shunshin, airborne the bounty hunter and driving his elbow into his sternum before diving away. His eyes narrowed contemplatively. "I've been hitting him with enough force to pulverize concrete and he's barely flinched." He adjusted his stance as he began channeling a finely balanced mix of fire and earth-styled chakra to his limbs. "Area of effect techniques are out of the question for now, so I suppose I can use this opportunity to test the effectiveness of the explosion-style taijutsu." "Alright," Lobo leered as he casually rolled his shoulder. "Let us get this show on the road." Filing away the odd comment, Naruto shot forward like a bullet, leading with a right hook to the hunter's jaw that was quickly followed up by a jab to his floating ribs. Each attack was expertly parried, however, rather than step away to regroup, the blonde twisted his hands to grab hold of the hunter's head and pulled him forward into a rising knee. Proving his skill, the bounty hunter countered by shifting his head just the slightest bit back, allowing the knee to whiz past his face before snapping his arms back down, dragging the blonde out of the air and forcing him to release his hands. Using the momentum the blonde's forced descent had given him, the bounty hunter carried on, bringing his head forward, smack into the blonde's head. The blonde exploded in a shower of wooden splinters, leaving the Zarnian baffled for a moment before an explosive hit to the small of his back nearly folded him in half. His regenerative ability was the only thing that kept him in the game, working overtime to repair the damage to his spine while he twisted midair to land on his feet. He had barely set his feet right when his finely honed instincts had him diving to the side just before the blonde dropped to the ground with a punch that cracked the ground. Lobo's eyes narrowed. There was no way in hell that such a weak punch could have had such a nasty effect on him earlier. For his part, Naruto smirked coldly at the bounty hunter's narrowed gaze, guessing accurately that the brute was wondering about the severely weakened punch a moment ago. Let him wonder, the shinobi thought as he raced forward again, once more channeling Bakuden chakra to his limbs as he re-engaged the hunter. The fight started off again, this time with Naruto on the defense, parrying attacks left and right as the fight grew far more intense than their initial bout. Punches, kicks, elbow strikes and more were exchanged in seconds, Naruto sticking to parrying as the fight raged on while keeping an eye on the bounty hunter's expression of mounting frustration. "Stay still and let me frag ya, ya bastiche," Lobo snarled as he tried to bury his knee into the blonde's belly only for the target to take a quick step backward, losing ground for the umpteenth time since the current exchange began. Finally losing his cool, the bounty charged right at the blonde, ready to shoulder tackle the bastard and get this stupid fight done with. That was when the blonde struck. Taking advantage of the hunter's mindless charge, the shinobi dropped beneath the tackle and rose with a blindingly fast uppercut that sent the Zarnian rocketing into the air. Vanishing from the ground, the blonde reappeared mid-air, twisting savagely and lashing out with a spinning kick that caught the hunter at the juncture between neck and shoulder. He vanished again, abusing the hell out of the shunshin as he proceeded to beat the shit out of the bounty hunter. Midway through, he created a pair of clones that joined him in the beatdown, sending the bounty hunter ever higher into the air with each relentless attack, never giving him so much as a second to breathe. Just as he was about to land the hammer blow to the gut that would send the bounty hunter crashing to the ground, a sudden deluge of memories flashed through his mind, distracting him long enough for the gray-skinned alien to counterattack. Reaching up with a club-like fist, he grabbed the shinobi's interlocked palms and yanked him forward into a nasty right hook that caught the shinobi right above the temple, leaving Naruto dazed and more crucially open. "Fragging Bastiche thought he could pummel me and get away with it," Lobo sneered as he capitalized on that opening with ruthless brutality, jerking his target around until he was seated astride the blonde and raining down blows that struck with thunderous force as they fell through the sky. "Well, who's pummeling who now, ya shitstain?" At the last possible moment, the bounty hunter kicked away from his target's now limp form, sending the blonde crashing into the earth with even greater force. As he smashed into the ground from his own landing, the shaggy-haired bounty hunter glared at the spot the target had landed, spitting out a few bloody teeth that the bastard had knocked loose. "Looks like yaw ass was just as overpriced as I expect fuuu." The expletive was cut off by a distinct, keening wail as the bounty hunter was engulfed in a dome of ultra-sharp wind blades, courtesy of a rosin shuriken to the small of his back. Naruto glared at the blue-white dome of death, his senses locked on to what was going on within it from the spot his clone had once occupied. He knew the kind of damage the rosin shuriken could inflict on a person. Merely the blowback from the technique was enough to task his enhanced regeneration abilities, so the knowledge that the bounty hunter was actually powering through it was all kinds of annoying. As if that wasn't upsetting enough, he now understood what the bounty hunter had meant earlier when he had talked about getting the show on the road. According to the memory dump Kennedy had just triggered, Cadmus had hired the bounty hunter to take out the shinobi. If Lobo succeeded, Cadmus would have removed a thorn from their side without losing their internal resources. If the bounty hunter failed and Naruto was just itching to be a black mark on the alien's record, they would have acquired more data on him. Irritating as that was, though, the shinobi was mostly pissed at himself. He had come this close to being beaten into an insensate mess just now, a fate that he had only just avoided thanks to the quick thinking of his clone. Even now his temple still throbbed from the bounty hunter's vicious punch, a dull reminder of the mistake he had made. He had underestimated his opponent. He had taken the dulled reaction time of the bounty hunter to mean that the gray-skinned bastard couldn't react to a certain degree of speed, and he had simply gone along with that, forgetting that, even if the hunter couldn't deal with his speed, he had shown himself to be more than able to deal with the hits regardless of how hard they came at him. Well, I sure as hell won't be making that mistake anymore, Naruto thought grimly as he felt the power of the rosin shuriken peter out. With Cadmus voyeurs analyzing his every move, he decided to stick to straight-up taijutsu as much as he could in order to keep as many secrets as he could while leaving them guessing how powerful he really was. Let us take things up a notch. Futen. Kairiki Muso. Doden. Kongo no Yoroi. That was my favorite jacket, you little shit. Lobo's gravelly voice ground out from the wispy haze left over from the rosin shuriken. I've killed a bunch of fraggers in my time, including some really mean fuckers. The haze gradually dissipated, slowly revealing the bounty hunter's malicious, red-eyed grin to the cautious shinobi. "You, though, I'ma take my fragging time with ya." The declaration was punctuated by an explosive crack, immediately followed by the Zarnian's hulking frame appearing near instantly above Naruto, a meaty fist already swinging toward the blonde's midsection. "Cadmus Labs, Washington, D.C., fascinating," Cobra muttered as he reviewed the clip of the bounty hunter beating the target into the ground only to get struck by a bladed ball of energy hurled by the very same target. He was leaning forward now, a datapad in his hands as he analyzed the scene. "Freeze," the technician in charge of his screen responded in video. "Switch to mount and security feed, quadrant L3, zoom in by 60%. Play." The necessary adjustments were made as soon as he spoke so that, less than a second after his final command, the video played from a new angle, allowing them all to see what had caught his attention. The body of the target had darkened until it was the same earthly brown as the soil before crumbling apart. He somehow exchanged positions with one of those duplicates of his, Terra noted, tapping out her observations on her own datapad. "Looks like we can confirm the nature of the duplicates as earthen replicas, which makes it likely that he utilized his elemental manipulation to control their movements." One duplicate was transporting the rest of the children into their base while performing triage, while the pair he created mid-air seamlessly joined him in that fight. Considering the fact that he was forced into a life-or-death scenario, the chances that he maintained enough awareness to perfectly manipulate the form of his duplicates is highly unlikely. Cobra stated, his gaze locked on the pile of dirt that had once been a perfect replica of the target. "It is far more likely that these clones of his are capable of a degree of sentience." "Sir, something just came up," a technician called out from another end of the room. "Two oddities, bringing infrared filter up now." The high-res primary display screen split into 3 windows, maintaining the feed Cobra had requested at the upper third of the screen, while the middle and lower thirds displayed the live feeds, one from the Mountain-S security system and the infrared view coming from one of their satellites. It took less than a second for Terra to spot the oddities on the infrared filter. The target was practically radiating heat, his form glowing white-hot. At the same time, the colored display from the security feed showed his skin, once a lightly tanned olive, had darkened to an almost ebon sheen. "Why the hell is he radiating so much heat?" she barked, her utter befuddlement at the new development giving her tone a sharp bite. "And what the hell happened to his skin?" "The other filters are picking zilch, ma'am," the lead technician frowned. "Whatever this is, it's only visible on infrared and regular feeds." "What about the acid?" she demanded, storming up to one of the other consoles herself. "Is he out of that son of a bitch?" She reared back instantly, her eyes slamming shut at the sight she had just walked into. The acid, the bounty hunter, Lobo, was in the middle of throwing a punch at the target while in the nude. "Why the hell do I have a naked, gray-skinned brute on the screen?" she snapped, pinning the lead technician with a glare that was somehow even more terrifying while accompanied by a brilliant blush. "Took the words right out of my mouth," an utterly confused Kennedy stated as he walked into the repurposed area to stand by his partner. "Lord Cobra," he bowed to the pale-skinned cultist before turning to Terra. "All that work and you turned this into a strip show." Terra's elbow instantly found his ribcage. "Asshole." "It seems the energy attack the target utilized was ineffective at harming the acid," Cobra stated dryly, ignoring the Cadmus duo's byplay. His clothes, on the other hand, mount just as the sand along the edge of the island exploded into a fine spray of dust as Naruto and Lobo clashed again, the gray-skinned alien's fist breezing past the shinobi's chest following a hasty exhale from the blonde. In retaliation, Naruto grabbed the swinging fist with one hand and flung it upward, creating an opening that he mercilessly capitalized on, delivering a rapid flurry of punches to the bounty hunter's ribs, each hit sounding like rocks being smashed together. The force packed into each hit was enough to turn concrete to powder, yet Lobo shrugged them off as he lifted a knee toward his bounty, trying to smack him in the jaw. Then when the first attempt failed, shooting his foot out to stomp the blonde shit's face in. If Naruto noticed that his opponent was stark naked, he didn't show it as he twisted around the kick and snapped his elbow down into the bounty hunter's knee, feeling the bone give way beneath his strike. Sweat evaporated as quickly as it formed on his skin, adding to the increased humidity from the boil release as he weathered a storm of wild yet astonishingly powerful blows, turning away the vast majority with flowing motions and dodging the rest with impressive displays of agility. Blocking was out of the question. The one time he'd tried, the force behind the kick had almost shattered his forearm, adamantine armor notwithstanding. Genjutsu had been just as ineffective. Naruto couldn't tell if it was the alien's physiology or some external factor, but every illusion he had tried had been shrugged off before they could even take root. The bounty hunter's attacks came in from nearly every angle. Every kick led to a punch or an elbow or an attempted grapple or one of a million other options in a chaotic blur that had him utilizing all of his enhanced speed to stay ahead of the assault. It wasn't as if he was always on the defense, though. On the contrary, the shinobi had found and mercilessly exploited every last hole in the bounty hunter's barrage. hammering away at the gray-skinned bastard with all the tremendous strength the unrivaled strength enhancement gave him. No, the second reason he was locked in this stalemate with the bounty hunter had everything to do with the bastard's healing factor. Shattered bones. Torn muscles. He had inflicted every conceivable form of damage he could incur on an opponent in a strictly taijutsu deathmatch on the bounty hunter and watched him power right through them. Spotting an opportunity to get some breathing room as he hopped back to avoid a kick aimed at his knees, Naruto blasted forward in a burst of steam, smashing a punch into Lobo's face with all the force of a tank shell and feeling the cartilage practically liquefy beneath his fist before uncorking a punch from his left fist straight into a gray jaw. With the bounty hunter temporarily stunned, he pulled his hands back before shooting them out again, rigid index and middle fingers striking out like greased lightning as they sought out nerve clusters. As Lobo's body stiffened in forced paralysis, Naruto hopped to the alien's chest height, curling himself into a tight ball before shooing his legs outward at railgun-like speeds, caving in Lobo's torso and blasting the bounty hunter a few hundred meters away. As the shinobi landed, he stared at the 100-and-something meter long trench the bounty hunter's body had gouged into the earth, a testament to how hard he had stuck him, and swore caustically when he noticed the alien's body begin to twitch. He was seriously beginning to wonder if Shikamaru had felt the same frustration that he could feel creeping in when he had fought Hidan. Except Hidan wasn't this bad, the shinobi thought as he ran through a list of techniques he had that would put the bounty hunter down. At least, if you shattered Hidan's hand, the damned thing would stay shattered. This is like fighting Kabuto's reanimated fuck. That line of thought trailed off as neurons fired off in his brain, chasing down the sudden possibility that had just developed. At the same time, he prepared himself for another round of fights when the bounty hunter jumped out of the hole in the ground, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Something moved in the corner of his eye, a fast-moving dark shape that prompted Naruto to take a large leap away from where he stood, senses straining to pick up any incoming attacks. There were none, though not yet, at least. Instead, the bounty hunter flipped once midair and landed astride a large, alien-looking vehicle that had moved into position with impeccable timing. A truly evil grin split the bounty hunter's face as a black hatch opened to the front of the vehicle and he pulled out what looked like an overdeveloped grenade launcher. "Bitch, who's about to get FH fuck you?" Naruto swore before bursting into a flat sprint a second before a series of loud thumps rang out from the bounty hunter's position, followed by even louder explosions. Dirt, clumps of grass and shattered tree chips filled the air as the bounty hunter continued his bombardment, tracking Naruto's ever-moving form by the thin haze of steam that followed him. "Stop moving around and just die already." Lobo guffawed as he lugged the illegally modified Dyson 7 launcher in one hand while pulling out a round, grenade-sized device. "I promise it won't hurt much." He lobbed the pulse bomb with an experienced eye, herding the bounty toward the falling object with calculated shots from the grenade launcher. He fully expected the blonde to basically walk into the bomb. Experience with fast-moving bounties had shown him that the fragging idiots never noticed the little things as they sped past. Which was why he was caught completely flat-footed when a sudden burst of wind flung the pulse bomb right into his face an instant before it detonated. Naruto pushed off the ground immediately, barreling through the pulse bomb's expanding bubble of force to bodily tackle the bounty hunter off his vehicle. He followed that up with 2 shots to Lobo's torso before pushing off and delivering a vicious axe kick to the bounty hunter's diaphragm that sent the alien plummeting into the ground. "You just don't know how to stay down, do you?" Naruto growled as he landed, gaze locked onto the bounty hunter's crimson glare. Internally, he opened his chakra coils to draw in the ambient natural energy, masterfully balancing the exotic energy with his own elementally attuned chakra. "I should be saying the same thing to ya, punk," Lobo sneered as he snapped on a pair of pants he'd snagged from the hog before getting blasted off. "Don't worry, I got a real special wall to hang slippery bastards like you." "Let's see you try," Naruto snarled as he threw himself forward, twisting past the bounty hunter's attempted grapple. The shinobi's left hand lashed out to grip Lobo's throat before his right struck out like greased lightning, hammering away at the gray-skinned alien for 1-2-3 seconds before he was forced to kick himself away from Lobo's grasping hands. The bounty hunter tumbled through the sand for a moment before righting himself and launching himself at his target, powering past an uppercut to land a vicious haymaker on the blonde's jaw. At any point prior to that, the punch would have stunned Naruto. Now, with his senjutsu-enhanced adamantine armor, the hit barely registered and he followed the flow of the punch and smashed a heel into Lobo's liver, forcing an angered roar from the Zarnian. Naruto's attempt to slip in and capitalize from this opening was met with a brutal knee to the torso, Lobo's insane regeneration allowing him to attack right after what should have been a debilitating attack. His large fist closed around the blonde's head and dragged him through the dirt before slamming him into the rocky mountain wall. "Having fun yet?" Hardly, Naruto shot back, pushing himself upwards to slam his forehead into Lobo's face. The bounty hunter's head jerked backward only to snap forward with blistering speed, returning fire with such force that he smashed his bounty's head into the mountain. "See how you like it now, Bastiche." Each word was punctuated with a brutal, jackhammer-like punch, pushing the shinobi deeper into the rock face while flakes of rocky dust exploded out of the widening crater. Think you read tough shittt. Cadmus, every male and quite a few female technician in the observation wing winced simultaneously at the ultra-high-res image of the target's foot all but burying itself into the bounty hunter's crotch. That's just not right, Kennedy muttered. His loyalties would always lie with the boss, but a crotch shot? Really? Mount Justice, taking advantage of the bounty hunter's temporarily paralyzed form, Naruto clenched both fists together and brought them down on Lobo's head, sending him crashing into the ground. Leaping out of the hole in the wall, the shinobi grabbed a large chunk of rock, spun, and slung it back at the hole with incredible force. He didn't expect it to be more than a distraction, so he grabbed one of the palm trees that had fallen victim to the raging battle, and when the bounty hunter leapt right through the boulder, he swung forward with his improvised weapon, smacking the bounty hunter right back into the mountain. Tossing aside the shattered tree, the shinobi leapt at the bounty hunter, meeting him mid-air for another brutal exchange that ended when he caught an elbow to the jaw. As the battle raged on, Naruto found himself drawing more and more on the ambient natural energy around, using the exotic energy to a greater extent than he ever had on this new world. The natural energy responded eagerly, almost too eagerly in fact, refilling his reserves faster than he was accustomed to and empowering his strikes to a degree that he had never experienced. His eyes, a saffron yellow at first, gradually darkened to a bloody crimson, and his fighting style seemed to degenerate at the same pace. Rather than dodge and parry the bounty hunter's attacks as he once had, the shinobi now ignored the blows that crashed into him with all the fury of the gods. His tight, fluid attacks had devolved into a simple, instinctive flurry of blows that were fired out with ever-increasing force. A punch to the head, taken in exchange for a retaliatory shot to the alien's kidneys. Kick to the side, an uppercut counter. The battle devolved to a barroom brawl, the only difference being the destruction wrought with each blow. What should have been a devastating lariat went sailing over the blonde's head as he shifted his blind charge into a shoulder tackle that would have speared through a steel support beam. In this instance, it was enough to throw the bounty hunter onto his back, allowing the shinobi to straddle his chest and rain down a hail of blows that struck like meteors. Even with a half-caved-in face, Lobo still retained sufficient presence of mind to swing his lower body up, snag the blonde's head between his booted feet and fling him off. "Fucking Bastiche," he roared as he pushed himself to his feet. Just in time to receive a flying kick to the jaw that nearly twisted his neck right off. An instant later, his neck popped back into place, and an earth-shaking punch almost tore through his abdomen. The alien hacked out a glob of blood as a line of dirt jumped into the air, the only clue as to what was happening, making the bounty hunter tense in preparation for another kick, this time to the side of the knee, snapping the bone and rupturing the muscles so swiftly that the bounty hunter staggered back. Into another punch, to the back of the head. More and more attacks were landed, some so quickly that the hunter had no chance to even register one hit before another struck, and the air filled with the haze of sand and dirt, violently displaced in the wake of Naruto's attacks. The Zarnian was forced to hunch over with his hands clasped over his head as the blows fell, weathering through the damage of the blows as quickly as his body could heal. And then, out of nowhere, the blonde appeared right over the bounty hunter, bringing his foot down in a vertical arc so swiftly not even Cadmus' most powerful cameras could catch it mid-motion. "Cadmus Labs, son of a bitch," Terra exclaimed as every single screen connected to any piece of sensory equipment on that quadrant of the island winked out. "What the hell?" A second later, the entire island went dark. Every camera and sensor on the island blanked out and the communication systems turned to silvery snow. Mamar satellites just registered a massive pulse of energy from the island. The head technician screamed over the sudden pandemonium. Offshore sensors registered an 8.2 magnitude earthquake for about 3 seconds, but it just blinked, opening the effects. Someone else yelled, "The waters are already settling down." "Do we have a retreat code?" Kennedy shouted at another techie. "Do we have a callback code for the asset?" "Only Lord Cobra, pull him back," Cobra ordered, a deep scowl on his face. "The target already has him on the ropes without accessing the energy form he used to defeat Teth Adam. There's little else we can glean from this." "Send the damned code now," Kennedy barked. For once, his frazzled appearance wasn't entirely an act. He wasn't sure if the boss had sensed it or not, but a split second before that kick landed, he had felt a faint, muddled, almost bestial consciousness lurking in the back of his head. "Mount Justice, if that didn't knock his ass out, then we've got a problem," Naruto thought as the dust settled around him, revealing his seemingly impassive form at the lip of a huge crater on the island's coast. The sundered depression was gradually being filled by the gently lapping ocean waves, painting an almost scenic view were it not for the body of the bounty hunter that lay atop the water. Pulling off what he had just done came with a great deal of risk. Unleashing what was essentially a nuclear detonation on the island, particularly with the hollow mountain being right beside the epicenter, was insane. It had taken 4 clones working simultaneously to dampen the effects of the overpowered dropkick he had plowed into the alien's skull. Son of a bitch. The bounty hunter grunted as he sat up, gingerly rubbing the center of his scalp. Aw fuck, that last one actually hurt. Naruto couldn't help but stare at the Zarnian, wondering how much further he'd have to go to actually knock the alien out if the taijutsu equivalent of dropping a nuke on his head amounted to him just feeling hurt. You're one tough son of a bitch, you know that? Takes one to know one. Lobo replied grudgingly. Tougher than I expected actually. Here's us hoping the next one ain't as annoying as you were. He pushed himself to his feet, boots sinking into the water as he rose and let out a sharp whistle. Fucking hell, I need a drink. You're suddenly very relaxed about things, the shinobi noted as the bounty hunter's vehicle rumbled to a stop beside its master. You giving up or something? Oi, I dig that you're a tough piece of shit for an earthling, but y'all better get this sunk into y'all simian skull. The main man don't give up. The Zarnian shot the butt off a cigar and glared pointedly at the blonde. Ever. Naruto returned the bounty hunter's glare with an arched look of his own. So you getting on your bike is? Employers decided they gathered enough information. Lobo's glare turned leery. My guess is, y'all broke a few too many of their recording equipment with that nuke y'all set off. Wanting to keep his hand hidden for as long as possible, considering the fact that said employers were probably still watching, the shinobi frowned pensively. Recording equipment, your employers were recording this fight, weren't they? That's what you meant earlier, when you talked about putting on a show. Monkey Man's got a decent brain up in his noggin. The main man guffawed as he revved the hog. Well then, y'all keep being a pain in their asses and y'all better prepare for a rematch sometime soon. You show your ugly mug around here again and a nuke to the head will be the least of your worries. Naruto shot back, giving in just a bit to the urge to engage in some good old-fashioned trash-talking. For all that the bounty hunter had been employed to try to kill him, Naruto found himself relishing the possibility of engaging in another round of fisticuffs with the bounty hunter and was already considering the possibility of pulling a Kagaya and just transporting them to the desert dimension so they could really duke it out. The thought was so appealing that he almost forgot to ask, Oi, think you can tell me the names of your employers? Nice try, Monkey Man, but the main man's all about that employer confidentiality shit. Standing at the lip of a gradually filling crater, the blonde tracked the bounty hunter's craft as it tore across the sky, racing toward the next bounty on what he was certain would be a very long list. Uncouth as he may have appeared, the shinobi knew now that the gray-skinned alien was, without a doubt, one of the best at what he did. A few moments later, Naruto began the trek toward the mountain's access tunnel.
As he walked through the tunnel into the cave, Naruto studied the walls as much as possible, trying to spot any structural weaknesses his clones may have missed during their sweep. The clones he had on dampening duty had dispelled while he made his way back. He now knew that they hadn't been completely successful in their task, a few aftershocks shaking things loose in the cave. They had done a good job of putting things back together, but he still made a mental note to ask Kagaya to come over and run a more comprehensive checkup. He was still debating whether or not to call her in immediately when he heard the faint sounds of angry yelling coming from the deeper sections of the cave. Frowning, he picked up the pace, going from a relaxed canter to taking swift strides as he tracked the voices down. Or telling them in that S-final, Calder's the leader, not you. He decides what we do, not you. Donna, we need to calm, the bounty hunter's been taken care of. Naruto announced firmly, drawing their attention away from one another. The little snippets of their conversation he had heard had given him a rough idea of what was going on, and the terse looks he saw on Donna and S faces proved that he was right to intervene at that moment. Any longer and they might have come to blows. With their attention still on him, he asked them for a rundown of the rest of the team. Thanks to the efforts of your clone, McGann, Connor, Raven and Wally are all in a restful sleep at the moment. Calder stated, taking charge of the conversation. The worst hit was McGann, I know, the blonde nodded. He recalled the sounds of her pained whimpers and moans as she was moved into the cave within a bubble of water as though he had heard them with his own ears. It had taken a secondary clone, a clone of the first clone, over 20 minutes of laser-like focus to heal her, taking extra care to ensure that she wouldn't suffer any more than she had to, and even then, he was certain that the damage would be much worse if Artemis hadn't dumped the contents of her freeze arrow over the girl. Receiving those memories had cooled his tempered battle lust in an instant, and he had sworn to inflict 3 times her pain on the bounty hunter if they ever crossed paths again. The pained looks on Donna and S faces had him reaffirming that vow. Where's the lantern? Jessica, that's her name. Jessica Cruz has agreed to remain in our guest quarters while we work on getting our communications network back online, replied, throwing an annoyed glare at Calder and Donna. Communications that were tampered with by an outside party. We'll get to that in a moment, Naruto interjected. What about Artemis? You haven't said anything about her. She's alright. The Amazon paused, obviously hesitant before sighing. She just stormed out of here a few minutes ago. Not even his dense, childhood self could have missed what she hadn't said, leading the blonde to sigh explosively. So everything leads back to whatever argument you 3 were engaged in.
He turned to Calder, purposely addressing the team as leader first. What happened? After your clone, I think I'm the better choice to say what happened here, snapped waspishly before turning to Naruto. I was talking to Calder. The blonde shut the young hero down without sparing him a glance. While I'm certain that you have a story to tell, you will be respectful to Calder. The swift rejoinder had the boy wonder blinking in shock while Donna shot the shinobi an appreciative look. I'll go get Artemis, she decel. Calder nodded to her and returned to delivering his report. After your clone brought us back inside, tried to send a distress signal out to the League. When we got a response, though, he felt something was off about it, so he began digging into our system's root programming. It would be better if he continued from here. Some of the technical aspects of what he found are beyond me. Alright, let's hear it. The incensed young man nodded. I'll dumb it down. Someone seized root in our systems. They found a way into every system connected to sensory input and communications and placed an administrator-level embargo on them. I thought Cyborg was the only one with admin privileges? Not quite, frowned. While Cyborg utilizes his admin status the most, a number of Leaguers also have access to our systems at an admin level. That way we could avoid having the system locking us out with the only person holding the key being off-planet. Naruto nodded slowly, seeing the logic behind the League likely Batman's decision. Makes sense. Yeah, except somehow, an external party not only gained access, they manipulated our systems pretty much perfectly, scowled again. They had full control over our cameras, recording equipment, hell, I'm pretty sure they threw up a net to reroute out communications. None of which explains why you were so pissed off at Calder and Donna. Because they knew we had a spy on the team and never said anything about it. Artemis' snarky voice drew the boys' attention to the approaching duo. For girls who had gradually grown close to each other over the course of their time as teammates, it was immediately obvious that they were angry at each other. Naruto had to fight back the urge to pinch his nose. Artemis, I worry about you, you know that, you too. Artemis' expression was a study in stupefaction. What, you agree with them? Who do you think advised them to keep it to themselves? He shot back dryly. We've suspected for a while that there might be a mole, either on the team or my personal thoughts among the people you most closely associate with. You think there's a mole on the Justice League? S expression was not quite mocking, even if his tone was. Now that's the mother of all conspiracy theories. I didn't say the League, did I? The blonde replied with a piercing stare. After holding their attention for a few seconds, he continued. Anyway, the point is mostly moot. We had a suspicion that there was a mole. Did either of you consider why we had such a suspicion in the first place? Judging by the near synchronous blinks from both, he could tell that they hadn't, a fact that was far more disappointing than anything else. Donna? The Amazon nodded and spoke. During our mission to the Nervit platform, we confronted an unknown group that managed to escape with the platform's core. We know all that, Artemis sneered, causing Donna to narrow her eyes to a cold glare. I was told by my clone that there was a spy on our team, directly funneling information to Cadmus. Donna stated, her tone flinty. And she named Connor as the spy. Not possible. S rejoinder was immediate, factual. I've kept an eye on Connor since he joined us. He's never made any strange communications and he only ever left the cave without prior notice once, which was when he met the residents of New Genesis. Artemis stared at her younger teammate with a wary eye, her stance subtly shifting to a more defensive one. Any other secret observations you want to tell us about, Boy Wonder? It was important that we keep an eye on him because of his Cadmus origin, argued hotly. It would have been stupid to just go along with it without verification. You're running observations without carrying the rest of us along, but you have a problem not being carried along yourself. Donna couldn't help her disdainful scoff. Your mentor clearly taught. Enough. This time, Naruto reinforced his words with a sharp burst of chakra, practically smothering them in his presence for the seconds it lasted. While S actions make his argument today seem hypocritical, his thoughts were in the right place and we will leave it at that. He stared at each of them, ensuring that they were on the same page. When he was satisfied, he turned to. I take it you figured out how to burn them out of the system. We manually damaged the main drives to completely cut us off from the programs. We got lucky with the timing, hitting them just after whatever you did out there that shook the whole place up. Right now, the entire island is a black spot. Good, I can speak freely. Naruto nodded. To begin with, we had 3 reasons for not making the matter of a possible mole general knowledge. To begin with, the information didn't come from a reliable source. Donna's clone made the claim in the middle of a fight. For all we know, she could have been throwing random bullshit about to find a sentimental opening she could exploit. And even if she wasn't, did you really expect us to believe the words of a growing criminal over the interactions we had with our own teammates? Our friends. The earnest way he spoke, coupled with the fact he had just laid down, had the 2 dissenters blushing. Our second reason had nothing to do with sentiment and everything to do with facts, which we had none of, Calder continued, taking over from the shinobi. As Naruto pointed out, our source was unreliable and, without evidence, any accusations would tear the team apart. Which leads to our third reason, Donna stated. Without evidence of a mole, we couldn't bring up any accusations, so we chose to remain quiet about it, keeping a close eye on everyone but maintaining the status quo. Our plan would only move to the next stage if any evidence turned up. Which it just did. Naruto finished. Your discovery of the embargo on the cave systems is exactly what we needed, and the confirmation I got from the bounty hunter that our fight was recorded just ties into it. Oh, Artemis found herself feeling very childish compared to the shinobi. He along with Calder and Donna had known about this problem for weeks and had kept mum for very logical reasons. She had heard of it less than an hour ago and she had stormed off in a fit. God, I'm so stupid. Was feeling much the same as Artemis, worse actually, since his hypocrisy had been laid bare to the world, so to speak. So, what do we do now? Whatever we decide on, we need to be careful, Donna pointed out. Until we know who the mole is, we have to make sure we don't act in any way different to what we have always done.
Donna's right, Naruto exhaled. I'll keep in touch with Calder to minimize my presence here while I draw up some strategies to help you identify the mole. Whatever ideas you have, pass them along through Calder. No offense here, Cal, but what if you're the mole? Artemis asked. Wouldn't that nullify everything we're working toward?
And this is why we kept the circle as small as possible, Naruto sighed. Trusting people when you think they are working against you is difficult. Anyway, the fact that we can now confirm the presence of a spy pretty much clears Donna and Calder said. If either of them was the spy, they'd tell Cadmus to force their way into our systems to maintain the illusion that there is no spy. Whatever the case, we have to work quietly on this, Calder emphasized. We cannot let this go beyond the 5 of us. 6, Naruto corrected. Kaguya will work with me on developing strategies for this. As for the possibility that she's the mole, well, if that's the case then today's fight was just for shits and giggles, which I sincerely doubt. When they all agreed, he nodded and prepared to leave. I'll be back with Kaguya to ensure that I didn't crack the wrong wall or something. Please hurry back, Artemis shot him a little smile. I really don't want to get buried beneath a million tons of rock.
No promises, he smirked before vanishing in a burst of chapter 29.
Croc residence, Gotham days ago. To the woman seated on the edge of the bed, the drone of the radio might as well not have existed, so focused was she on the box in her hands. Filled with a seemingly endless amount of energy since Naruto had healed her, she had opted to attack the centuries worth of dirt that her daughter had allowed to pile up in the corners of their apartment, starting with her own room. It had taken a lot of elbow grease to get through some corners. Underneath her bed had been revolting, and she made sure she had photographic evidence for when she would confront Artemis for the piss-poor job the girl had been doing, but she eventually got the room to what she thought of as a decent state. With the bed finally laid the way she really wanted and the bedside drawer mucked out and polished, she pushed up the sleeves of her sweat-soaked shirt and headed over to her wardrobe, the only other piece of furniture in the room, aiming to clear out whatever pieces of junk might have been stuffed there over the years, only to freeze when she pulled down a square, styrofoam-filled cardboard box with a single word printed on the side. Huntress. Once upon a time, that word had left many policemen pissing their pants, and more than one police chief had foamed at the mouth when they'd heard of her exploits, a status that only grew worse when she had teamed up with him. We'd be an unstoppable team, and you know that, she blinked. Mildly surprised at the clarity of the memory, the bright glow of the city lights streaming up from the city below. The sounds of sirens filling the air as the police sped about trying to find them. The feel of the chilly Boston wind whipping about her face as she stared at his clearly exhilarated features while trying to hide her own feelings of satisfaction after the perfectly executed heist. The not insubstantial tug of primal attraction she felt toward him as she listened to him outline how much more effective they would be as a duo rather than remain single, wink wink, especially considering how they had only done that job out of necessity. She remembered it like it had only just happened, something that she would have sworn was impossible mere minutes earlier. As she gently lifted the outfit within, she was struck by even more memories. Check it out. My guy finally delivered on the new suit I promised. All the modifications are there. You're gonna rock in this. It seems a little padded. You're sure your guy didn't make this for someone else? Because my old outfit didn't put so much emphasis on my tits. Yeah, about that. Men, for all that she had teased him endlessly about his modifications, she had never adjusted the outfit, enjoying the little trill of excitement that ran down her spine when she saw him stare. Jesus, Paula. What did you do? Clone yourself? God, you are an idiot? Says you. But she is beautiful, you know, just like her mom. I can already imagine having to beat guys off with a club when she hits high school. You'd probably just scare them off with a glance. Says the queen of glares herself. The memories came faster from that point, flashing through the years of early motherhood and the countless babysitters they had needed to take care of their young daughter while they were at work. For all their busy schedule, though, Paula had to admit that Lawrence was a far better parent to Jade than she was. It wasn't that he spoiled her rotten, though he did tend to succumb to his little girl's pleas for toys, it was just that he was there for her more than Paula was. While their heists were planned and executed together, the task of casing their targets fell to her far more than it did to him. He might have been the better fighter, but she was the superior thief and they knew it. As such, while she infiltrated museums and casinos, taking note of patrol patterns and security systems. He was often at home, restocking their gear, refining the physical elements of their plans and just being there for their daughter. And then, sometime after Artemis' second birthday, the cracks began to appear. Even now she was unable to identify precisely what it was that triggered Lawrence's inexorable transformation from the occasionally aloof but still caring father he had been to the cold, heartless man that had ultimately fractured their family. Whatever it was, her ill-fated escape all those years ago had played a crucial part in accelerating the change, and her daughters had suffered for it. And I will never forgive him for that, she swore silently, her vision growing hazy with unshed tears. She could take his harsh treatments, the long periods of abandonment interspersed by the occasional forced engagements to help keep up whatever charade he needed, but his treatment of their daughters, the subtle ways he had poisoned Jade's heart against her, and the harsh, toughening up sessions he had put them through. Never, she swore again as she stuffed the damned costume into its box, nearly flinging it into a corner. Still feeling the resentful anger bubbling inside, she took to pacing the length of her room, a little part of herself still unable to believe that she could walk again. Michael and his boss would likely never truly understand the gift they had given her. For more than a decade, her life had seemed bleak, her future dark and dreary. Now, though, with her legs back. The dark-haired woman's pacing slowly drew to a halt as she stared at herself in mirror resting on the floor beside the wardrobe, the only concession to vanity she had in the otherwise Spartan room. For the first time since Naruto had healed her legs, the woman forced herself to confront the truth that she had often skirted around. What exactly am I supposed to do with myself? The question was uttered quietly, barely above a whisper in fact, yet it seemed to echo louder than any gong in her head. She knew she couldn't simply sit around till Lawrence came around again. Not only would he ask questions that she didn't care to provide the answer to, but even before her legs were healed she was sick of playing the poor wife to his caring husband charade. She had gone along with it because she lacked a choice, but now. I don't exactly have a choice either, do I? She laughed mirthlessly at the thought. I'm a 42-year-old ex-convict with few other talents to speak of, all revolving around violence. Paula? The sound of knocking at the apartment door jarred her out of her melancholic thoughts, leaving her staring aimlessly for an instant. It's Michael. It didn't take a second for her to force her mind into a relaxed state, swiftly locking up her dreary thoughts with an almost forgotten ease. One moment please. She pulled off the damp shirt, balled it up and dropped it in the laundry bin in her bathroom before pulling on a dark green, long-sleeved shirt in its place. Satisfied with her appearance, she moved toward the door, reinforcing the emotional locks on her thoughts. It wasn't that she didn't trust Michael after all that he had done for her. She had come to consider him a good friend rather. She simply wasn't ready to bear such a problem to him. What she would do was up to her. She knew Michael and his boss would support her however she needed. A fact they had proven when they had offered her housing options after she hinted at a desire to leave Gotham, but she had to have a course of action laid out first. I'm graying out here, slapping on a not entirely faux mirthful expression. She reached for the door. That's good. Gray hair makes a man look distinguished. She would figure something out, she decided as she ushered him in. He had helped open up her future, now she would chart a course for herself. Danvers' apartment, National City now. No, Win, I'm not joining you for a fun day at the movies. Kara sighed as she walked into her apartment, jamming the door with her heel. Yes, I would like to see the premiere of The Long Winter with you, but not today. Tossing her bag onto her couch, she stack of envelopes in her hand and forcibly repressed a shudder before heading to the kitchen. Well, for one thing, I finally have a day off after the hell that was covering the Vito story with that wench dogging my every move. I'll have you know you don't think there gotta be a problem when half the bloody staff think the exact same thing of her. She scoffed at him and reached into her refrigerator for a beer.
You just be glad you have zero interactions with her.
Popping the cap off, she took a long pull from the bottle and made her way back to the living room. Thank you for finally getting it. Feeling just a tad guilty for the somewhat caustic tone, she sighed again. I'll tell you what, Win. You and Nia go have a blast this evening. First chance I get and it'll be all three of us out for a night completely on me. That sound fair? It's a deal then. Thanks for understanding, Win. She smiled faintly as she dropped heavily into her couch, soaking in the energizing rays of afternoon sunlight that streamed through the windows. While she appreciated her best guy friend's offer to help her take the edge off after the exhausting month she'd had, Kara just didn't have the energy to do much more than go soak in the tub till whenever, really. Throwing her head onto the backrest, the blonde decided to close her eyes for a few moments, to simply enjoy the feeling of not doing anything after a month of almost constant activity. The sound of insistent knocking at her door, coupled with a familiar voice calling for her, snapped the Kryptonian out of her impromptu nap, leaving her blinking away the spots in her vision. Kara, are you in here? Coming. Her voice sounded groggy even to her own ears, and she could only imagine how it sounded to Clark. Wow, you look tired. Looked in a mirror lately? She shot back as she shifted to allow him entry. It wasn't purely sarcasm. While her cousin looked okay in his typical jeans and tucked-in dress shirt combo, she could sense that he wasn't quite at his optimum either. I thought you'd be at work? First, he lifted a plain bag he'd brought along. I stopped over at Smallville. She'd die before admitting it, but, at that moment, Kara knew that she drooled just a bit. Lady Max. Chocolate chip, cookie dough and spiced rum flavors all in one jumbo tub, Clark confirmed, smiling to himself at the hungry look in her eyes. He could relate. Lady Mac's ice cream parlor had the absolute best ice cream on the planet. I thought we could share while I crashed at your place for the day. I'll get the spoons. 5 minutes later, the Kryptonian duo gradually meandered down from their ice cream-induced high. I swear, Mrs. Dubert would put every last franchise out of business if she ever chose to expand out of Smallville. Clark moaned as another spoonful of spiced rum ice cream melted on his tongue. The woman's a goddess. No arguments here, Kara nodded, revising her earlier thoughts. Okay, a Lady Mac ice cream break definitely tops a soak. So, what's got you knocking down my door on a weekday? Perry finally learned to take a break? Huh, Perry White, learned to take a break. That'll be the day. Clark shook his head. There wasn't anything pressing today, so I bumped off work and took a quick jaunt to Smallville. Wow, big blue boy scout goes AWOL, she smirked at him. Someone's rolling with bad friends. Very funny, Kara, really. He playfully stuck his tongue out at her before growing more serious. Actually, I needed a break. After the whole bounty hunter thing. Wait. The blonde cut in, spoon hanging from her mouth. She quickly pulled it out and pointed it at him, ignoring the drop that splashed onto her peach blouse. What bounty hunter thing? Kal-El, chief contender for the most powerful being on Earth, stared at his cousin with a sheepish expression. Ah, I didn't tell you? No, you did not. Ah, must have skipped my mind. He replied apologetically before launching into a full retelling of his bout with the Zarnian less than 48 hours prior. Wait, so this guy, Lobo. Right, so this Lobo just showed up out of nowhere and zipped you over to the Sahara? It was a bit more brutal, Clark grimaced, recalling the feeling of abruptly being strangled by the chained hook as the bounty hunter flashed by. The whole thing happened in less than 3 seconds. He just warped beside me on his bike, flicked that chain of his around my throat and then, warped us to the Sahara. And then you too, what, you rumbled in the desert? Most annoying fight I've ever had, he confirmed, leaning back and plopping his bare feet onto her table. He was crude, vulgar, wouldn't stay down no matter how hard I hit him, and he wouldn't shut up about how that bastard blonde was a better fight than this. Ignoring the niggling at the back of her mind about the bastard blonde, Kara stared at her cousin, astonishment clear on her face. Wait. When you say, no matter how hard I hit him. I mean, I obviously wasn't trying to kill him, so I held back, but aside from that, he shrugged and leaned back in his seat, ice cream forgotten for the moment. It was as he shifted his feet to get more comfortable that he knocked over the stack of envelopes Kara had left on the table earlier. Whoops, sorry about that. Kara, who was still trying to picture the fight he had just described, glanced absently at the spilled envelopes he was gathering and waved dismissively. A month-long stack of bills. I'll get to them eventually. You have a younger sibling? The blonde blinked confusedly for a moment, needing a moment for the question to settle in before her eyes grew wide with understanding. Connor. A second later, she was flying through the air, hand outstretched to yank the envelope from him. Caught off guard by her behavior, Clark reacted just a fraction of a second too late for him to prevent her from swiping the envelope. Geez, take my fingers off, why don't you? Sorry, he didn't need Bruce's skill at reading people to know that the apology was perfunctory. Kara's attention was clearly fixed on the envelope, which she was now opening with an almost childish eagerness. Who's it from? He asked, even as his mind supplied the name she had exclaimed earlier, leaving him to revise his statement. Who's Connor? And why is he addressing you as big sister? The big sister thing's mostly me, she replied absently as she quickly unfolded the letter within. I told him to call me that since we're genetically family and I already adopted him. Clark was just about to ask her to clarify when the answer struck him like a lightning bolt. Kara, you're not talking about who I think you are you? The quiet anger she could sense brewing in him had her leveling a hard glare at him. If you're thinking of a certain Cadmus experiment who's trying to figure out his place in this world, then yes, I am. Her pointed confirmation had him jumping to his feet, clearly upset. Kara, how could? If you're thinking of a young man who is trying his best to live up to a reputation that he had no choice bearing, a young man who is trying to uphold the honor of the House of El as you redefined it on this planet, then yes, I am, the blonde continued, steamrolling over every attempted argument from her cousin. And if you're thinking of a boy who is desperately seeking the acceptance of the only genetic family he has on this planet, then yes, Clark. I am talking about that Connor. While the second point had triggered a bit of guilt in the Man of Steel, Kara's final statement hit him harder than anything he had ever experienced. He dropped back onto the couch like his legs had been sliced out from beneath him and stared blankly as his mind tried and failed to provide a counter to even one of her accusations. While she had intended to try to jolt Clark into seeing Connor less as the Cadmus experiment and more as the young man he was, her cousin's reaction was so intense that she actually began to wonder if she however, Just as she started to consider a softer approach, Clark drew in a shuddering breath. Every time I looked at him, I couldn't see anything you talked about, he stated, his voice subdued. The desperately lonely boy looking for his place in the world and trying to connect to his family. The kid just trying to live up to my reputation. I couldn't see any of that. In a decidedly odd way, Kara found herself feeling decidedly uncertain about whether or not to speak to her cousin. He was clearly on track to having some great epiphany, so maybe she should just let him get there on his own? Her brain said to leave him alone, but her heart, the part of her that wanted no, that desired for him to have a closer relationship with the young man she had come to see as a younger brother, pushed her to talk to him. To gently have him confront whatever it was that had held him back for so long. Brain or heart? Which to follow? For her, it wasn't even a question. Clark, what did you see him as? He was, I thought he was just another attempt at exploiting me for who I am, the Man of Steel replied quietly. Lex Luthor, Maxwell Lord, the government, they're always looking for an advantage, a way to get ahead of others like them, and they don't exactly care how they get those advantages or the cost of acquiring it. Cadmus is just another in a long line of users. She didn't need an empath to understand what he was talking about. Not even a week after she had verified her connection to Superman and Krypton, she had received a substantial number of offers from government and private organizations to discuss the differences between Kryptonian and Earthen technologies, the first few of which she had actually attended before realizing what they were really after. It had been jarring to experience human greed at such a level, and was one of the reasons she stayed as far as she could from such organizations. With her own experience to draw upon, she could easily understand her cousin's hostility toward Cadmus, an organization that had not only manifested their fear of being exploited but had taken it to such a deeply personal level. To him, Connor was living proof that the exploitation would never end. Yet, despite understanding his perspective, Kara simply couldn't agree with it. To her, it was a clear-cut, sins of the father scenario. Connor may have been a product of the exploitation they hated, but that didn't make him a user himself, a fact she quickly pointed out to him. I never thought of it like that, he admitted before laughing sardonically. It's ironic, really. Bruce recently accused me of naively trusting everyone that wandered onto my path, yet here I am distrusting what is basically a younger version of myself. It's just my opinion, but I don't think Bruce Wayne's comments are a good way to judge yourself, Kara remarked. I mean, he's a good guy under all the broody parts, but... The hesitant manner of speaking, as if she feared Bruce's sudden appearance, was enough to force a burble of laughter out of the Man of Steel. Well, his comments may not be worth living by, but they were mostly right this time, so... His laughter was soon picked up by Kara, and, for a few moments, the melancholic atmosphere from Clark's self-reflection was lifted. Then, coming to a spontaneous decision, Kara reached for the letter she had dropped at some point and smoothed it out. Let's try something. I'm going to read this letter to you, and I want you to just listen. Forget about who wrote it, don't focus on the content. That sounds almost like there's something shady going on here. Just listen, Clark. Please. Though he harumphed about it, the truth was that he was more than a bit intrigued by the letter. It carried the thoughts of his clone, after all, so there was that air of mystery, the sense of, how does this other me think? Kara understood him far better than he realized, or she just decided to take matters into her own hands because she just forged right ahead. Hey Kara, big sister, I know this is a bit late, but it's been a busy couple of days for us here at the cave since Maelstrom. Wait, they've been in contact with him? What did I say about not focusing on the details? Since Maelstrom fought off that bounty hunter. Wait, is he talking about the same bounty hunter? Clark, fine. I'll try to be quiet. Batman's been even more overbearing since we told him that Maelstrom handled the whole Lobo thing. It was the same bounty hunter. I will tape your mouth shut if I hear even a squeak from you. There was also the kind of sort of tension from knowing that Maelstrom might have cracked the island up. What the hell was he thinking? Cracking the island? How did he even? You know it's you this time, right? I'm the one reading it. I am exempt to my own rules. That's just not right. With whatever he did to stop Lobo. Lucky for us, whatever patch job he did to hold the island together lasted till he brought Shard over to do a thorough checkup, and she confirmed that he didn't crack a sealed lava chamber. I think everybody glared at him when we heard that part. On the even luckier side, we narrowly missed getting busted for air. I think Bats called it harboring a fugitive or something. Is it weird that I want to know more about that? Welcome to the Gossip Club, Clark. I won't bore you with the full details, but the point is that Maelstrom and Shard teleported into the hub literally a second after Batman zated out. Robin was this close to having a heart attack before realizing that the coast was clear. Maelstrom apologized about the whole thing, but Artemis, Donna and Calder think he knew exactly what he was doing, and, honestly, I can't blame them for thinking like that. Maelstrom's an unrepentant prankster, so a stunt like that isn't impossible. Note to self. Keep him away from Hal, Billy and Barry. I'll let that one slide because I agree with you. There's also been the whole Injustice League investigation we've been working at. Maelstrom and Shard shared what they had, and he talked about us setting up our own information network. He's mostly focusing on having Robin and Artemis deal with that, but do you have any ideas on how to do that? I mean, I may not have all of Superman's abilities, but maybe I can help in other ways too? By the way, something's up with Robin. He's been preoccupied and kinda worried about something since the Lobo fight. Raven pointed it out earlier today that he's getting bags under his eyes, and the strangest part is that Wally knows about it, but he's keeping quiet. Wally never stays quiet about stuff unless they are really important. Oh, I told Megan about your offer and she's really excited about it, so, I don't know, when would you like us to come over? I'm not sure what else to write, so, thanks for helping me cross this off my bucket list. Megan says that's a terrible way to end a letter, but she's not offering any help, so I'm going to end it here before I write something embarrassing. Connor. So, Kara turned to Clark as he sat back, having moved over to read the last section himself. What do you think about him? What, Connor? Ignoring the dry look she shot at him, the Man of Steel tried to put his thoughts into words. Unplanned as it might have been, Kara's decision to read the letter had driven home the points she had forced him to confront. He's more than just a clone of me, he stated simply. Connor is his own person. Give the man a prize, she exclaimed before resting her head on his thigh. Of course he's his own person, you goof. He may be a physically younger clone of you, but mentally, his thoughts, his desires and experiences, they're all him. So please, stop thinking of him in terms of Cadmus or whatever and treat him like a person. A part of him, the part that had long despised the actions of organizations like Cadmus, rebelled at her quiet plea, but a larger part, touched by the young man's letter and his cousin's words, first chance he got to mend this particular bridge. Cadmus Labs, Washington. I really wish Kennedy could be here for this, Tara muttered, brushing some invisible lint off the shoulder of her burgundy jacket. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had become attached to him, Desmond replied, mentally counting the floors as they descended to the most secure chamber in the facility. He sounded calm and composed as ever, but, deep down, he suspected that he was just as nervous as his companion. You might want to be careful. There's nothing of that sort going on, she rejoined smoothly. He's just really good at throwing up bullshit and spinning it long enough to give us room to breath. Especially considering how the bounty hunter debacle ended. Desmond couldn't suppress the slight grimace that twisted his features. Yes, his talent at throwing up bullshit, as you put it, would go a long way to calm my nerves today. At least you weren't directly in charge of the whole thing, she exhaled as the elevator chimed softly. Well, it's time to face the music. The door slid open noiselessly, admitting them into a simple, cream-colored hallway that stretched less than 10 meters before terminating at a plain metal door. Save Kennedy, Dalton and Banerjee, no other member of the facility's 143-strong staff even knew of this section of the labs. The elevator that provided access was lead shielded and sequestered behind Desmond's office. The elevator itself was nothing special. A customized Silver Slip Express, yes, but nothing more. The plain-looking hallway, on the other hand, possessed some of the most sophisticated identity recognition software the world simply didn't know about, along with some truly terrifying automated defense systems. If the wrong person took so much as a step into the hallway, they'd be dead before their third step. And that was saying nothing about the protective systems in place to protect what lay behind the metal door. For Desmond and Tara, who had made the trip enough times for it to be almost rote, the dangers of the hallway didn't even register in their conscious minds. After you, Tara smirked faintly as she performed a mocking bow. A moment later, she was in the chamber herself. Both of you can calm down, the deep, cultured voice of Vandal Savage rumbled out from the display screen mounted on the opposite wall, directly in line with the door. 6 more displays were lined along the wall, 3 to either side of Savage's, though only 3 more displayed the white silhouetted, semi-amorphous forms of the Cadmus board. Cobra vouches for your efforts, Tara, and following our review of the situation, we are in agreement. Desmond inclined his head slightly and awaited their command, knowing that in this chamber not a single member of the Light gave a damn about typical notions of courtesy. He was right. The next voice distorted as it was carried the familiar, direct tone of Lex Luthor. What do you have for us, Desmond? I am afraid we have nothing substantial. Silence for a moment, then the regal voice of the only female member of the Light, explained. Following extensive analysis including pulling up data from every prior encounter with him, we have ascribed probabilities to the nature of the target's abilities. The most likely being a unique, heretofore unknown form of magic. He explained, easily recalling the hours of frustrated effort as they tried to break down the nature of this, Maelstrom's abilities. However, our guesses are just that, guesses. Since we placed him under observation, he has utilized elemental abilities, enhanced physical abilities, resistance to telepathic influence and strangely potent energy manipulation abilities. Tara smoothly took over from him. While the available data on metahumans is limited, every detail points to the fact that they all possess a single ability. Whatever subsets they have are often tied directly to the primary abilities. We cannot decipher what the origin point of his abilities is, they are simply too varied. Yes, we sent the bounty hunter in because we thought the Zarnane's physical abilities would force the target to utilize more of his elemental and energy manipulation abilities. Vandal stated thoughtfully. Following the target's fight with Tathatum, we deemed it a reasonable matchup. The idea that he could match the Zarnian without that golden cloak of his never occurred to any of us. It came as a shock to us as well, sir, Terra agreed. And some of our analysts suspect that he could draw on even more strength without calling on whatever abilities the cloak grants him. They didn't need to see the physical bodies behind the silhouettes to know that they had all recoiled in shock. Explain. Lex demanded. Terra clenched her jaw for a second, wishing again that Kennedy was here. He would have sensed her distress and taken charge of this. Well, he's not here, so suck it up and go. During the analysis of the battle, we observed that the target's physical parameters seemed to grow as the fight wore on. In the opening moments of the fight, his blows seemed to do little damage to the Zarnian. Then, after he had gotten the rest of the teenage heroes out of the way, his attacks struck with greater force than before, following Lobo's nearly crippling attack. The one that forced the target to utilize that strange energy disc ball hybrid, Desmond clarified. A shuriken, Desmond, the fourth voice stated. Much like the female voice, neither Terra nor Desmond could put a name to this voice after all the meetings they'd had with the light. It took the form of a shuriken with the blue energy ball in the center. No offense meant, sir, but whatever it was, the target utilized some sort of enhancement ability that turned his skin black and increased his body temperature to over 350 degrees Celsius. Terra continued. From that point on, his strength and durability seemed to increase in tandem with his internal temperature until he pulled off that final attack. According to your sensor readouts, this final attack released enough energy to trigger a magnitude 8.1 earthquake? Yes, ma'am. Terra hesitated, even though she had pretty much witnessed it with her own eyes. The idea that someone could simply turn off an earthquake after it had been triggered was frightening. Before he damped out the effects, we registered the beginnings of a magnitude 8.1 earthquake. And you think he could step it up, so to speak, even further? Some of our analysts believe so, yes ma'am. This news is troubling, the fourth voice stated. This elevates his threat level to Superman's, Savage finished. There is no doubt of this, not after what we saw in the desert. Neither Desmond nor Terra needed any clarification for that statement as they had both watched the Kryptonians clash with the Zarnian 2 days prior. What would you like us to do now? Desmond asked. Continue running your analysis on the Maelstrom, Savage declared. We will revise our plans and contact you where necessary.
One thing, Lex interjected quickly. Superman's fight with Lobo, I suspect we weren't the only ones taking notes. The Zarnian dragged his target from Metropolis to the largest desert on Earth, a perfect location for a fight such as that to take place with next to no interference or prying eyes. We only got to watch because we had a stealth satellite crossing at that moment.
The chamber was silent for a few moments as the other three members of the Light thought over the new angle.
It makes sense, the female voice said. We know the bounty hunter generally goes after his bounty alone. That he attacked the teenage heroes was because we assured him that would be the fastest method of drawing out this maelstrom. It stands to reason, then, that he attacked the Superman to fulfill a contract. Something else to note, the fourth voice added, in his fight against the Kryptonian, Lobo seemed to goad him into attacking. His crude comments and vulgar tongue aside, he wanted Superman to hit him as hard as he could.
Which breeds the question. Why? Vandal Savage paused to allow himself to think the question over for a few moments before continuing. A secondary assignment. Then, Desmond. Scour the satellite's logs and see if you can find anything lurking in that region of space for the duration of that encounter. Focus on the ancillary sensor systems. Understood. Desmond nodded. Should we take any steps with regards to the Count's covert actions in the Bedlam facility? Terra could almost see the amused smile on the Immortal's face as he replied, no attempts at treachery aside, Vertigo has done an excellent job getting the facility off the ground. As to his plans, well, we'll let him dig his own grave while his replacement understudies him. Washington, D.C. For a few moments, the dark-haired man turned away from the watery depths of the insert name here river to observe the ever-moving throng that surrounded him. As was often the case in cities even on his homeworld, the people moving about were often utterly preoccupied with their own matters, moving about in little bubbles of isolation despite the fact that they were surrounded by many others like them, a common trend in cities, according to Anko, who had handled most of his infiltration training. That self-absorbed tendency made it easier, socially speaking, at least to infiltrate cities because you were just another face in the crowd and, for as long as you didn't draw attention to yourself, no one would ever really know you. With the sun beginning its gentle dip below the horizon, the few parents he could see around, mostly single mothers and fathers, he noted absently hurried their kids along, hoping to get them home before the night fell. The office workers were making their way past as well, their numbers growing in time with the darkening sky. Some moved faster than others. Some stopped over at the vendors strewn about randomly to get a quick bite, and a few paused for a few moments by the riverside, losing themselves in the moment. One of them, a lanky man of average height and dirty blonde hair, ambled over to a spot about a foot to the dark-haired man's left and leaned on the guardrail, gaze fixed on the distant sea. The newcomer's clothes, slightly scruffy dark blue suit with the tie loosened, were a counterpoint to those of the dark-haired man who donned a pair of gray sweatpants with a white muscle shirt that sported a stylized aeropostale across the back. "I almost didn't recognize you in that disguise," the blonde stated, seemingly talking to the wind. "I know we said incognito, but, damn, boss, if I wasn't looking underneath the underneath." The dark-haired man smiled faintly to a distant observer. He would have seemed almost nostalgic before replying. "You're one to talk. Extra height, different body type, altered features, we're practically the same here." "Ah, but I'm just a clone," the blonde smirked. "It doesn't matter what I look like anyway. Yours, on the other hand, just about reeks of overkill." "Well, I'm only doing this for your sake. After all, I'm not the one in the belly of the beast." "God, please tell me you don't think these Cadmus yahoos are that good," the blonde snorted lightly. "I could do this in my sleep." "If that's really what you think, then I think I'll pull you out ASAP." The rebuke, for all that it was barely above a whisper, had the features of a vacuum blade. It was fast and infinitely sharp. "Don't forget that half the reason you're so good at this is that you have a copy of the literal soul of the person you're impersonating." It was, mostly a joke. The blonde grimaced slightly, knowing that the other man wasn't too far off the mark. "There'll be no mistakes, I swear." Neither man spoke for a few moments, allowing the dark-haired man a chance to reflect on his appearance. Though the loose pants and baggy shirt did a good job of concealing it, the flabby arms, noticeable paunch around his middle and the double chin were proof enough of the excess weight. It was a far cry from the incredibly fit physique he had sported when the request for this meeting came in a few hours earlier, and he knew that more than a third of his friends back home would have ignored the idea that the overweight man could be the Uzumaki Naruto they had known for however long. The weight wasn't the only thing he'd changed, though. The spiky blonde hair and blue eyes he shared with his father had become a mat of low-cut onyx and muddy brown respectively. His mother's rounded features had been exaggerated to fit his current body weight, and lightly tanned skin had become pasty white. He had even put some of the things he'd learned from Kiba into use to alter his scent. "Literally no one I know would recognize me without some powerful extrasensory techniques." "Do we have a field up?" The question drew him back to the present, and he rolled his eyes at the clone's professionalism. "One-way sound barrier and a dual-layered sensory field covering a 100-meter radius. Satisfied?" "Very." The clone sighed and finally glanced at his grand creator, as it were. "Trust me, if you knew how many particularly nasty curses you've been the target of over the past few days, you'd be a tad paranoid too." Naruto just shrugged. "As long as it isn't directed at the ramen, I think I'll cope." He turned away from the park and back to the meandering river. "So, you guys have been busy playing the data analysis game, then?" "Like you wouldn't believe," the clone sighed. "Lucky for me, I'm just the combat consultant who tells them what I think about X fighter throwing Y blow. Desmond had every last brainiac in the building, himself included, going over every damned frame we recorded." "They find anything? Except the prevailing theory that you're some kind of unknown magic user?" The clone shook its head. "Tara and Desmond have a meeting with the board about it sometime today, and they seemed about set to piss themselves before I left." "They didn't call you in?" "Nope. I had the relaxing job of playing driver to Dr. Banerjee while she finalized whatever it is she's been planning for Durzad." "Which was when you broke out and called for this meeting?" Naruto nodded. "I'm guessing I'll get an update on Cadmus' maelstrom policy." "As soon as we can manage," the clone confirmed. "And while we're still close to it, I think we need to reassign Chloe." Naruto arched an eyebrow at the clone. "She's doing a good job in Gotham." "She's done a great job in Gotham," the blonde corrected. "Heck, she took it a step further with her decision to create a transportation network across the country with the Hirishin tags, but right now, she's just spinning her wheels. It's even worse because Michael's also operating out of Gotham and, at this point, he has far better connections to the underworld than she does." Naruto absently tapped out a long-forgotten tune on the rail as he mulled over Kennedy's words. The question of what to do with his second female clone had crossed his mind a few times since the Injustice Society's attack. Being one of the 6 homunculi he had created, the blonde-haired clone had spearheaded the creation of his information network alongside Michael, while Kennedy and Kakashi served as his plants in the enemy camps and Shiho and Shikamaru helped organize the budding information network. However, having completed her task in Gotham and with Michael gradually increasing his presence in Gotham's criminal world as an information broker, her role had grown redundant, leaving him in a decidedly uncertain position. Now, though, Kennedy's proposition for her, it hadn't taken a second for him to connect the dots and understand what the homunculi wanted opened up a slew of possibilities that would allow him to kill multiple birds with a stone. "How's the security around Durzad?" "Scanty," the reply was instantaneous, giving Naruto the impression that this clone Kennedy by extension had considered every angle it could. Banerjee convinced the board that giving him accessible would help him grow independent within the sandbox of commands the Genomorphs implanted in him. What'll her mission there be? She can't just attach herself to him out of the blue, scanty security or not, that play would throw up all kinds of red flags. Which I'm pretty sure Chloe would know, so she wouldn't make that play, the clone replied. Anyway, we don't need her to do much interacting yet. She's just got note who shows up to his place, the times, whatever little details she thinks are necessary. Tempted as he was to act like he was thinking it over, Naruto quickly dismissed that thought and nodded to the clone. I'll have Michael take over her section today while Shiho and Shika deal with getting her a clean persona. You'll handle the briefing as soon as that's done. Make sure you fill her in on every last scrap of intel you've got about Durzad. Take no chances on this. Understood. The clone nodded firmly. I'll also keep tabs on Durzad. If anything about Chloe pops up on that radar, I'll make sure she knows. Good. He pushed his bulky body away from the rail and sighed. What else do you have for me? Just one thing, the clone replied. During the fight with Lobo, you used Sage Mode, yeah? When Naruto hummed in agreement, the clone continued. Was it the green you tapped into? Now that was an odd question if Naruto had ever heard one. The green was the only thing he could possibly draw natural energy. It was the seed of this world's consciousness after all, a fact that he quickly explained to the clone. To his surprise, the clone shook its head in clear disagreement. I don't think so. During your fight with Lobo, Kennedy connected with you via the Shinkakaru and he sensed something seriously off with you. And it showed in the way you fought. I'm listening. Shortly after you nut-shotted the bounty hunter, your fighting style began to degrade. You went from dodging Lobo's attacks to tanking them. You gradually shifted from any particular fighting style to a classic brawler style. I got pissed at his stupid regeneration, Naruto commented, recalling the way the bounty hunter seemed to just plow through whatever he threw at him. You would have lost it a bit too if you'd been in my shoes. Genjutsu didn't do shit. He tanked a bloody Rasen Shuriken and I couldn't risk investing the time and energy in setting up a sealing formula just to watch that go down the drain because his physiology rendered a tiny aspect of the seal mood. Maybe, the clone shrugged. Even with the personality changes to the homunculi, the fact remained that they were all still Naruto's. Similar reactions in certain conditions were to be expected. Whatever the case, I sensed a strange presence in your mind just before you nuked the bounty hunter. You think something got into my head? I don't think this, boss, I felt it. The clone turned to its master, an intensely focused look in its eyes. Boss, it was like you'd reverted to one of the older Biju cloaks. The four-tailed cloak to be precise. Now that caught Naruto's attention. Having spent nearly 2 years fully synchronized with Kurama, he had almost forgotten the older tailed beast cloaks. No, he grimaced slightly as he turned away from Kennedy's clone. I didn't allow myself to remember it. He knew it wasn't healthy to suppress his own memories but, in light of the fact that the strongest memories connected to the old cloaks were Sasuke's betrayal, Sakura's near-death experience and Hinata's actual death, well, he felt he deserved a pass on the whole thing. Except now the whole thing is being shoved in my face. The clone winced slightly at the scowl his creator sported, knowing exactly what kind of memories were running through his mind. I'm sorry boss but that's what I felt. Was it? Did it come from inside me? It didn't, the clone replied emphatically, studiously ignoring the boss's despair-laden sigh even though it knew exactly how painful that statement had been. The last thing it had wanted was to shatter whatever hopes the boss might have had but it was far better to do so now than to give him a false hope of finding their old partner. It was the one reason Kennedy hadn't simply rushed to warn the boss about the new development. He had spent every last second he could spare breaking down and analyzing what he had felt to identify its source. I'm sorry, boss, but that wasn't Kurama. Neither man spoke for the next couple of minutes, the clone respectfully quiet as Naruto experienced the grief of losing his friend yet again. Then, after gathering his thoughts again, he turned to the clone. You wouldn't have brought this up if you didn't have a theory. I do, the clone replied quickly. At the back of its mind, it made a note to share this memory with Shiho. Hopefully the analyst would help the boss deal with the grief he was suppressing or better yet, she would have Kagaya deal with it. One thing I noted about the whole thing was how primal your thoughts became as the fight went on. Seeing the questioning look on the temporarily dark-haired man's face, the clone continued. I don't know how else to put it but it's like I said earlier. You started ignoring the more logical things in the fight just like the animalistic focus of the fourth tail and just focused on pounding him into a pulp. He tanked a Rasen Shuriken while off guard, Naruto stated dryly. With Genjutsu not doing anything, pounding him into a pulp was the only choice. But you could have done it without getting hit even a tenth as much as you did. The clone argued. You took more hits in the last 10 minutes than you did through the rest of that fight. And it all started when you started pulling on more nature energy. So you think there's a problem with Sage Mode? No, not with the mode itself. That would mean you're having issues balancing the energies internally and we already know what would happen if that were the case. Both shuddered, recalling the feeling of gradually being turned to stone from his first attempt at learning the enhancement technique. If Fukasaku hadn't been keeping a close eye on him, no, it definitely isn't Sage Mode itself that's the problem. It didn't take long for Naruto to understand what the clone was getting at. You think it's the natural energy that's got a problem? I mean, it kind of fits, doesn't it? We've always felt that the natural energy of this world was somehow disjointed, Naruto supplied knowingly. It's like the wind is separate from the water which is separate from the land, on and on. And Yggdrasil hinted at it too, when he talked about the other quartz. Exactly, the clone nodded. We always thought he meant other quartz in the green, but what if he meant other quartz in nature? You think that's what we're dealing with? Naruto asked, a slight frown on his face as he mulled it over. Maybe I went beyond the green and tapped into some other form of natural energy? Sounds reasonable to me, boss, the clone shrugged. Like I said, the whole thing felt primal, animalistic. If there's a quart for the plant life of this planet, then maybe there's an equivalent for the animals? The idea made sense. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more Naruto wondered how he hadn't thought of it before. Nature, as he had learned from the toads, was essentially the sum total of life, comprising of both the living things and the non-living things that supported the existence of life. If that held true in this universe as well, then it made no sense for nature to manifest solely as the green, which dealt pretty exclusively with plants. What about the waters, the winds, the animal life? But if that's the case, then why did I just gravitate toward the green? It was a rhetorical question, the clone knew, yet it replied all the same. Kennedy thinks you should talk to Pamela before making any further moves. She may be an agent of the green, but she has to know a lot more about the nature of this world's natural energy than we do right now. Good-eyed her leverage again, Naruto muttered quietly as he thought the situation over. A few minutes later, he sighed. I'll see if I can't twist her arm a bit on this. Worst case, I'll go straight to Yggdrasil. I don't know if anyone at Cadmus knows anything about this, but… Naruto shook his head. If they do know, they'll wonder why you're asking, and if they don't, you may just set them on a path we really don't want them getting so much as a whiff of. The clone nodded. I'll wait for Chloe's call then. Yeah. With nothing more to say, the clone waited a moment before walking away, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Behind him, Naruto remained behind, gazing at the sliver of the sun left above the horizon. Here's chapter 29, guys. I thought I was getting better when I got the last chapter of The Watchers out, but an unexpected relapse had me typing pretty much this entire chapter while bedridden. Some time ago, I got slammed by a reader in a PM for not understanding the source material I was working from. Apparently, my decision to have Naruto access natural energy pretty much exclusively through the green was a sign that I didn't know what I was doing. I hope this chapter proves again that I did in fact think that one through. I know all about the various quartz, from the green to the red, white, blue, even the gray. I understand how they all intermingled to form the totality of nature. I simply chose to start off with a more widely known section, one that, to me, would fit Naruto's backstory before moving to the other parts. I hope I did a decent job explaining Superman's reticence toward Connor. I never liked how the series had him treat Connor like a nobody until the end of the first season. It made Soup seem really shallow, like he only cared about Connor after Connor did something worth noticing, basically helping the team free the JL from the light. The Watchers TIH should be out by August 15th, after which I'll delve into my Harry Potter FIC, Ripple Effect, which will be out by the end of August. ANL returns in September. As usual, please remember to drop a review on this chapter. The Ethereal Lord. A huge shout out to my July patrons, Oscar, Hu and Adam. If you are interested, please support my work on Patreon, the Ethereal Award. Please remember to remove the spaces, your support is greatly appreciated. P.S. Here's my response to Krista's message. I would have preferred a PM, but the reviewed was guested. To begin with, your comment on Naruto rendering the team redundant because he took Lobo on where they failed strikes me as a bit odd. In Season 3, certain members of the team plus a few new characters, Halo, Geoforce, Black Lightning being the heavy hitters so to speak, went up against a Lobo with a mentality similar to the one I depicted in the last chapter. Put simply, Lobo essentially walked right through them. He only took damage from two sources. Superficial damage from Geoforce, burnt his jacket off and toasted his skin. And slightly more substantial damage from Halo, who cut his finger off. With that in mind, it makes sense that the team in the last chapter simply could scratch Lobo, at least, not without matching Naruto's last kick. Second, Lobo is only a jobber because plot. Remember, Batman shot Darkseid faster than Darkseid could hit him with the Omega Beams. Same beams that give Supes and Flash a run for their money. Darkseid was once about as powerful as a human gangster, Boss Darkseid. The list goes on. The fact, however, remains that Lobo is consistently shown as having Superman-level durability which, coupled with a Deadpool plus regeneration and functional immortality, having been barred from pretty much every version of the afterlife, make him a tough nut to crack for damn near anyone. Finally, I really wish I could have explained it more in the FIC, but the chance never really came up. Suffice it to say that, according to my theories on Fuinjutsu, there was a solid chance that a seal like a stasis seal may not have worked against Lobo.
To me, while seals are stupidly broken when applied correctly, the major drawback to them is the fact that they are extremely rigid in their application.
A stasis seal designed to halt movement by interacting with the nervous system of a human would not work on an alien with as much as a 2% variance in their neural structure. This is because seals function a lot like computer codes. A program written in a certain language for a specific problem will generally not work for a problem that doesn't match its parameters. Here's some out-of-story exposition. The seal Naruto used against Black Adam, the Six Rods Prison of Light, works by forcibly ejecting external energy, like the magic that powers Teth, from a body. A seal like that would fail if utilized against, say, Martian Manhunter because Jean's powers are physiology-based. They would, however, work against the Speed Force users, if they got caught in the field, because their speed is as a result of the Speed Force's empowerment. I hope this explains it. The following scenes are important to the overarching story, however I was unable to think of how to fit them into the whole story, so here they are as extra scenes. Apocalypse. The dread world of the Apocalyptian new gods could never be described even on the best of days in anything save dreary, unforgiving, and cruel. With that in mind, it spoke of the truly inhumane nature of the activities that went on in the laboratories that not but the most highly placed Apocalyptians dared approach these areas. The laboratories were the realm of the god scientist of Apocalypse, the being whose twisted mind spawned the most grotesque tools for the Dark Lord, typically at the cost of unspeakable horrors for those unlucky enough to have been pressed into service. The atmosphere here roiled with a miasma of agonized hopelessness, while the stench of various bodily fluids, the putrefaction of failed experiments, and the unending wail of unfortunate souls filled the air like a symphony of the damned. A new sound boomed through this nightmarish hellscape, an almost unending roar that drowned every other cry, shaking the dark, twisted structures of the laboratories, indeed, even the lands beyond. At the center, the sprawling, haphazardly laid complex, the god scientist himself sketched a low bow before his master as he gestured toward the creature shackled within a crimson void. I have correlated the data I received from our test of the Kryptonian, Master. Every simulation has provided the same results. The creature exceeds anything this Superman can throw at it. Hovering mere feet away from Desaad's creation, the Dark Lord of Apocalypse watched coolly as the rage-maddened creature twisted and turned, making every attempt at freeing itself its shackles. Having led the amalgamation and destruction of a vast number of worlds, it could easily be said that Darkseid had seen just about everything there was to see in the universe, yet this creature was something new. Strength enough to tear worlds apart, resilience that allowed it to walk away from just about any attack, and a hate-filled rage to drive it on. Is the transport ready?
Kalibak just returned from their asteroid belt with a suitable rock. Desaad replied immediately. It will take a few hours to prepare it as we require.
Good. The Dark Lord of Apocalypse turned away from the creature, ignoring its renewed bellows. Let me know when all is prepared. Desaad's obsequious response was mostly unnoticed by Darkseid, whose mind was already focused on the aftermath of the coming conquest. That the creature would fail never once crossed his mind. Cardsharps, Gotham, I hear you've got a reputation for uncovering secrets. I've got a reputation for a lot of things. Michael shrugged as the dark-haired young lady slid into the seat opposite him. A glass of some drink or the other nestled in her hands while the strobing lights flashed. All depends on who's asking. Alexis, she smiled impishly, subconsciously bobbing her Huzik from the dance floor as she stretched her hand for a shake. But you probably knew that already, Is there a way to answer that without seeming like a stalker? Though his response was light-hearted and he shook her hand most courteously, the homunculus mind was filled with a blinding blur of thoughts. The fact that he didn't have so much as a clue regarding her identity was an even bigger red flag than the fact that for someone he was seen in the club for the first time, not only had she walked right into Cardsharps without an escort of any sort, she had maintained eye contact with him as she meandered over to the bar before joining him at his table. He didn't know her, but she clearly knew him. So, what would the Lady Alexis like to know about? He asked. You've heard all the rumors surrounding the Joker's supposed death, right? Not supposed, he replied casually, noting the slight narrowing of her eyes. You're asking the one thing everyone wants to know. Hell, before Cobblepot and his type even thought about touching the Joker's turf, that was all they wanted to know. And you can confirm that the Joker's dead because it's my thing? He replied dryly, ignoring the slight hesitance in her question before leaning forward. Be serious. The moment the news filtered through the vine, the first thing we all did was scramble to figure out if it was the truth or just another one of the clown's pranks. Easy, he cautioned himself, seeing the anger creeping in on her face. I pressed what sources I could, called in favors whatever I could. I did to confirm this, including taking a short jaunt to the bloody mosquito-infested swamp myself, and here's what I got from one of the Argus agents that handled the cleanup job. Both Batman and Superman believe the Joker's dead. That doesn't mean, it doesn't, but it was enough confirmation to throw Gotham into its current state, and unless the clown himself shows up. He shook his head pointedly as he sat back. I know you don't want to hear it, but your boss is gone. The look she shot at him was pure ice, but he just waved it off. You know what I do, so it shouldn't surprise you that I know who you are. Then you know what I want. My skills don't stretch to clairvoyance, I'm afraid, he shrugged. Then I'll keep it in line with what you're good at. She glared hatefully at him as she pushed away from the table. Since you're so sure he's dead, you'll have to find me his killer. I just don't get it. Naruto whined as he slowly moved through the ninth kata of the Kawazu Kumite. I already understand the stuff about drawing nature in or whatever. Why'd I still need to know what ow? You overextended your arm on that punch, Naruto-san, Gamatotsu boomed as quietly as he could. His eyes focused on the little human atop the hillock. The Kawazu Kumite is not invincible, Naruto-san, and its effectiveness is reduced if one makes such careless mistakes. I must, therefore, correct such mistakes in your form, though I am a clumsy teacher. Again with the clumsy thing, Tatsu, I already told you. You're not clumsy at all. The blonde winced as he shook out the stinging pain in his arm. The mild paralyzing agent in the giant toad's saliva already nullified by his enhanced healing. Anyway, this'll teach me to let my mind wander when I'm training, yeah? With the pain gone, he launched himself into the training again, starting from the first kata. He was just moving through the fifth when a familiar face hopped up to the clearing atop the hillock. Naruto boy, lunchtime. His flinch was so pronounced that he quite clearly mistimed a sequence of combos, leaving him desperately floundering to get back on track. That's not the way it is done, Naruto boy. The newcomer shook her head, clearly disappointed before wheeling round on the larger, magenta-hued toad, her purple curls bouncing. What is the meaning of this, Gamatotsu? I thought his form was getting better. It is, Shima-sama, the battle toad bowed, partly out of respect but mostly so she could not see the little smile that pulled at the corner of his mouth. However, I have instructed him to fight as though he is truly in a battle, and what you saw was his reaction to an enemy breaking his flow of the battle. Is that so? The smaller toad squinted at her larger clanmate, clearly not believing him but finding no fault in his words. Well, I didn't know he had progressed this far in learning our style. He has a long way to go yet, Shima-sama, and much to learn still, Tatsu replied, lifting his large head to stare at her, giving no sign of what he could see happening behind her. He may not be as swift as his father before him, but he is coming along just fine, though I am a clumsy teacher. Oh, stop that, Shima replied absently, the exchange so commonplace that it was almost rote now. You may take your leave. I will call for you when I am done with Naruto boy. Just then, a loud belch drew her attention and she turned to see Naruto drop to the ground with a contented sigh, a green trail of her spider leg and moss soup rolling down the corner of his mouth. Naruto boy. Sorry Granny Shima. I just got so hungry. He beamed at her as widely and as innocently as he could, praying that she would believe him. That was really filling, though, and the moss really held it together. Ah, I knew you would come around, Shima boasted proudly as Gamatotsu quickly leapt away before his laughter could give him away. Mama Shima's cooking is the best. Naruto wisely kept his mouth shut and nodded. A few minutes later, the elder toad turned to the young man seated beside her. So, have you come to an answer yet? Naruto sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, Shima-sama, but I just don't get it. Why'd I have to understand nature to understand sage mode? I mean, I can sense it already and I already understand the basics of drawing it in, so why can't I just get to mastering sage mode already? Pain still is out there and every minute I spend up here is a chance that he'll attack someone I care about and I won't be able to stop him and… Naruto boy, though she didn't raise her voice, the sharp rebuke in her tone was clear and her human companion quickly zipped his lips. The senjutsu arts are not like the plain ninjutsu you are used to. A man can blunder his way into learning a host of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Even the forbidden ones. She paused here to give him a pointed stare and, after a moment, he ducked his head, embarrassed. It didn't take a genius to know that she was referring to his go-to technique and the story behind how he had picked it up. To be a conduit for the power of nature itself, however, requires a good understanding of what nature itself is. The elder toad turned her face to the sky and sighed, enjoying the crisp, clean air. The world rests in delicate balance with itself, Naruto boy, and senjutsu gives one the power to share in that balance. To wield the power of nature is not only a great responsibility but a risk because nature is everything. Jump City. Despite his many years of utilizing the sage arts, Naruto knew that he had only truly begun to understand what nature was when he first tapped into the natural energy of this new world. On his world, there always seemed to be something more pressing than learning to really commune with nature, and so the thought had always blended into his vaguely defined bucket list. Even here, he had somehow stumbled into enough things to keep him from peering too deeply into the differences between the nature of this world and that of his home, leaving him coasting along on the knowledge that he had gleaned from Pamela and Yggdrasil. No more. Alone in the Jump City apartment, Naruto sat on the floor of his study, feet crossed beneath him as he slowly regulated his breathing until he was perfectly still. He had done this so many times that only Hashirama and maybe his dad could access their respective sage modes faster than he could, but he had decided to go back to the basics and take each step slowly so that he could know if or when, as the case could prove be, anything went wrong. After a few moments standing in the doorway, so to speak, the shinobi dived in. Within a few moments, the darkness of the world around him began to glow with a faint, ephemeral light that represented the flow of nature around him, and, a few seconds later, he heard the unending cry of the green, pleading, pushing and threatening him to save her children. Though he felt pained by her cries, he blocked his mind to those cries and pushed further, delving deeper and deeper into the green until he felt the thrumming power around him as keenly as he had during his fight with the bounty hunter. He stopped here for a moment and cast his awareness outward, searching for any trace of the presence his clone claimed to have detected. At this depth, the cries of the green were not louder per se, but they were definitely more insistent and required a more concerted effort to silence the now buzzing voice. It was as he strove to silence the voice that he felt the sudden spike of a foreign yet intimately familiar energy that brushed at the edges of his consciousness. His first instinct was to chase after it, to not give it time to hide, and he was sorely tempted to just do so. However, his training with Jiraiya and Anko, much later on, had helped him curb such tendencies, and so, rather than fling himself down the rabbit hole, he pulled awareness inward before directing a little probe in the direction of the strange energy and waited. A few minutes later, he felt it tug at his probe again. This time, he was able to glean just a little bit more from it, feeling the almost childish glee it radiated. Cautiously, the shinobi pushed himself toward it, feeling himself sink into the deepest recesses of the green before slipping into a separate realm of nature. A faint gust of wind, the only sign of his passage. To his mind's eye, the experience was jarring, leaving him feeling so disjointed by the experience that he needed a moment to gather his wits. What he saw left him gaping. The world, which had always radiated that faint ephemeral light, had exploded into a magnificent kaleidoscope of dancing lights, each one moving in a vibrant, unending flow. They should have created a maddening pattern. In fact, they probably would have run anyone crazy if they had been created by human thought. Instead of madness, however, Naruto's bewildered sight bore witness to a chaotic beauty that of human logic. His curiosity beating back years of training, he tentatively cast his awareness forth and touched one of those dancing lights. Nature is everything. Shima's words rang through his mind as his awareness was pulled through the world itself. He felt the gentle peace of a humongous blue whale as it languidly pushed through the cool waters of the Pacific. A moment later, he was a hawk, streaking through the air, a sense of feral satisfaction blooming in his chest at another successful hunt. Then he was the earth itself, immovable, ancient, giving life to all that walked upon his surface. For the first time since his senjutsu training, Naruto finally understood what those words meant. It wasn't merely some mystical claptrap or some vaguely puzzling riddle meant to cause confusion. He really was everything. He was the air he breathed, the water he drank, the liquid fire that flowed in his veins. It was all him. Without realizing it, he let loose an exultant cry and, ignoring the slight tremors he felt at the back of his mind, the shinobi immersed himself deeper and deeper into the world, basking in the warmth of her interconnectedness. As he skimmed over the Kalahari, he paused to observe a flock of vultures as they tore into the carcass of some long-dead animal. It was a ghastly sight, watching the carrion eaters tear into their rotting flesh meal, but he found himself drawn to the sight nonetheless, a morbid question burning in his mind. Is death a part of nature too? Because he had been so focused on the physical advantages senjutsu would grant him, he had never really bothered learning the more esoteric side of things, much to Fukasaku's disappointment, so the chance to patch up his knowledge was far too tempting. He should have resisted. Gotham, then I'll keep it in line with what you're good at. Since you're so sure he's dead, you'll have to find me his killer. No fucking way. A stunned Chloe stared at her longtime partner in shock, her shirt hanging awkwardly midway over her face. You gotta be kidding. I shit you not, Chloe. Bloody punchline just indirectly asked me to deliver the boss's head to her. Michael groaned. I swear, we had to have the most insanely unbalanced luck anywhere. And you're sure it was her? The blonde asked as she finally remembered to pull the mauve shirt down. Punchline, I mean, how do you know this Alexis girl is really her? You know the kind of training we got from Anko and Inoichi, he replied pointedly. Her body language, tone, the look in her eyes every time the conversation wound down to the Joker's present state. If Alexis isn't Punchline, then she's gotta be the only living Joker fangirl. Does the name Harley Quinn ring any bells? She doesn't count, he flicked his hand dismissively. The Joker twisted her mind until she became what she is now. Unless he's done the same with Alexis, which is not impossible. I know, but unless history's repeating itself here, then she's a willing fan of that lunatic and my words stand. The room in Chloe's little apartment was quiet for a while after that, allowing the sounds of Gotham's busy streets slightly muted, thankfully, due to the apartment's fourth-floor location to filter in through the open windows. While her companion lounged on the couch in the corner, occasionally tossing her an items from the vanity table when she requested them, Chloe was at the tail end of her preparations for her new assignment. Clothes had been neatly folded and packed away in a pair of traveling cases. Shoes were in a separate case alongside her accessories, and she was halfway through her dressing. Talk about a massive conflict of interests. She let out a long sigh and moved over to the vanity. So when are you taking this to the boss? Her companion's features grew a little sour at the question, and that's where the problem is. The blonde arched an eyebrow at him, more curious than critical. Really? Look, I don't want to keep secrets from him, but I am actually a little torn up about this. He sat up and turned to her. On one hand, telling the boss is logical and could prove to be important in some way that I can't think of just yet. On the other hand, whether we like it or not, we're getting a bit too connected." She couldn't quite understand what he meant by that, so she leaned on the vanity and stared at him. "I don't get it. Right now the boss has his fingers stuck in quite a number of things. There's Cadmus through Ken, Jinx and her crew through Kakashi, the criminal underworld and Paula through me, Harley and the Nirvana structure through Shiho. I'm about to add the whole Zod thing to that," she added, earning a short nod from him. "Exactly. We've got all this stuff and we haven't even gotten to the things the boss is handling directly," Michael summarized. "The boss doesn't exactly have the time to start looking over his shoulder because the Joker's crazy side chick's coming after him." "Flattering," she muttered dryly. "Still, you're not wrong. Adding punchline to the boss's plate could topple the delicate juggling act we've got going." "I knew you'd get it," he nodded as he stood up to begin pacing around the room. "I know I'm leaving sometime today, but is wearing the carpet thin really necessary?" "The stupid thing's threadbare as it is," he replied, kicking absently at a particularly thin spot. "It'd be a mercy to just pack it up and burn it." He fell silent again and, seeing that he wasn't about to stop moving about, she got back to touching up her makeup. "Punchline's a unique kind of dangerous," Michael stated, finally coming to a halt at the window overlooking one of Gotham's seedier areas. "Right now, I'd say she's like Kabuto after Sasuke offed Orochimaru." "Wait, I thought we were going with the Joker-Kabuto similarity?" "I'm beginning to think we were wrong," he admitted. "Sure, there's a similarity or two, but the fact is we never had a villain like the Joker. Back home, every criminal had a goal. Something that drove them to do what they did, and when you really think about it, the Akatsuki pretty effectively showed that. Hidan's religious bullshit, Kakuzu's money lust, Itachi's skewed patriotism. Meanwhile the Joker's a mindless killer that glories in the sheer chaotic carnage he can cause," an impatient Chloe cut in. "Where's the punchline Kabuto thing coming from?" "Well, they both lost a really fucked up mentor which left them feeling adrift, right? You're guessing with Alexis, but I'll let it slide. Okay, now for Kabuto, when his mentor died, he decided to finish what said mentor had started by becoming whatever the heck he was during the Fourth War. Alexis's case is a tad different but fundamentally similar. With the Joker gone, she's basically launched herself into his spot, at least, unofficially. Except she's also trying to find the Joker's killer, which Kabuto didn't do, and she's not likely thank the boss for ridding the planet of that shit stain. Well, Sasuke's not exactly the type to share such personal information as if Kabuto tried to kill him for killing the snake, so I'm not exactly accurate on Kabuto's life," the male homunculus shrugged. "Still, I think that connection might not be all that far off." "Well, I can't really say that I see it so," she glanced at the mirror then turned back to him. "How'd I look?" He stared at her blankly for a few seconds, and she huffed in exasperation. "I need to know how I look before I leave, moron. I can't risk giving off the wrong impression when I get to Zod's apartment, so I need you to tell me what you ngh." It hit them with all the force of a bullet train, bowling both homunculi over and leaving them shuddering and gasping on the floor. The experience was excruciating. Michael felt his lungs shriveling up in his chest as his blood slowly thickened. Chloe's heart seemed to grow black with age all of a sudden, and her bones grew brittle, and then nothing. Twin gasps of relief filled the room for minutes as the two struggled to regain their bearing now that this gone. When they finally pushed themselves to a sitting position, Michael turned frightfully bloodshot eyes to his suddenly white-complected companion, the color completely gone from her skin. What in all the hells was that? Jump City. The Gotham duo were not the only ones who felt the cold hands of death around their hearts. Every one of Naruto's homunculi felt it as well, and it left them feeling just as shaken. What they felt was little more than the aftershock following a great quake. For Naruto, who lay at the epicenter, the experience was simply indescribable. For what seemed like a lifetime after his connection to the realm of death had been severed, Naruto's mind remained tightly shut to the external world. His consciousness barricaded away behind fortress after fortress of mental defenses that kept everything out while his subconscious stitched him back together again. When he finally returned to consciousness, a passerby would have been for thinking that he had simply dozed off. There was no sudden jerking to wakefulness or dramatically exaggerated inhalation, he just opened his eyes. Then he rolled over and threw up near everything in his stomach. There was a tinny sort of ringing in his ears, he noted as his belly heaved again. At first, the sound was a constant buzz, but, as time passed, it resolved itself first into a series of rhythmic buzzes, then it became a distant voice calling out to him. He was too weak to even make a sound save retching, that is, so he tried to see if he could catch a glimpse of whatever was creating the noise. The dark, nebulous shape he saw would have sent him scrambling away if he had the strength to move. As it was, he could only shudder as the shape drew closer, looming over him ominously. The distant voice called out again and, oddly enough, he would have sworn that he heard a frantic edge to it as he felt a flurry of feather-light jabs all around his torso. A moment later, his stomach stopped forcing its way up his throat, and he was able to focus on clearing the cobwebs from his mind. The ominous silhouette that had so thoroughly terrified him resolved itself into a familiar, white-haired figure. "Naruto? Are you okay?" He couldn't seem to place a name to her yet, but it was clear from the look in her violet eyes that she was truly worried, and he felt a sudden pang of guilt for putting her in such a state. The white-haired woman turned and shouted for some water. A moment later, a perfect replica of her walked in with a plastic bottle half filled with water in her hand. A shadow clone. The answer swam to the surface of his mind, accompanied by a deluge of information that somehow clicked seamlessly into their right spots. Here, drink this. He could only manage small sips, but the relief that those little drops provided was heavenly. As he leaned his head back again, more of those memories clicked into their places, and he felt a peculiar sense of closeness to the woman who was even now swiping a damp cloth over his forehead. Then it all clicked and he knew who she was. Kaguya. The cloth was taken away and she stared at him with eyes that were now a milky lavender but no less worried. "Oh God, you're okay." She bent over until her forehead was touching his, and he saw the faint sheen of unshed tears filming her eyes. "You're okay." They remained that way for a while. Kaguya, relieved that he was alright. Naruto, soaking in her presence to banish the lingering chill of his experience. Their moment was broken when her clone quietly walked in and dropped a tray on the table before dispersing with a muted pop, taking that as her cue. Kaguya pulled back and helped him sit up. "Easy, easy. How are you feeling?" "Honestly," he pulled in a shaky breath and let it out slowly. "Like I just fought my way through the gates of death." "What happened here?" "I was talking to Harley when Shiho started convulsing. She was barely able to get your name out before she collapsed." "It got to her too?" he asked, surprised. He had known that his homunculi could receive faint impressions of what he was going through thanks to the heart link seal they all shared, but he had believed that Shiho's location in one of the alternate dimensions he had access to had cut her off from the rest of them. Clearly, he was wrong. His question drew a narrow-eyed stare from Kaguya, though, and when she spoke, her tone was far more demanding. "Naruto, what got to her? What happened here?" "My curiosity got the best of me," he admitted with a slight grimace. "I was investigating something Kennedy pointed out to me a few days ago, and—" "What the hell were you investigating that nearly got you killed?" She was trying her best not to exaggerate, but the desperate drive to ensure that he survived was fading, leaving in its wake the seething fear that had gripped her when she teleported in and saw him lying lifeless on the ground. "Naruto, you were mere moments away from having your chakra utterly consumed by something. All that was left of your chakra was a faint blue crack just over your heart. Do you know what that means?" He did. The belly might be the seat of chakra, but the heart generated it. If the tenketsu above his heart had been consumed, it was the natural energy. No, he shook his head. No, it wasn't the natural energy itself. Kennedy brought something that happened while I fought Lobo to my attention. Something about the disjointed structure of this world's natural energy. You decided to check it out on your own? The comment was delivered with a nasty bite, but Naruto sensed that she was simply lashing out, and rightfully so he quietly bore the brunt of her fear-fueled ire. "Did it ever cross your mind to try talking to Pamela or whatever that tree person you talked about? Did you even think about talking to them first? They're both deeply tied to the green. I wasn't sure what they would tell me, and I didn't want any biased opinions." "So you nearly killed yourself." Tempted as she was to go off on another rant, her training finally kicked in and she turned away from him to slowly take in and release a few breaths. When she turned back, she was noticeably calmer. "Okay, walk me through this from whatever Kennedy told you to me, finding you limp on the floor with your heart practically shriveling up." He did just that, sparing no details in his recount. By the time he was through, Kaguya's stern look had softened into one of quiet contemplation. Finally, after a brief period of silence, she asked, "Do we take it that he was right then? About that extra presence he sensed?" Naruto nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think so. I believe I've narrowed the options down to either the fire element or the, let's call it the fauna element." "Foul animals?" She narrowed her eyes at him, then nodded slowly. "It would fit the whole, primal, and instinctive motif Kennedy talked about." "My thoughts exactly. And it was the death element that caused all this." When he nodded, the ex-princess sat back with a loud sigh as she tried to wrap her mind around the concept that death could be a portion of natural energy. "Naruto, don't you think this creates a bit of a problem? I mean, we can't knock senjutsu off your list. It is the perfect boost to your abilities across board without drawing much attention to yourself. Without it." "Hey now, hold on Kaguya," he frowned. "This doesn't actually change much of anything. Sure, I may not be able to draw on the full power of nature, but I can still draw on the green like I've been doing all this time. And when this death element decides to pay you a visit the way the animal element did?" She rejoined coldly, staring unblinkingly at him. "But then, what if I'm not there to forcibly shed your tenketsu from drawing in any more natural energy? Does Cory or any member of the team just stand there and watch you die?" She knew how vicious her words must have sounded, but at that moment she had no choice. She had to hit her point home as hard as she could to ensure that he understood her clearly. Their stare Dr. Ages, the tension between them crackled like a bonfire, but in the end, one of them had to give way. "I'm not telling you to never attempt to use senjutsu again," she stated quietly, reaching out to hold onto his hand. I just want you to do everything you can to understand it and what happened today as quickly as possible so we don't leave anything to chance. Fine. Naruto sighed as he turned his palm up to hold onto her. I need a drink. My head still feels like a screwed up pressure valve. You and me both, she admitted as she stood up. Come on. Shika sent in a shipment of Hakaisan's finest. Let's go get shit-faced drunk.
We'll have a terrible headache by tomorrow, he warned, though he let her pull him up without any attempt to fight.
And you'll wave your hand and make us all better. Let's go. Mayuri Medical Center, Utah. The deep thrum of the machine ceased as the gurney slid out and Kennedy pushed himself up, blinking rapidly to quickly adjust his sight to his surroundings again. He turned to the source of the voice and saw Tara walking up to him, covering the distance from the observation station to the MRI in moments with her long-legged stride. How do you feel? Though she sounded businesslike as always, Kennedy saw a faint flicker of concern in her eyes as she stood before him. Plastering on a weak smile, he said, Would you believe me if I said, fine? Don't fuck with me, Kay, not today. She shot back harshly. I watched you knock yourself out bucking and convulsing like someone plugged a couple thousand volts of electricity up your ass. Waller's representative is 10 minutes out and you're in charge of the presentation today, so I need to know if that was a one-time thing and I need to know now. He rolled his eyes and pushed himself to his feet. And here I thought you were concerned about me. My head fucking hurts. You bounced it off the edge of a steel table. What did you expect? She replied, studiously avoiding his eyes as they headed back to the observation station. Now answer the damn question. God, but you can be such a bitch sometimes. He said nothing for a moment as he tried to put his experience into words. It was strange. I'm honestly not sure if I could describe it very well. Try. Well, for starters, you weren't exactly wrong when you talked about being electrocuted. It did feel like I was getting zapped to death, but that wasn't the whole thing either. He rubbed at his palms, still feeling the phantom pains of getting stabbed through the palms and knees. At one point, I remember feeling like I was burning up too. That must have been when I coded myself because I can't remember much more than that. So it was just a jumble of painful feelings. He lifted one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug as they walked into the station. How far out is Waller again? Her representative is less than 10 minutes at this point. Tara grabbed his shirt from a hanger and tossed it at him. Get dressed, now. She wheeled round to the technician at the console. Anything? His biorhythms are settling back into the normal range, ma'am. The young woman stated as she studied the recording they had made while he was in the machine. As far as we can tell, there's nothing else wrong with him. Any ideas what happened? Kennedy asked as he walked over to them. And is there any chance that it could happen again anytime soon? I'm sorry, sir, but I can't answer either of those. Gimme an educated guess. Sir, I honestly can't. I've never even seen someone's biorhythms fluctuating as wildly as yours did when we first put you in there, and for you to be up already and getting back to normal just adds on to the mystery. Could it be one of the metahumans? Tara asked, eyes narrowed. He's been working with them closely in preparation for today's presentation. Maybe one of them did something to him? I mean, it's not impossible, but none of the metas have displayed any biology-altering abilities. Kennedy answered with a slight frown. An ability like this, one related to disrupting biorhythms, we'd have seen it in action already. Maybe they hid it, or a secondary ability? Tara suggested, but both the technician and Kennedy shook their heads. Tamara, see what you can get off the recording you made while I was in the machine. At the same time, I need you to cross-reference every meta ability we have come across here to see if this is possible. The now-named Tamara nodded and Kennedy and Tara left her to it. You two didn't seem to think what I suggested was possible. You haven't spent much time here, so you don't actually know how things work with the metas. They walked down a short hall to an elevator at AT Junction. As far as we've seen, every meta has precisely one ability. Pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, telepathy, whatever the case, it's always one ability. It's up to the meta to figure out how to become versatile within the confines of that single ability. Okay, but we're just starting this out. There's always the possibility that someone could have more than one ability, right? There is, he agreed as they stepped into the elevator. Except when their abilities kick in, they're usually pretty potent and extremely difficult to hide. The possibility of a person having two abilities is already low. The chances that they were also able to conceal the moment the secondary ability kicked in as well just makes things more unlikely. So what do you think happened? Tara asked as the elevator lurched upward. I don't even have a rough sketch, he lied. He had more than a rough sketch, what had happened thanks to the extremely faint whisper of nature he had heard when he'd woken up in the MRI. Look, that's beside the point. Who's repping Waller here? Captain Rick Flag. Tara stated as the elevator dinged. Decorated veteran of 3 tours, successfully led a number of off-the-books missions. He's currently attached to Waller's experimental unit, Task Force X. I'm guessing that last bit isn't on any official record? The blonde just smirked. The task force is a ragtag group of some of the most notorious criminals around. They complete a job for Waller, usually something even Uncle Sam's finest can't afford to even be suspected of, and they get a number of years wiped off their records. Though his only outward reaction was an arched eyebrow, Kennedy was fuming on the inside and preparing a message for the boss. Sounds like a great deal for them. Yeah, except for the duration of the mission. They've got a bomb planted in their heads as a deterrent, Tara scoffed. If they so much as breathe wrong. Pop goes the weasel, a very messy pop, she confirmed. As for the off chance that they do complete the mission without losing their heads. Literally or figuratively, they get maybe 10 years off a sentence that numbers upwards of 60 years. She continued. And Waller's pretty smart. She knows most of these guys are fucking crazy morons who'll just end up with a longer sentence, so she rotates the squad's members. The ones with a lick of sense get pulled off after 3 successful missions, so they're still locked up for at least 20 years. Long enough for them to get frustrated and try to mount an escape, which just stacks more years on them. The homunculus found himself reconsidering his earlier anger at Waller. He would still send a report to the boss, but he would readily admit that the woman's plan was somewhat effective. Twisted. Coldly efficient, but twisted nonetheless. There's a reason they've kept her around for so long. Tara shrugged as they approached the waiting room. Through the one-way glass, they saw the captain seated rigidly. And now you've got to sell our product to her. I'm pretty confident, even with the amount of practice he'd had with it. The homunculus still felt a surge of bile crawl up his throat, accompanied by a vicious self-loathing. After all, no one's selling what we have to offer. Metropolis, hello Connor. My name is Clavely know me as Super No. Nope. That's terribly conceited and it makes you sound like a jerk. Hey Connor. I've been talking to Kara and she told me to nah. That makes it sound like I wouldn't be doing this without Kara. Which I probably wouldn't, but that's not the point. Connor, it's good to see you. I know we didn't get off on the right foot. Clark Kent, the ridiculously overpowered face of the Justice League, smacked his face into his pillow and groaned. Who knew it could be so bloody difficult to build bridges to your own clone? It was just over a week since his visit to Kara, a visit that had ended with her opening his eyes to the truth about her adopted brother. While the Daily Planet and Lois and Superman stuff all weighed heavily on him, he would freely admit that he had spent most of that time coming to terms with the fact that young Connor was only trying to do the best he could in a harsh situation. After all, it wasn't like the clone, the boy, he corrected, had asked to be created. With the freedom the team had granted him in the wake of their Sumdac investigation, he could have become anything he wanted. That he chose to emulate his progenitor by walking the heroic path should have told Clark a lot about him. Instead, I let my opinions about being cloned be the basis of my interaction with him. The Man of Steel rolled over on the couch and stared at his ceiling. And now that I can see where my mistakes are, I can't seem to figure out how to correct them. A loud knock at his door jarred him away from his somber thoughts and back to reality. Focusing just a bit, he took a quick X-ray peek at the door to know whether he should bother getting up. He was quite surprised to see a sports bag lugging Shayera on the other side, pounding on the door with an almost palpable buzz of excitement. Shayera, if you knock down my door, I promise I'll wring the money out of you somehow. Pushing himself out of his couch, the Kryptonian quickly snapped his jeans shut and threw on a shirt before unlocking the door. Where's the fire? He asked with a wry smile. How'd you know it was me? She shot back, glaring at him. X-ray vision, he shrugged as he stood aside to let her in. When he turned away from the door, he was met with a stony stare. What? Thanagarian, she replied bluntly, gesturing at herself. It took a second for him to understand what she meant. Oh, you wouldn't know it as an X-ray. Exactly. Okay. Quick science lesson. When high-speed electrons hit a solid object, they give off a form of short-wavelength electromagnetic radiation. Humans discovered a way to capture images of that radiation to see things that aren't readily obvious. She nodded. Why didn't you just call it the Rinnegan ray? The row I knew a bunch of AP chemistry guys when I was a kid and I'm pretty sure even they don't remember that. He laughed. Everybody just calls it the X-ray. The olive-skinned brunette shook her head, clearly baffled. Is it a human thing to just colloquialize everything? I mean, if the formally recognized name is the Rinnegan ray, why not just call it that? And where does the X in your silly term come from anyway? Her reaction was honestly a bit surprising. The last time he had revealed that facet of his abilities to someone, he had spent the next 4 hours explaining why his X-ray vision didn't make him an instant pervert. No offense, but skeletons surrounded in puffy bits of cloudy tissue was not a turn-on. That she seemed more upset at the use of the term X-ray than even the possibility that he might use such an ability to perverted ends was an interesting fact that he would have brought up had his eyes not landed on the dark blue bag she had lugged in. Are we here to discuss the nuances of human speech, or are you going to tell me what had you pounding on my door at? He glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. 15:21? Her entire demeanor changed in an instant, switching from her budding annoyance to the hyper-excitement he had spotted through his doorway as she grabbed the bag and unzipped it. He did it, she shouted, pulling a beautiful helmet out of the bag, followed by a yellow and green outfit that she held up in her left hand. Vic came through with the outfit we were working on. He had it delivered this morning. Clark studied the outfit and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Are you kidding? She donned the helmet and held the outfit closer to herself. Come on. This is awesome. He put in a whole bunch of filters and scanners and stuff into this, even a Röntgen filter. X-ray, he stated with a little smile. He had to admit that Cyborg had done a great job on the Thanagarian's outfit. The dark green pants of the outfit flowed into the lighter yellow tank top, and the gold and black themed helmet was stunningly crafted, its design drawing heavily on the appearance of many birds of prey. The top's tack of sleeves would allow her to easily utilize her wings, and he noticed what looked like a metallic latch to the left of her waist that he suspected would serve as a clasp for her morning star. The whole thing was well put together save for two little details. There's no armor, and no footwear too. "I'll be using the boots I had on when you guys saved me," she stated. "They're Thanagarian military grade and I've already broken them in." The Man of Steel chuckled at that. "Okay, I can definitely relate to that. The most annoying part of starting out as a hero here was dealing with boots that pinched my toes. Not even Kryptonian design hadn't eliminated that." "Same here. New Thanagarian boots sucked terribly." She folded the outfit and returned it to the bag. As for the armor, well, the suit on its own is made out of some science-wise stuff that makes it impervious to most bullets, according to Vic. That said, he's also working on some of the scrap metal from my ship to make some extra stuff I asked for. A pair of greaves, a pair of vambraces, and something to protect. Clark frowned as he caught the faint sound of a distant explosion. Tuning out his present surroundings, he focused on getting a lock on the source of the sound. "Run, oh god. Somebody help me, who the hell are these? Where's Superman? Shayera, I need to. We need to get to the watchtower now," the brunette exclaimed, grabbing onto her bag and slinging it over her shoulder. "There's something approaching us, the planet, something big. Head to the phone book at the southeast corner of this building," he ordered as he quickly unlocked the door. "It's a Zeta point. Tell Wonder Woman and the others I'll be along as soon as I can. Something just attacked Eastside Metropolis. Hurry up with whatever you're dealing with here, Clark." She turned to him with worry clear in her eyes as she pulled the helmet off. "Whatever we're dealing with, something tells me it's going to be big. I love you, Naruto, but you suck." Kagaya slurred, her voice barely audible from her partner's lap. The two off-worlders were sprawled on the floor of their lounge, bottles of sake scattered all around them following their impromptu alcohol binge. A binge whose effects the ex-princess was now keenly feeling. "You're a cheat." Comparatively speaking, Naruto was perfectly fine, feeling naught but a warm buzz from the ungodly amounts of sake he had consumed, which was neither here nor there. Absently brushing a hand through her hair, he chuckled and said, "Well, you were the one that challenged me to a drinking contest. It's not my fault you didn't scout the competition before jumping in." "Cheater, you're a shitty, cheating cheat," is what she meant to say, but with her alcohol-laden tongue. It came out so garbled that he desperately had to hold himself from bursting into laughter. His efforts were ultimately in vain though, as Kagaya was still able to figure out what the hitching shoulders and muffled coughs meant. If she would have frozen him with a glare if she could have, but she settled for simply poking a tongue out at him, and by God her tongue felt heavy. "You suck. At least the alcohol makes his stupid laughter more bearable," she thought drowsily as her eyelids began to slide shut. "You really shouldn't have tried so hard to keep up," Naruto murmured softly, a tender smile on his face as he channeled healing chakra to his fingertips and placed them at her temples. "You're just lucky Shizune-chan taught me the theory behind this technique." The technique had multiple levels, from gently pulling the drunk back to full consciousness to what Shizune had jokingly named the emergency "wake the fuck up" level, which both Tsunade and Jiraiya had plenty of experience with. For Kagaya, Naruto went a few levels above the first level, filtering most of the alcohol out of her head but leaving just enough for her to feel the buzz. "Better now?" "So that's how you did it," she claimed in a falsely upset tone, lightly punching his knee. "You used medical chakra." "I can neither confirm nor deny the veracity of those claims," he replied coolly, adjusting a tie that wasn't there. "I can, however, state that my opposition is a sore loser who wouldn't take an L to save her life." "Says the cheat," she fired back before they both burst into laughter. Midway through their laughing fit, she let loose a rumbling belch that had Naruto practically doubling over. "Your mom would be so ashamed," he snorted. "That was so unladylike." "And that's where you would be wrong," she grinned, poking a tongue at him. "Mother was the undisputed goddess of the barf." "I stand corrected," then, he grinned at her. For an interminable period of time, they just stayed there, Naruto drawing on the peaceful aura she seemed to exude to fight back the occasional nightmarish memory that flashed through his mind while she mulled over a thought that had quietly nagged at her for the last half hour. When she found that she couldn't ignore it any longer, she quietly called to him. "I've been thinking about what you said earlier." She picked her words carefully, not because was overly bothered that she might offend him but because she was struggling to crystallize her scattered thoughts. "You know, when I asked you what you were doing, that led to me nearly killing myself." The blonde finished with a pained grimace, his hand subconsciously moving up to rest over his heart. "What about it?" "I was just wondering, why today?" she asked as she intertwined her hand with his and gently pulled it away from his chest. "You've known about this for a week? 2? Not quite 2 yet, but it's close. So you've known about this for, say, 10 days now, she paused again, then, why today? What? Your decision to experiment with your connection to nature, why'd you do it today? Still holding his hand, she sat up and turned so that she was sitting across from him. I know you said you didn't want any biased opinions from Pamela or Yggdrasil, but there wasn't any real rush to figure this out either. You could have tried to find some other sources of information about the natural energy of this world. She ignored the little part of herself that wanted to ask why he hadn't come to her for help, choosing to ask him later. At that moment, she was more intent on getting to the bottom of this, a decision she considered all the more important when she noticed the way he seemed to shy away from looking at her. What's going on, Naruto? He was quiet at first, reticent to speak of his troubles, but he knew that the nagging guilt he felt would be dealt with much quicker if he shared the weight. You know how Cadmus has been working to develop metahumans? Kagaya nodded once. While she didn't know the deeper details of the Kennedy homunculus job, she had kept abreast of the major developments from their network. They've cracked it? I'd say they've gone a tad beyond just cracking it, he scoffed, face twisted in a dark fury. They have a whole batch of the kids ready for display. She latched onto the implication of his words in a second and her heart shattered. When? Today. Kennedy just told me this morning. His voice cracked and he pushed himself to his feet to pace restlessly. We'd talked about it a million times before now, Kennedy and Shikamaru and I. We can't hit their outposts. She didn't need him to explain. While attack on any of their staging posts would almost certainly trigger investigations that could blow the homunculus cover, the real problem was Cadmus' seemingly unending resource base. A raid on any outpost would simply lead to an instant relocation, rendering the raid pointless. With the League and their allies only just beginning to cotton on to the danger of Cadmus, the off-worlders couldn't risk any action that would help the group slip away. There has to be something we can do. Eyes narrowed, the ex-princess turned the problem over in her mind, searching for alternate angles of approach. We need to help these children without tipping Cadmus off to our actions. And even after we do, we still have to deal with the logistics of holding so many children, each with their own powers. At some point during his restless pacing, Naruto had noted that his partner had been oddly quiet and he had turned to her, his guilt changing to anger which quickly fizzled out to nothing when he noticed the narrow-eyed, thoughtful expression on her face. Feeling drained all of a sudden, the shinobi staggered over to a wall and leaned against it, his expression haggard. Back home, he had once masqueraded as a slave trader during an operation to isolate and shut down an arm of an international slavery ring in the land of vegetables. The mission had left him feeling sick for more than a week and the tortured, haunted looks in the eyes of slaves had stayed with him even longer. In the end, it was Ino that helped him get over the guilt that had eaten at him for the little part he had played in their suffering, teaching him to concentrate on the fact that his actions had helped end the possibility of such suffering occurring again. He had even forgotten about the whole matter until this morning when Kennedy had told him of the meeting with Amanda Waller's representative. Then, the haunted eyes had returned with a punch so visceral that he had jumped at the first thing he could think of as a distraction. And look how that turned out. He rubbed his face tiredly. In his guilt-ridden haste, he had rushed into something that may very well have killed him if Kagaya had shown up even a minute later. Shaking his head to rid himself of his melancholy thoughts, he stood up and called, "Kagaya. You've been thinking about this the wrong way." She turned to him at that same moment, eyes gleaming with resolve. "We may not be able to get those children out from Cadmus, but we can raid the hell out of the buyers." Reading his frozen expression as shock, she explained, "Right now, we can't risk taking direct action against Cadmus. What the fallout will be like. However, there's really nothing stopping us from raiding whoever acquires," she spat the word out venomously, "the metahumans. In fact, doing it this way opens up the widest range of options for us. We could grab them while the kids are in transit or after they've arrived at whatever outpost the buyers have set up." Kennedy just called in, Naruto stated abruptly, cutting her off mid-sentence. Cadmus is tracking two situations. A small planet is on a collision course with Earth. A what? A small planet, he reiterated with a frown. Apparently, it just popped up somewhere along Mars' orbit and has already covered about half the distance to us. It's not random, then. The ex-princess stated with a tone of finality. She didn't need to be an astrophysicist to understand that glaring fact. I take it the League are already on their way? All but Superman, the blonde confirmed with a frown. Which leads us to the second situation. 22 minutes ago, right as the planetoid showed up on the senders, Cadmus registered a spatial distortion in Metropolis. The distortion's energy signature matched the recorded samples from the Apocalyptian boom tubes and, less than 5 minutes after the distortion popped up, something started tearing the city up. Superman's stuck in the city to deal with the situation. That's not a coincidence, her frown was as pensive as his. It's either whoever set this up doesn't want Superman to interfere with whatever's going on in space or they want him isolated here. He nodded. Cadmus has come to the same conclusion, so they're trying to make a decision now. Either they send Durzad into space or they have him back Superman up. Can you survive in space? Kagaya asked, understanding the unspoken implication of his words. I'm not sure, he admitted. But I do have a few ideas on how to change that. Metropolis. Walking along a busy street, the two young men exchanged stories about their day, swapping office gossip with the same kind of passion others would exhibit when talking of their favorite sport. They had just stopped over at a taco stand for a bite when they felt the earth shudder beneath them. In the distance, a thunderous retort rumbled. "Ah, Jesus, again?" One of them groaned as he reached across the counter to help the vendor right a few condiment bottles that had fallen over. "We can't even go a week without this bullshit." "Hey, he's just doing his best to keep the city safe," his friend shrugged as a louder boom rolled through. "Honestly, at this point you'd think the dumbasses would have learned. They know they can't win. Hell, they can barely last 10 minutes foo." The body slammed into the ground with the force of a bomb, ripping the ground apart as it bounced once, twice, then adjusted at the peak of the third bounce and took off with such speed that all the loose rocks and other such debris leapt into the air in his wake. Dude was, did you? So great was their shock that neither of the two corporate buddies could articulate their thoughts. The taco vendor, oblivious of the battered state of his stand, stared at the figure that was little more than a speck in the distance. Mother of God, I have never seen him so beat up. That was the only word Naruto could think of that would best describe the Man of Steel's state as he landed on another roof to keep track of the battle playing out across the city of Metropolis. Cadmus had made their decision to send their creation into space less than 2 minutes prior, gambling that the Man of Steel would be more than able to deal with whatever the Metropolis situation entailed. Watching the Kryptonian give ground yet again in the face of the coordinated assault, the shinobi decided that he had made the right choice to check up on him because frankly, Superman was stuck in what seemed to be a well-laid-out trap. It wasn't that they were stronger than him, though the largest of the trio had given a more than impressive showing of herself, nor were they faster or possessed of some particularly unique ability that had slanted the battle in their favor. No, the beauty of this trap laid in its simplicity. Without using any tricks or relying on any third-party help, they were schooling the Man of Steel in the same way himself and Sasuke had held off Zabuza all those years ago. Straight-up teamwork. Utilizing their ability to fight as a team, the trio Stampa, Lashina and Barda. He'd learned from the snippets he had overhead had bullied Superman by ensuring that he never had a moment to set himself. Whenever he got the upper hand on Stampa during their clashes, Barda was there in an instant, weaving an impenetrable defense with her expert mace handling and keeping their opponent away. When both were in danger of being overwhelmed by the Man of Steel's relentless assault, the few times he managed to begin an attack, Lashina would melt out of the shadows, snagging him with her whips, pulling him off balance and allowing Stampa and Barda to go on the offense again. That kind of teamwork, Naruto knew, could only have come from years of experience fighting life or death battles as a unit. Their trust in each other was absolute, their timing near instinctive and, to top it off, their individual skills were top-notch. At any other time, they may have succeeded at wearing the Kryptonian down. Unfortunately for them, Naruto had no intention of giving them any more time. Lifting 2 fingers in the half-ram seal, he cast his chakra outward to wash over the enemy combatants like a wave, quietly intoning, "Megan, Narakumi." At the same time, he focused on a portion of his chakra, altering it from a neutral state to an elemental one. Kzo, the chakra quickly spread through his chakra network to converge on his right arm, a thin sheen of gray-green energy wafting off the appendage as he tracked the motions of the 4 battling figures, noting how Lashina constantly moved around objects only she could see. It seemed his genjutsu had found a susceptible mind. Kubaku Shin Chikara. He reappeared beside Lashina in a whisper of wind and drove a vicious right straight into her floating ribs. Informally known as the most powerful blunt force ninjutsu, the airstrike. Divine Power of the Wind King was an S-ranked wind-based ninjutsu that ignored any form of finesse to deliver a crushing blow that was akin to getting smashed by a mountain hurled by a god. Against most shinobi, it was a one-hit kill technique, and while the whip-wielding fury was considerably more durable than most, the shinobi had heard more than one rib snap before she had been flung into the distance, the explosive force of the impact blasting her teammates aside as well. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds and the Man of Steel was left blinking in surprise as the shinobi straightened and nodded politely. Superman. Regardless of their differences in opinions, Naruto did respect the Justice League for their continual efforts to help the people of this world, and to be honest, there was no reason to be needlessly antagonistic anyway. "How are you holding up?" "I've been better." The Man of Steel eyed the newcomer warily, a tad uncertain how to react. On one hand, the Offworlder had helped provide a lull in the near-constant battle that had raged for the past 20-odd minutes. On the other hand, he was also responsible for the death of the Joker, a situation that had caused a substantial degree of tension in the league over the past few weeks, with not a few members advocating that a blind eye be turned this one time. "Thanks for the assist." "Don't mention it." Maelstrom cocked his head to the side as a slight rumble shook the earth. "I'll stick to the shadows and keep the bondage queen off your back. You can handle the other two?" When the Man of Steel nodded, the shinobi tossed a little communicator to him. "So we can keep in touch," he explained as he seemingly vanished into thin air just as Barta slammed her mace onto the spot he had just vacated a few hundred meters away. Lashina was pulling herself out of the building she had been kicked into when her battle senses screamed, and she swiftly threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding a vicious kick that would have caught her in the temple. Ignoring the agony of her throbbing ribs, the Fury swept up to her feet and settled into a defensive stance. She didn't bother with her preferred weapons at this time, knowing that they would be far less effective in the tight quarters of the hallway. Instead, she spun a pair of daggers into her hands in a reverse grip as she focused her senses as keenly as she could. A sudden displacement of the air to her left. She waited a split second before shifting to avoid the axe kick that shattered the tiled floor and returning fire with a savage slash. That cut through empty air. Her eyes swept around in a constant grid. Searching for discrepancies, she ducked beneath another attack and slashed upward and hit air. Again, and again, and again. By the seventh time, she was sure that there was something wrong. She was confident in her own capabilities, enough so to know that if she was fast enough to sidestep those attacks, then she was fast enough to have landed at least one of her attacks. That she hadn't, and, more importantly, that her shadowy opponent hadn't connected either, implied that she was being toyed with. A thought that brought a dark scowl to her face. "Finally figured it out now, huh?" The disembodied voice floated like a hazy mist around her, coming at her from every direction and none. "I was beginning to wonder how long I'd have to keep playing this sad little game of tag before you woke up." Another kick. Another dodge. Another failed attack. No wonder Darkseid outsourced his Kryptonian kill order. For one of his top grunts, "You're really nothing special." Those jeering words hammered at her already sore pride at being bested by one of Desaad's abominations, and Lashina gave in to her simmering rage, switching to her whips and unleashing a rapid firestorm of attacks that reduced the corridor around her to so much rubble. Lashina lashes out, the voice snickered immaturely, triggering another round of infuriated attacks. "Well, it's been fun rooting through your skull, but I have other things to do now, so." The pain hit her out of nowhere, disrupting her thoughts with such violence that for a moment she was stuck in a void, unfeeling. Then her nerves lit ablaze and her muscles locked up in agony that lasted for eternity. And just as suddenly as it began, it ended, leaving her gasping for breath. She was so weak at that point that she could scarcely have defended herself from a whelp armed with a feather, and she readily accepted her impending death. When nothing came and a portion of her strength had returned to her, she pushed herself to her feet and stared at the twisted forest that had sprung up around her. The gigantic trees were a ghostly shade of white, and crimson sap oozed like congealed blood through their gnarled shapes. Creatures that made Desaad's most corrupted experiments seem tame tore into one another with savage glee. The skies were a sickly green and boiled with noxious purple clouds that were occasionally lit up by flashes of lightning. What an apocalypse. "Welcome to your new home." The disembodied voice sounded darker now, with a sinister timbre beneath the seemingly conversational tone. "That flash of pain you felt, that was 1 second of the rest of your life." As the voice grew fainter with every word, so too did her pain increase, growing with an inexorability that pressed at her normally implacable resolve. Or maybe it's just 1 second out of the next 72 hours. The agony mounted with every passing moment until she couldn't tell how long she had been in this hell. Every attempt she made at keeping the pain in check was easily circumvented by her unseen torturer, who stuck to a method only as long as it extracted the most sickening cries from its victim. Have fun. With his mind churning through the information he had obtained from Lashina, Maelstrom never noticed the Fury cracking her skull against the tiled floor of the building she had crashed through. He had no idea who this Granny Goodness was, but she had clearly done one hell of a job with her Furies for them to have gone up against the Man of Steel and pushed him as far as they had. The fact that they were just a stalling party for the real threat was, therefore, more than a little troubling. While a shadow clone got to work on trussing up the insensate Fury, the shinobi expanded his sensory range for a few seconds to check up on Superman's fight before turning his awareness inwards and activating the heart link seal. Without wasting a moment, he shunted all the information he had just obtained to Kennedy along with a single command. "Search space now." The homunculus response was swift and just as brief, a simple, "on it," and Naruto turned his focus to his link with Kaguya, initiating a second memory dump. "Naruto, this is extremely troubling." Kaguya responded, her agitation carrying through the psychic link as clearly as if she was physically present. The invasion already showed what would happen to the League's morale if Superman was taken out of the equation. "I'm almost tempted to think the Cadmus board had the right idea." "I'd rather not think of that at all." "Agreed." She paused. "Corey's with the other members of the League. They can't get onto the planetoid en masse, so they're working to get a strike team in too." Fuck, he was already moving before he consciously realized it, crossing more than a quarter of Metropolis in the fraction of a second that it took his mind to process Kennedy's message. Yet, even as he moved, he realized the futility of his present course. The Cadmus scientists had tracked the 60-meter-wide meteorite as it scraped the top off a communications mast on the outskirts of the city. By the time he received the message, it had already plowed through a quiet cul-de-sac in the southern quadrant of the city. The weapons here, His mental tone reverted to the brusque, commanding tone he had used during the Shinobi War as he shunted the new memory to Kaguya. At the same time, he altered his direction, racing towards Superman rather than the Meteorite. Damn it, I thought we'd have more time. Should we alert Quarry and… No, they need to focus on whatever's going on up there. The instant he laid eyes on Barda and Stampa, he performed a quick shunshin that brought him into the thick of the battle. Faster than any of the three combatants could react, he slammed both palms together. Futon. Repusho. The resultant wind blast from the gale palm flung the unaware Furies away in a shower of debris yet, in a display of incredible agility, both women twisted mid-air to land on their feet. Your master's weapon has arrived and your little stalling mission is over. The shinobi stated coldly, locking glares with them as a bound. Insensate Lashina landed at their feet. You're done here, so leave. A black sneer curled Stampa's upper lip. However, before she could utter a word, Maelstrom unleashed a focused burst of killing intent that left her choking on air. Now. Beside her, Barda remained still, the slight narrowing of her eyes the only sign that she was weathering the same force as her fellow Fury. Though the thought of retreating was anathema to any of the Furies, the warrior woman knew how to read the tides of battle. At that moment, her instincts demanded that she remain extremely cautious of this unknown who had so thoroughly broken Lashina that she had spilled her guts out within moments. With orally having said confirmation that the master's weapon had arrived, the Furies had completed their task and there was no further need for them to remain on this planet. We're done here, Stampa. Good choice. Even after seeing the appearance of the dull gold boon tube a few feet behind them, Naruto didn't let up on the killing aura he projected until all three Furies had walked Orlashina's case through the portal. The instant the boon tube closed, the shinobi turned to the Man of Steel. We need to move. It took Superman a few seconds to catch up to Maelstrom. The shinobi had burst into a flat-out sprint before the words were fully out of his mouth, and, by that time, they were already about halfway to the suburbs of the city. Mind telling me? The Furies attack, whatever the hell's going on in space. It's all been a huge diversion. Maelstrom stated as he seamlessly slipped around vehicles and pedestrians. Darkseid wants you dead and his weapon just leveled Layton Avenue. Wait, what? See for yourself. The shinobi scowled as he utilized the shunshin to appear atop the central support of a billboard, one of the scant few structures that had survived the creature's rampage. My god. The Man of Steel's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the ravaged area. Houses, shops and other buildings were little more than kindling. Vehicles were flattened discs of metal and gouts of flame erupted from ruptured gas lines. In the distance, a large humanoid shape battled a much smaller figure. The people. I got some of them out in time. Some? It landed before I knew about it. The shinobi grimaced, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. I've had to play catch up. Reading the incensed expression on the hero's face, Maelstrom quickly added, Superman, we can't just go into this guns blazing. Maybe you can't, but listen to me. The shinobi barked angrily. I'm just as pissed off as you are about this, but we need to think. That thing was designed specifically to kill you. Those Furies gave you one hell of a fight and the guy who commands them chose that thing for the job of finishing you off. You rush in there now and you may very well wind up dead. And if I don't, then you'll have the blood of countless innocents on your hands, he replied icily. Because even if you can take that thing out, and that's a big if, you sure as hell can't do it here without causing massive collateral damage. As much as he wanted to ignore the younger man's words, Kal-El recognized the wisdom in those words. More than that, he remembered how well the Offworlder had led the charge against Trigon, keeping his focus on the larger picture at all times without ignoring the smaller details. So what do you want us to do? I've been keeping it busy since it landed and, from what I can tell, it hits even harder than a pissed-off Black Adam but lacks any sort of restraint or higher reasoning capabilities, which gives us a small advantage. Maelstrom blinked as a clone was forcibly dispelled by the weapon. Damn, the fucker's fast too. Okay, we'll play it similar to how the Furies did against you. You'll take it on up close while I stick to hit and run attacks to keep it off balance. If we get pushed to a corner, I'll find a way to give us space. No golden power-up? It's too strenuous for me to risk using it this early, the shinobi lied. It's more of a sprint ability than a marathon, if you catch my drift. Understood. Kal-El filed that bit of information away and nodded. Anything else? The shinobi reeled off a string of numbers in an instant. Those are the coordinates to a location in Nevada. How fast can you get there? What's the closest landmark? Maelstrom thought it over for a second, then, get to Mount Hamilton. The loud explosions should draw your attention. Got it. The next instant, the shinobi and the creature disappeared in a burst of blinding light. A second later, a dull boom rumbled through the skies over Metropolis as Superman sped toward the rendezvous. The moment they appeared in the stony desert, Maelstrom and his clone kicked away from the creature, unleashing simultaneous wind and fire-style techniques that set the immediate area ablaze, providing enough cover for them to take up opposing positions about 50 meters away. Having had a first-hand experience of the creature's overwhelming strength and durability, the shinobi knew that staying within arm's reach for too long could very easily spell his doom, so, until and probably even after Superman arrived, he would stick to ranged attacks. As such, setting off the inferno was just the first step in his plan, and the instant he spotted the creature's silhouette, he attacked again. Rantan. Arakuru Kari. Yoden. Jinsoku Yotama. A pack of 12 onyx wolves surged forward, a trail of glassed-over sand the only mark of their passage. At the same time, the air boiled as superheated globs of lava streaked toward the creature, crashing into it at the same moment the raging hunt did. What the hell kind of bullshit creature is this? His clone scowled as it raced on to engage the seemingly unstoppable creature in close quarters. Maelstrom, Sharingan blazing, had to agree with the clone. Each wolf had discharged approximately 1 Rasen shuriken's worth of electrical energy into the monster, yet the thing just plowed through it, unfazed by neither the electric storm nor the lava globules that should have sloughed its skin off. One last try, the shinobi thought, creating a pair of clones, one of which dispelled immediately, transmitting the plan to the fighting clone and blitzing through a new sequence of seals. Doden. Chikyu no Sokubaku. The newly created clone kicked things off by slamming its palms onto the ground, willing the earth to form diamond-hard shackles that shot up and snagged the creature by the limbs. The second clone was already moving, forcing on one of the fundamental forces of the universe to bend to its will. Ninpo. Inryoku Satsujin. The gravity killer drastically increased the gravitational force acting on the creature by orders of magnitude, to the extent that the ground cratered into a bowl nearly 10 feet deep. In spite of it all, the damned creature kept struggling, straining violently against its shackles while roaring ferociously. Let's see you breathe after this, futon. Asakuki Ro. Maelstrom snarled as he activated the technique. Around the creature, air particles that the shinobi had bound to his will snapped into motion, spinning about violently to create a dome of air around it. However, while the dome itself was born of air, its internal boundary was completely absent of air, creating a perfect vacuum chamber. This was the final test. Internal damage via electrocution hadn't worked. The rinnegan had confirmed that it was neither a technological creation nor in possession of a soul, and its rage-addled mind operated purely on instinct, leaving genjutsu useless for the most part. External damage was almost as ineffective. Elemental attacks were rendered all but futile with its insane durability and a high-speed regeneration factor that negated whatever blood force damage got through its bony armor, leaving Naruto to get imaginative. "What are you doing?" Superman asked as he landed, surprised by the eerie silence which was a direct contrast to the enraged bellows that had drawn his attention. "Trying to choke this Sanuva bitch," the shinobi grunted as he watched the creature struggle even more violently in the vacuum of the compressed air prison, its roars silenced by the lack of air in the dome. "I hope you're ready for one hell of a fight, because I'm getting a clearer picture why Darkseid sent this bastard. He's that strong. Like I said, I'd rather take hits from Black Adam." Maelstrom scowled. "This isn't working. I'm dropping the air prison. Gimme 10 seconds. Wait, wah?" The shinobi raised a hand to keep the sand out of his eyes from the Kryptonian's sudden upward flight, the air rumbling from the broken sound barrier. Damn it, that's not going to work. He didn't need to be a genius to guess what the Man of Steel's plan was. The Kryptonian's trajectory was a perfectly vertical line, which meant he planned to gather enough speed on the return flight to really ram the fucker. The only problem was, Naruto was dead certain that the only thing that would do would be to piss the weapon off even more. And as he felt something zip into his sensory sphere, he released his grip on the air prison and leapt back, hardening his skin with the earth spear technique.
The impact of Superman's double-fisted strike when it landed was so much greater than either had anticipated. The Kryptonian's incredible strength, combined with his Mach 15 flight speed, would have created one hell of an impact on its own. However, the gravity killer was still active, creating a field of gravity so strong that, upon entry, had tripled the Man of Steel's speed. "Well shit." The gravity-wielding clone grunted as it landed beside its creator. "If that doesn't do it then..." A loud, even more wildly insane roar boomed out of the greatly expanded crater in the desert, and the clone cussed viciously. "What the hell is it gonna take to drop this thing?" "I don't know," Maelstrom glared, the temperature around him spiking as his chakra grew superheated. In the distance, Superman and the weapon blasted out of the crater in a tangle of battling bodies. "Stick around. I get the feeling that if we're going to beat this goddamn doomsday weapon, we might need an extra eye to get us out of any tight squeezes." He was off in the next instant, Sharingan spinning furiously as he closed the distance and smashed a dynamic entry into the weapon's side, pushing it away and giving Superman space to regroup and dive back into the fray. 13 minutes ago, come on people. We need to know where they are," Terra shouted at the technicians working away at the various consoles in the Sumdac control room, casting a wide net around the world in their search for the heroes they had been tracking. Every second they remain off-grid is lost information. On the other side of the room, Kennedy paced behind a trio of specialists, barking out orders as they came into his mind. "Daniel.
Take charge of the North M low orbit satellites and focus on low population areas. Layla, recalibrate the sensors to prioritize exotic energy bursts. I think I've got something, the third technician on Kennedy's side shouted, drawing attention to his hub, 3 kilometers southeast of Mount Hamilton, Nevada. Bringing main optical sensors around now. The rest of you, keep working, Tara barked as she quickly walked over to Kennedy. If this isn't what we're looking for, then we don't want to lose however much time it'll take to verify it. I don't think that'll be necessary, her partner muttered without taking his eyes off the monitors. You think Kale found them? He nodded once. And I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm actually worried for the good guys. Tara stared at him with an arched brow, expecting a little smile or something to show that he was joking. When she got nothing, though, her grew bewildered. You're serious? As a heart attack? But, I don't get it, she frowned. You're worried that some hulking brute will actually beat Superman? I mean, I'm not one to believe in the hype around him, but we've seen what that guy can do. This'll be just another Tuesday. When she saw him shaking his head, she narrowed her eyes. Okay, what am I missing? You're thinking about this too linearly. Superman is the most powerful hero on the planet, yes, but over the past couple of months, we've seen him go up against near impossible situations. Darkseid during the invasion. Trigon not too long ago, even Lobo showed that he could hang with the big guy. Superman is not unbeatable. And you think this thing can? Rather than give a definite answer, he switched gears. The prevailing theory about those women that spent the past 20-odd minutes kicking Superman's ass all over Metropolis has them associated with Apocalypse. Because of the boom tubes, he nodded. Now, we have no clue what the new guy said to them, but the timing of this whole thing, plus how quietly they just walked away, has me thinking, what if they were connected to this big fucker? You're reaching. Not really, that's it, he shouted as the system locked onto a set of coordinates. Daniel put it on the screen. Layla, Kale, start the sensor analysis programs. The rest of you, get as many satellites as we can locked onto that location, full sensor booms deployed now. Even as she gave out the orders, her mind wondered yet again how spot on her partner's instinct tended to be, and it was that line of thought that had her quickly pulling him away from the growing hubbub. What were you saying about this thing's connection to Apocalypse? Look, it's just a hunch, but we know Darkseid wants Earth. We have no clue why he does, but no one puts the kind of resources he did into the invasion just for shits and giggles. Now, like it or not, Superman is the linchpin of the Justice League. We know it, and more importantly, Darkseid knows it. He wouldn't have tried to kidnap the guy during the invasion if he didn't know, so it stands to reason that he'd want to take Superman off the board as soon as possible. If this thing really is from Apocalypse, she trailed off as the full import of what he had suggested dawned on her. I'm beginning to think we should have kept Valor on the ground. I know, he grimaced. I'm just hoping that Maelstrom guy can pull enough weight to tip the scales otherwise. Neither Maelstrom nor Superman could tell how long the battle had lasted, save that, at some point, the waning evening sky had darkened into a starry night. Punches, kicks, elbows and knees were exchanged at such a furious rate that multiple hits would connect in a single second. The shinobi worked around the Kryptonian's straightforward wham-bam technique, attacking from blind spots and setting the Apocalyptian weapon up for more hits from Superman, yet, despite the fact that the weapon had absolutely no form to speak of and left glaring holes in its defense, neither of them could deal anywhere near enough damage to put it down. Twice during the fray, Maelstrom had grabbed the Man of Steel and body flickered away, leaving the weapon to, first a Rasen Shuriken, then a lava-style Rasen Shuriken, and while the second had at least slowed it down for a couple of moments, it has been for naught when the creature had built back up to the same berserker fury it had begun with, leaving them no better than when they had begun. Ducking beneath Superman's tumbling form, Maelstrom appeared within the weapon's guard, hands on the ground and his feet tucked into his torso like a coiled spring. Before it could react, he uncoiled, whipping both feet into the creature's jaw. His clone appeared in the next instant, a rising knee to the jaw pushing the creature even higher into the air, followed by Maelstrom ramming an uppercut into the same spot. The pattern repeated itself nearly a dozen times, until the weapon was over 100 feet into the air, at which point Superman diving downward drilled a killer right straight into its torso. Yet, in a bewildering display of endurance and instinctive timing, the weapon reached out, snagging the Kryptonian's fist with one hand and smashing a retaliatory right cross into the Man of Steel's mug, rolling with the momentum of the attack until it was straddling the Kryptonian, at which point it began to drive its forehead into its targets, each impact sounding like clashing rocks. Seeing the plight the Man of Steel was suffering, Maelstrom shed the fire chakra in his system and channeled lightning chakra into his pathways, melding it with the water chakra already present to hyper-enhance his speed and reaction time. The sand beneath his feet glassed over and then shattered as he took off, smoothly flowing streams of lightning tracing his movement through the desert. Flexing his leg muscles sent him shooting into the sky like a bolt of lightning, locked onto the falling duo. Jinsoku Raiden. Nukite. The newly created Godspeed lightning-style technique smashed into the weapon with almost as much force as Superman's first attack. This time, though, it was far more than a blunt force attack, the enhanced piercing power of style technique allowing Maelstrom to punch a fist-sized hole into the creature's side. The instant he felt his foot actually pierce the weapon's skin, Maelstrom pushed all the lightning chakra in his system to the tenketsu in his heel and unleashed it in a blast that sent the creature flying. Having never tried such rapid, high-level chakra manipulation within himself, the shinobi was utterly unprepared for the violent recoil of his actions, which sent him spiraling toward the ground only to get whisked up by the Man of Steel. Thanks, the shinobi grunted as they landed, sparing the Man of Steel a quick once-over and noting the rips and tears in the Kryptonian's clothes as well as the congealed smears of blood and grime that smeared those areas. How are you holding up? I've been better, Superman admitted with a grimace, steeling his mind to block out the pains that stabbed at him all over. In the distance a loud roar shook the desert sands. Looks like you pissed it off. And here I was hoping I'd killed it. Doomsday. Maelstrom and Superman blinked and turned to the clone that had just appeared. The weapon. I call it Doomsday. You know, it's here to kill Superman, plunge us all into despair and mark the beginning of the end. You are having way too much fun here. Naruto cut in with a scowl as he channeled the lightning water mix through his system again. Let's go. The clone grunted as it shielded its eyes from the burst of sand that sprayed up from their departure. You're just pissed that I coined the name Ya Bastard. By the time the dust had begun to settle, though, the clone's thoughts had shifted to its creator's latest actions, staring at his hands and thought. Lightning chakra. I wonder. Down. Sharingan spinning furiously, Maelstrom tracked the swinging fist until it was a few inches away from smashing into his side before dropping to the ground, allowing Doomsday's fist to slice through empty air just before Superman smashed a fist into the monster's elbow, snapping the bony spike that protruded from the joint. Moving like greased lightning, Maelstrom dove up, grabbed the spike and stabbed it down into Doomsday's arm, channeling a burst of lightning into the wound before leaping away. His feet had scarcely touched the ground before he was off again, circling round the temporarily wounded creature to deliver a series of bone-crushing blows to its back, each punch releasing powerful jolts of lightning, while Superman wailed away at its torso. A deafening roar boomed across the desert and the two heroes, having learned their lesson in the past scuffles, quickly jumped away, narrowly dodging Doomsday's fists. Rather than keep backpedaling, though, the shinobi nimbly rolled past a fist and attacked again, hammering at the bony plate on its chest before leaping up and plowing an axe kick into its head. An instant before the kick connected, the ground beneath the creature's feet shifted to a dark brown sludge so that, when the kick hit, it drove the creature halfway into the mud. Move! Naruto's clone yelled as the ground solidified. In the distance, the shinobi felt a sudden spike of chakra appear in his sensory sphere and he dived aside just as a sleek lance of lightning drilled through Doomsday's chest plate before detonating into a literal lightning storm. God, please tell me that did it, the clone groaned as it appeared beside its creator. What was that? That was a fusion of lightning, wind and fire chakra. He replied as the lightning storm died down. Stabby lightning stuff seemed to be the only thing to get through its hide, so I took that, stacked on wind to enhance speed and cutting edge and fire to bump the overall boom factor. Sounds like a lot of work, Superman commented between labored breaths. His iconic outfit was a shadow of itself, barely hanging onto his tired frame thanks to the many cuts and tears in it. Maelstrom's was far better, partly due to the reinforcement seals woven into the fabric but mostly because of the earth spear technique. Too bad it wasn't enough. Oh come on. The clone shouted in exasperation as they watched the creature pull itself out of the shattered earth around it. That should have killed it. It wasn't dead, yes, but it was clearly in the worst shape since the fight had begun, with blood streaming freely down its chest, a gaping wound sitting in the center of Doomsday's chest. Unlike earlier wounds, this one wasn't healing. No, it was healing, but the technique the clone had used seemed to deal persistent damage at an equal rate to the healing. Still, damaged chest or not, one thing remained the same. TCH. I should have gone for the head, the clone scowled. No point crying over spilled milk, Superman muttered as he rose into the air. Maelstrom, can your clone hit it with whatever that was again? I can, said clone answered before switching to its native tongue. I give an arm for some nature chakra right now though. While Superman gave orders hit and run, let the clone handle the heavy ordnance. Naruto thought over his clone's words. Nature chakra typically bump even the most basic of techniques by a rank, and the technique his clone had used would have been awarded at least an S rank. Were it powered by nature chakra, it would have blown a hole through Doomsday. Yet, even as he noted the merits Sage Mode would have brought to the fight, he had to consciously keep his arm from rubbing at the phantom pains that stabbed at his chest, reminding him none too subtly of his latest experience with it. Well, senjutsu's out of the question, so put a ton of Biju chakra into it if you have to, he commanded, skin taking on a glossy black sheen as he switched the earth spear defense for the upgraded adamantine armor while Superman, having ripped his tattered cape off, blasted forward. And aimed for the goddamned head this time. He followed, then sped past Superman and engaged Doomsday in a close-quarter exchange, bobbing and weaving through the weapon's fast but lumbering attacks while hitting back as fast and hard as he could. His strikes aimed at the gaping hole in the weapon's chest. He got in some good hits, the residual lightning from his attacks dealing greater damage the closer they got to Doomsday's wound, but as fast as he was, he couldn't get past all of Doomsday's counters. Some left scrapes and light contusions as he performed last-second dodges while others were mutual exchange hits. Points where he had to take a hit to one right back. Through it all, he could sense Superman's presence in the skies above, waiting for the right moment to act. Can't risk that, he thought as he shifted just a fraction of an inch to the left, allowing Doomsday's fist to scrape past his adamantine skin before pushing the arm aside to further open the weapon's guard. Even if I hadn't gotten that information from Lashina, it'd still be pretty obvious that this thing's gunning for Big Blue. Though the shinobi didn't know it, even the Man of Steel had come to the same conclusion. Every time he got within range of the apocalyptic weapon, the creature had locked onto the Kryptonian to the exclusion of all else, so much so, in fact, that the shinobi suspected that to be the biggest reason he'd had so much success at taking on the Brood. And every time it had the Man of Steel in its sights, it attacked with greater strength and fervor. 3 lightning-fast kicks smashed into Doomsday's hastily raised forearm, pushing the weapon back and giving Superman the chance to get 2 punches into its back before flying out of reach. Funny how our initial plan's been flipped on its ass. Maelstrom closed the distance again and attacked, sidestepping a rising knee to smash his foot into Doomsday's hanging ankle. The heavily armored knight's taking potshots while the caster handles the berserker in close quarter. He weaved through a barrage of punches and drilled a retaliatory combo into Doomsday's gut, finishing off with a double-fisted uppercut. Still, this feels odd. A plan out from the sky, driving Doomsday into the ground and carving a shallow groove into the sand. Maelstrom launched an attack of his own, sleek bolts of lightning arching out from his palms before stabbing downward into the creature. He lifted a finger to the communicator in his ear and asked, "Is it just me or is it slowing down?" "I was just thinking the same," Superman replied, focus never shifting from the dust cloud that had sprung up in the wake of their attacks. Shifting sands notwithstanding, the Man of Steel's gaze picked up the weapon's movements and he immediately noticed something. "It's getting out of the crater, but it's definitely slower now. Not quite struggling to stand, but maybe I can get down there." "Bad idea," Maelstrom warned, his senses picking what the Kryptonian saw and more. "I wasn't sure of this earlier, but I think I know why it's been keeping up with you so easily." Unwilling to give it room, the shinobi closed in again, this time sticking to actual hit-and-run tactics. A kick to the knee, then zip away. An elbow to the back of the neck, then retreat. Not quite rinse and repeat, but, at the speeds he was moving, the brute was forced to huddle with its hands over its head, trying to protect its vitals. Maelstrom didn't allow that to lull him into a sense of false security, though. Rather, he focused even more intensely on the fight, knowing how easy and catastrophic it would be to slip into an attack pattern. After all, Doomsday had, even with the Sharingan, had come close to catching him off guard a few times. He had absolutely no delusions that the brute wouldn't read his patterns if he dared fall into any. Focused as he was, though, a tiny part of him couldn't help but wonder where the hell his clone was with the bloody lightning lance thing it had unleashed previously. That tiny part nearly cost him his life. Doomsday had been created to kill Superman. Though it lacked conventional intellect, its creator had given it an insane battle instinct, allowing it to pick out the most likely path to success without truly considering the variables that would lead to such. While the interference had attacked in a seemingly random pattern, there was one thing that never changed. After every hit, the interference would immediately retreat before attacking again. Over and over again. Order in the midst of chaos. The interference had forced the apocalyptic weapon to expend far more energy than its creator had anticipated and had even dealt what might have been a crippling blow to another being, resulting a wound that had, for a time, defied the weapon's inbuilt regeneration factor. For a time. Now, it was healed up and, beneath the building rage, the apocalyptic weapon had a course of action. The attack came out of nowhere. As he had done nearly 1,000,000 times already, Maelstrom had closed the distance, fired off a punch to Doomsday's arm and pushed away from the brute. Only to nearly get his arm ripped off at the shoulder, Doomsday's fist having shot out like a viper and clamped down on him. At the same time, the second fist punched forward, the bony plate on that fist elongating into a wickedly gleaming spike that swung at his face. Time slowed to a crawl, his hyper-enhanced senses picking everything from Superman's sudden dive to the freshly regenerated bone armor over the weapon's wounded torso and even a sudden spike of chakra in the distance with an astounding degree of clarity. The bony spike inched closer and closer, moving with a seemingly unstoppable force until it began to pierce the shinobi's adamantine armor. And shattered the rock that had taken the shinobi's place. 5 meters behind the weapon, the shinobi appeared in the same spot a rock had just occupied and, shedding the sub-elemental chakra mix flowing through him for a more basic element, slammed his palms against the ground. Doden. Yomi Numa. The earth softened immediately, turning into a semi-liquid mass that sucked Doomsday into the knee before solidifying. Before the creature could adjust to its new plight, Superman was there, flying so fast that the air screamed out of his path. Instincts flaring, Doomsday tried to shift out of the incoming attack but could do little more than twist just a little bit, presenting its jaw at the perfect angle. The crack of the apocalyptic weapon's neck was deafening, the force behind the Man of Steel's punch twisting the creature's head in a semicircle. More than half the muscle fibers in its neck stretched and then snapped in an instant and its spinal cord snapped like twine. As Superman tumbled across the sands, a lightning lance shot out from the distance and near instantly stabbed through Doomsday's forehead, angled downward so that its tail end burst forth from the creature's mouth, the superheated chakra hissing harshly as it burned through the brute's flesh before the whole thing detonated. "You think that did it?" Superman groaned tiredly, holding a hand to his side as he walked up to Maelstrom. Every part of his body hurt, even places he didn't think he had, and his X-ray vision Röntgen ray was just a bit blurry. For a moment, the Kryptonian wondered if the younger man had heard him with how quiet he was. He was about to ask again when the shinobi released a shuddering sigh and collapsed onto the sand. "We got it," he confirmed with an exhausted sigh. "You broke its neck and I nuked its head and a pretty decent chunk of its torso to Kingdom Come. If it had regenerated from that, well, I hate to say it, but I might just have ditched you on the spot." A pregnant silence fell, bringing a sudden tension that was just as quickly chased off by both heroes' guffawing laughter. "Jokes? Really?" The Man of Steel groaned again, feeling the pain in his side flare up again and drawing a grimace from him. "I have no idea how, but the big brute still managed to nick my side before I knocked its head loose. Please stop. No promises." Naruto grinned, pulling his Kakashi-esque face mask down. "So, who's handling the body?" "I'll call Dr. Stone over at Star Labs," Superman replied. "They should have a transport available and I doubt if anyone's aware of what just happened here, so it should still be here come morning." Naruto hummed noncommittally. He was willing to bet that Cadmus had eyes on them right at that moment and that they had scrambled a few units to acquire Doomsday's body. Making a mental note to send a clone out to handle that matter, he sat back and let out a long sigh, feeling the adrenaline rush of the fight gradually seep away. "I don't think this is even remotely canon, but I just thought it would be a cool little addition to make Doomsday's assassination order easier. It's certainly something I can imagine Desaad tossing into Doomsday's genetic makeup. I don't think anyone will argue this one. Supes is basically the moral center of the League, and it explains why so many Leaguers took his side during the Injustice storyline, at least initially, because they trust his moral compass so much, something even Bats has attested to. When he made the decision to enact martial law, a lot of heroes would simply have followed blindly, thinking that he was still making the right choices. I hate writing fight scenes, especially fight scenes that focus extensively on a specific pair, or trio, as in this case, of fighters. I'll see you guys in the next chapter, which, hopefully, won't take this long." "You said, well, I guess." Both men stopped talking and, after a bit of silent deliberation, Maelstrom gestured for Superman to continue. "Earlier, during the fight, you said something about knowing why Doomsday was able to keep up with me." "I did?" The shinobi frowned and racked his mind. "Huh. I did. I'm guessing you want to know what I meant?" When the Man of Steel nodded, Maelstrom slowly did the same. "At first I thought its strength boost whenever you got close was because it was so very interested in killing the fuck out of you. Hard to har. Gee, someone's tetchy," Naruto Chuck Rias. "Like I said, I thought it was just because it was so utterly focused on you, but at some point during the fight, I think when it caught you midair and tried to splatter your skull with its forehead, I noticed that Doomsday wasn't just getting stronger just because you were around. You were getting, I dunno, but it looked like you were getting weaker." Superman sat up and turned to him. "Weaker? That's what it looked like?" Naruto sighed as he stared into the night sky, mentally tracing the constellations. A strong feeling of homesickness blossomed in his heart as he recalled moments shared with Shikamaru and Choji on the Nara clan head's roof, learning the way of the slacker from the master himself. "I wonder how they're all doing. Tenten, Sai, Hinata, Sakura-chan. Pretty sure Ba-chan would have whipped the village back into shape by now. But Sasuke, would he still be seen as a criminal?" Maelstrom, oh, sorry about that. He shook his head slightly, stuffing those thoughts into a corner of his mind. "Anyway, I think Doomsday was designed to siphon off whatever energy powers you," he said, doing his best to put his thoughts into words. "By drawing on your energy reserves and adding it onto its own. I'm guessing Darkseid's god scientist planned on giving his weapon a unique edge against you. Asterisk. Weakening me and strengthening Doomsday." The Kryptonian nodded slowly, piecing together the little facts that must have helped the younger man arrive at that conclusion. The theory certainly held up under preliminary analysis, as it explained how the apocalyptic weapon had been able to not only react to attacks that should have caught it flat-footed, but also how it had seemed to grow more and more durable during their exchanges. If this theory was right and, again, it seemed to answer all the right questions, then, had he fought the creature alone? "Looks like I owe you." When we were in Metropolis. When I first saw the destroyed homes and the broken bodies. It only took an instant for Naruto to understand his words and he immediately cut in. You were beyond pissed and spoiling for a fight. That was a perfectly normal response. A human response, in fact, and it speaks to a side of you that people like Senator Finch will never get to see while standing at a distance and sticking their paranoid fingers at you. Neither spoke for a few moments and, during that time, Naruto made a decision. He wasn't sure if he could bridge the gap between himself and the Batman due to the Dark Knight's infamous intractability, but there was nothing stopping him from mending bridges with Superman, especially now that a good opportunity to do so had presented itself. During my time with the Team Canary, and I often spent time just talking, sharing experiences or planning a new training for the rest of the team. One thing she always talked about was the Justice League and how you, Batman and Wonder Woman, acted as the glue that held it all together. Wonder Woman represented the League's fighting spirit. Batman, your relentless drive for justice, and you. When she asked me, I said you represented the League's strength. Kal-El wasn't surprised. He saw the looks in the eyes of the Leaguers. He understood the burden he had to bear as that emblem of unwavering strength that they and even the world looked up to. According to Dinah, though, I was only kinda right. Naruto noted the Man of Steel's surprised look and smiled faintly. Yeah, I was just as surprised then, especially when she explained it. See, Dinah believes that, while you do represent the League's strength, your real value to them is your heart. Asterisk to many of them, you're this godlike being that would gladly let a couple of robbers go if it meant you could save the life of an innocent child. I mean, it helps that you can save the child and then nab the thieves before they can move 5 steps, but it's the thought, that initial reflex move to protect, to save lives, that makes you so much more important. And after seeing your reaction to those, to Layton Avenue, I understand what she meant. Yeah, well, all things considered, my reaction would have gotten a lot of people killed? So you're not perfect, the shinobi shrugged. There's probably a couple of other things you're not perfect at. For one thing, your reaction every time you see Connor makes me want to deck you into next week. Kal-El turned away from him with a sigh, his face flushing with guilt. My cousin's been helping me with that. That's good to hear, Naruto nodded, absently noting how the Man of Steel's actions almost perfectly mirrored Connor's in such situations. And it ties into what I was about to say. Over time I've discovered that being perfect is more of a process than a state. We've all got so many problems, so many flaws, that the concept of perfection is little more than a pipe dream. Gee, how uplifting. I'm a realist, he shrugged. Still, my point is, we all have flaws and dealing with those flaws takes effort, a bucket load of determination, and so much time in some cases that hammering those bumps out of ourselves takes practically our entire lives, and we still miss out on 1 or 2 of them. The important thing, though, is that we don't stop trying. Take your issues with Connor for example. I don't know if you saw it as a problem on your own or if Supergirl helped you with that, but the important thing is that you're working on it. You're taking advice and trying to get past those problems. So what if you almost made a bad decision? That's in the past, and right now that you know where you almost went wrong, you can figure out a way to ensure that you never make that mistake. For a few minutes neither of them said a word, and the only sounds around them were those of nature herself. You got away with words. You stick around with the premier diplomat that is Kaguya and you pick up a few things. I don't think that was all diplomacy, there, the Man of Steel remarked as he got to his feet and stretched an arm out to help the shinobi up. The eloquence may be your thing, but you just spoke from your heart, and that's not a skill to be picked up by association. Naruto smirked as they clasped hands and the Kryptonian pulled him up. Gee, I think I feel a blush crawling up my neck. Superman watched as the younger man dusted down his raggedy outfit, absently deciding to head to the Fortress of a Change himself before saying, I may not agree with your decision to kill the Joker, and I can't be sure that I will ever understand your reasons, but I was wrong about you, Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions. No problem, Naruto broke off into a loud yawn. Okay, I've got to go check in with Kaguya now. They've dealt with the planetoid thing. Are they okay? They're fine, Naruto waved dismissively, choosing not to tell him that a few members of both the team and the League would be spotting a few commemorative scars. They're back at the Watchtower now. I guess that means we're done here. Yup. Naruto nodded to the Man of Steel as he mentally locked on to Kaguya's Hireishin mark. I'd say I'd see you later, bud. Just stay in touch, Kal-El smiled. You know, the same way you still talk to the team? Wait, how did you? The sound of Superman's laughter echoed across the desert as he flew away. A few moments later, the shinobi disappeared in a burst of light, the Watchtower. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that there are extraterrestrial Genghis Khans out there, and then there's the whole Kryptonian kill order Darkseid put out on Superman, Vixen exclaimed, her features looking strained over the Justice League's holographic communication channel. How exactly are we supposed to think about why they came here? I cannot tell you how we're supposed to do it, but we must find a way all the same, Wonder Woman stated firmly. Like Batman said, understanding why Mongol and his sister threatened our planet could help us learn how to keep them away. And like I already said, there's no point. The relatively new Green Lantern argued back. Mongol's entire thing is that he wants to conquer the most powerful planets and beings in preparation for his eventual return to conquer his home galaxy. I'm sure Batman isn't contesting your knowledge of these unearthly details, but I also get what he's saying, Green Arrow commented from his base. Earth is, look, on a universal scale, hell, on a galactic scale. Earth isn't quite up to the level of being a blip on a guy like Mongol's radar. I mean, there's gotta be galaxy-spanning empires out there, right? When Jessica nodded slowly, Oliver continued. Well, if that's the case, then Earth isn't important enough to pull a guy like Mongol here. Not on its own at least, because if I was a galactic conqueror, I don't see myself bothering with what amounts to a dead-end planet on the ass end of space. Not unless a known figure like, oh how about the deadliest bounty hunter in the known universe, went around talking about how said dead-end planet on the ass end of space has spawned 2 people that fought him to a standstill? Jessica asked. That sound convincing enough? Sorry, but 2 people still aren't enough to make galactic conqueror me turn up to wipe out the planet. Oliver shrugged. It just doesn't make sense. But what if Mongol knew about Darkseid's attempts to take Earth? Superman asked, speaking for the first time in nearly 15 minutes. Darkseid's a conqueror on a greater scale than Mongol. Agreed, but a conqueror nonetheless. If Mongol's on some sort of proving himself mission, then taking Earth makes sense. He'd be showing the universe that he did something someone as powerful as Darkseid couldn't. That'd be one hell of a statement. Now that makes a ton of sense, the Flash nodded. It's also quite terrifying because that means we've now beaten off 3 intergalactic warlords, which puts us very firmly on the map. We need information. The question stated decisively. We've been focused on our little mudball for too long. We need intel on what goes on in the wider world. Having the Watchtower as a warning system won't hold up if an alien armada decides to just overpower us with greater numbers. We need eyes on the galactic streets. The universal streets, you mean? Shazam muttered, his normally boyish eyes taking on the hard glint that denoted the wisdom of Solomon had taken over. Even ignoring the steep initial costs of setting up such an information-gathering network, the challenge with developing a network that spans galaxies is the distance versus time problem. If our contacts are too widespread, gathered information could reach us too late for it to matter. Conversely, if they are too close, they may not hear anything. Jessica, could you help us? I can't do much there, Supergirl, the Green Lantern responded. I'm stationed here, to this sector. Asking for updates on other sectors is frowned upon by the Guardians, and the kind of information you'd need here wouldn't even be on official channels. Well, if the Green Lantern can't help us, how do we move forward with this? Captain Atom asked. What about Maelstrom? Cyborg asked. He's good at the clandestine stuff, and he's already got one hell of a network. It's how he learned about the hit on Queen Perdita a few months back, and just about no one even heard a whisper before he did. That's just over a continent, Vixen argued archly. I'll be generous and say he's covered the whole planet. You think he can work on something spanning galaxies? If he's as good as Cyborg says, he can at least help us set the foundations for a network, the question noted. It won't be perfect and there'll be a number of hiccups, but if we work together, we might be able to have something set up far faster than if we were going at it on our own. Funny, it sounds like we've agreed to overlook Uzumaki's murder of the Joker, the Dark Knight cut in, lasering everyone with an intense gaze. Or am I reading the room wrongly? No one spoke for a few seconds, regardless of their physical location. You know what? No, I think I'm done with this shit, the Black Canary stated, her words simmering with long restrained anger as she pushed herself out of her seat and locked glares with the Batman. I'm overlooking it. Is that clear enough for you, Bats? Or do I need to scream it a little louder? The dramatics aren't necessary, Canary. You'd made your stance clear since day one. The words were delivered with a cool dismissal that had the blonde heroine slamming her fist against the table. Just like you have, you stubborn jackass. You didn't have a problem with him when he was pulling our asses out of the fire when Darkseid showed up, or when he fought Trigon to a standstill, but he steps over the line one time. One time is more than enough, he killed a known madman. Canary snapped harshly. A homicidal piece of shit that slaughtered thousands with a literal goddamn smile on his face. While we killed innocent people who were forced into slavery. Justify that. Contrary to the Dark Knight's words earlier, she meant every word when she'd said that she was sick of things. Sick of the rest of the league shying away from the topic of what to do about Naruto like he was some infectious, diseased thing that needed to be handled with care. She was sick of Batman and Superman's adamant refusal to even try to listen to anything that wasn't an extreme measure. Most of all, she was sick of her own passivity. For too long, she had tried the diplomatic approach. Tried to reason with both Superman and Batman without really forcing the League to come out and just take a stance on the matter. It wasn't because she didn't care about the whiskered blonde and his partner. She respected Naruto and Kagaya to a much greater degree than she would have expected and considered them two of her closest friends. Rather, she hadn't wanted to rock the boat. The League was relatively new, all things considered, and she knew how easily internal conflicts could tear established organizations apart, to say nothing of their constantly growing yet somewhat loose alliance with the other heroes. For more than 2 months, she had forced herself to put the amorphous needs of the league over those of her friends and, perhaps more importantly, the concrete needs of her team. She was done with that. It was time the team's needs came first. And with that in mind, she soldiered on. Did you ever consider that? How we killed hundreds of parademons without a moment's hesitation when they attacked? Because you didn't seem to care about using explosives on the parademons even after you'd found out that they were humans forced to undergo some kind of transformation process and then mentally chained to Darkseid's will. The Batman's eyes narrowed and his voice, when he spoke, was glacial. You've been in contact with him. Yes I have, she admitted freely, her guilt at feeling like she had been skulking around when she spoke to Naruto easing off her shoulders. And judging by that, I'll take it he's challenged you about that? I wonder what you said? You're arguing with the words. Even if she is, Green Arrow cut in, his tone and his emerald gaze as piercing as if he was physically present. He'd long known how his partner felt about the whole matter, and while he wasn't all that chummy with the whiskered blonde, he honestly felt the whole issue had been drawn and by extension Naruto isn't wrong. We didn't exactly hold back when we handled the parademons. The Joker was killed in cold blood. We can't compare the two. We can't compare that to what? As killing those parademons in the heat of the battle? Canary fired back heatedly. Weren't your words, we don't kill, ever? Because we should never be the ones to mete out that kind of judgment. There has to be a place where we draw the line and let the law. The same way you let the law prevail when we fought the Atlanteans, when we had to do whatever it took to deal with Orm? When we killed men whose only crime was following an insane leader? Did we let the law prevail then? Or did we? That was basically the first time we fought together. All of us operated as we saw fit. And we all agreed that Arthur would have had an easier time of bringing Atlantis to his side if most of you hadn't. Enough. Stop. The simultaneous orders from Superman and Wonder Woman didn't come out as angry yells. In fact, in Diana's case, it was almost conversational save for the keen sharpness to it which was a stark contrast to Superman's more stalwart decree. Whether it was the blunt force or the razor edge, the words worked, silencing the arguing duo even if it didn't halt their non-verbal battle of wills, and after a quick non-verbal exchange of their own, Diana continued, Batman, Canary, you have made your stances abundantly clear on this matter, so I would suggest that you take your seats and allow us all those of us still here, at least to deliberate on this matter here and now. Though unwilling to be the first to draw back, her mother had often bemoaned the sheer stubbornness she could bring to bear when provoked. A quick glance around the room showed that the Amazon was right. At some point during their argument, every other League member who wasn't present on the watchtower save Green Arrow had pulled out of the call. Even among those physically present, she noted that the Flash, Jessica, Billy and Shiera had begun to fidget and were moments away from slinking out of the meeting hall. The anger drained out of her like water in a basket and, with a tired sigh, she sat back down. Sorry, You were airing your opinion. Diana lifted a shoulder in a half shrug. An opinion regarding a matter that was long overdue for resolution. I believe the matter was resolved, the Dark Knight pointed out, his tone as emotionless as ever. Uzumaki was to be excommunicated. We never agreed to that, Cyborg remarked. We couldn't exactly find him, so claiming that we excommunicated him would be a big issue. Besides, he's never been a member of the League, so how exactly do you excommunicate someone you never officially communicated with in the first place? We're leaving all that to the past, Superman stated firmly. Right now, we're going to talk this out and find a way to resolve this. I don't want us having any bad blood, whether among the few of us here or among the wider League. He swept his gaze around the room, making sure to receive each person's agreement before moving on. Okay, we've got a few new faces in here that don't know anything about this issue. To keep things fair, I'd like you, Jean, to bring us all up to speed. The Martian nodded and launched into a quick summary of the events that led to the Joker's death. So, what's the problem? Shiera asked, bewilderment clear on her face. I mean, the guy killed a repeat homicidal maniac. Why is this such a big deal? I don't know how things are done on Thanagar, Shiera, but I think Earth's rules are a tad different. The Flash jumped in, intentionally cutting the Batman off. Sorry Bats, but you've got this crazy way of sounding extremely condescending, probably without trying. In America, at least, you can't just grab a gun and kill a person just because they're a known killer. There's a process. I understand that, the winged woman raised her hands in a placating gesture, and I'm not asking you to cheer this Maelstrom guy on, but I feel like you can't deal with him killing this Joker the way the law would because you're operating outside those laws. The meeting hall grew silent at that blunt admission. She may not have realized it, but Shiera had just touched on a matter that many members of the League still skirted around when it was brought up: the legality of their actions. In more than a few countries, the actions of masked vigilantes was still heavily frowned upon. Bialia and the Relasias were the most outspoken examples, but there were others that towed that line. In countries such as Russia, for example, only government-sanctioned heroes were given leave to operate, and anyone caught skulking around and playing at being a hero would likely find themselves on the receiving end of the government's wrath. The good old US of A was something of an oddball. On a federal level, the Justice League was publicly taken as the world's defenders and were, as such, stalwart allies. At the state and municipal levels, though, things were a lot murkier and even established heroes like the Flash, Green Arrow and Vixen still experienced resistance to their actions in a number of areas. How does our legal status affect our ability to deal with Maelstrom? Dinah asked, genuinely interested in what the winged woman had to say. The way I see it, most of you don't exactly have a problem with what he did. And if the Joker was even a quarter as bad as you said, then frankly, neither do I. Shiera stated with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. For those of you that don't really have a problem with it, you're dragging your feet on this because you don't believe that's any way to treat someone who did something you'd wanted to do for a while but got too stuck in whatever red tape you guys have here. For those who really do have a problem with what he did, here, her golden brown eyes slid over to the Dark Knight. You know you can't really do shit. The statement had more than a few heads snapping to her in utter bewilderment and not a few cases of clear shock. I mean, actually, we can, do what? Toss the guy in a federal prison cell? Oliver asked, cutting Billy off with an almost derisive snort. Hate to break it to ya, big guy, but any prosecutor with a halfway decent brain wouldn't touch the case with a 1,000-yard pole because of the public backlash. The general public would see Maelstrom as a true hero, the Flash explained. After the Joker's reign of terror, I'm sure most Gotham citizens and a decent percentage of the GCPD would definitely see him in a favorable light. Though the Dark Knight remained silent, the more observant heroes saw the slight tension in his jaw and knew that the speedster was correct. The public outcry could easily lead to more complex social problems starting from riots and spiraling downwards. John nodded gravely. There is also the fact that publicizing something like this in the public outcry Flash just spoke of could embolden the more violent heroes, and from there, all it would take is a single mistake for the governments of the world to decide that perhaps all heroes aren't worth the trouble. Then there's the other side of things, Jessica remarked. We take this to the feds, it gets handled quietly and the Maelstrom gets locked up, right? Except the guy we're talking about fought Lobo to a standstill. I can't think of a single prison on the planet that could hold him. So, he breaks out of prison and because, full disclosure, that's exactly how I'd react here, he decides the Justice League's full of hypocritical mooks and then we end up with an ultra-deadly, Lobo-level assassin thinking of ways he could get his revenge on the League. That doesn't sound like Naruto at all, Cyborg said, torn between being terrified of what an unhinged Naruto could do and laughing his ass off at the thought of the blonde ever getting to that point. Regardless, Shiera's point still stands, Superman sighed. We can't take this anywhere so we need to handle Anari and now Shiera have given their opinions so I'd say we give Batman a chance to talk. The Flash suggested. We all know he's against killing as a rule but there's gotta be a reason for that. Something more that we maybe aren't seeing. The Flash had let that sentence trail off as he did intentionally, giving the Dark Knight a chance to lay his opinion bare before the rest of the League and while his pride wanted to let that chance slip by so that he could make his own entrance, Bruce Wayne gratefully took the opportunity. I know it seems to many of you that I'm being a self-righteous hard ass with my insistence that we strive to never take a life, he began slowly, leaning forward and looking at each person present. I know how stupid it looks, my pushing this to potentially alienate a powerful ally over what seems like an easily overlooked offense. I know it seems absolutely insane that I'm doing all this over the Joker, a psychopath that has taken thousands of lives. And the truth is, you aren't the only ones thinking that way. His words seemed to reverberate around the room with a somber yet irresistible presence that kept everyone's attention firmly locked on him. Flash was guessing when he said this but Commissioner Gordon told me that most of the GCPD were cheering the death of the Joker and the few veterans who could see beyond the present including Gordon himself would be all too willing to look the other way if the Joker's killer walked up to them and admitted his guilt. A close friend of mine, for the first time since many of them had come to know him, they heard a slight crack in the Dark Knight's voice. A tiny hint at the vulnerable man that stood beneath the cowl. Someone I trust implicitly asked me if the Joker's death had made Gotham safer, not necessarily as in less dangerous but perhaps just more predictable. That had been a splash of icy water to him, when Alfred had asked him that question. Most others in the room probably wouldn't understand what the Wayne butler had meant but the older man had been, to a large degree, right. Without the Joker, and not counting the turf war that was still ongoing, criminal activity had become almost routine. The chaotic energy the Joker injected into Gotham's criminal element had petered out and the occurrence of more violent crimes had dipped to levels rarely seen in the city. It had been an eye-opening experience and it had led him to do something he didn't often do. Hearing what they had to say and knowing that it mirrored what some of you think, it made me wonder if, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there were situations that needed to be handled by going to extremes and maybe there was some merit to what Maelstrom said about dealing with a sickness before it spread too far and couldn't be contained. The Dark Knight sat back and threw his head backward, staring into the overhead lights. There, he'd said it. He had seriously considered Uzumaki's words from all those nights ago. After sticking to a stringent moral code that many thought was too black and white to handle the realities of the world, the proof that had been all but shoved into his face recently had left him reeling. The Joker's death had, in no small way, made Gotham safer. The legal enforcers of the law were willing to look the other way. Killing the Joker hadn't suddenly turned Uzumaki into a serial murderer. Those truths had battered at his resolve relentlessly. Yet here he stood, as unwavering. No, he was even more unwavering in his belief than ever. "So why the heck are you still pushing this?" Cyborg asked. "If you think Naruto's right." I said he may have been right. He pushed himself forward again, and all the smoldering intensity that had faded earlier returned with a vengeance. And the longer I thought about it, the more I began to realize that he wasn't. Not in the long term. "I'm guessing you have an explanation for that?" Cyborg asked. "Because, from where I'm sitting, the words you're saying aren't making any sense." "That's because you aren't thinking about how this will play out over time," the Batman stated firmly. Earlier, Jean said something about how the revelation of Maelstrom's role in the Joker's death could make the more violent criminals much bolder, but have you really taken that thought to its extreme? Have you wondered how easily we could slip down that slope? How easy it'll be to start justifying the death of criminals by claiming that they are psychopaths, then moving on to saying that they broke the law, and then we find ourselves killing people because they displayed psychopathic tendencies. You're reaching pretty badly there, Bats, the Flash frowned. I get that it's a slippery slope, but I don't think we're anywhere near weak-minded enough to just take a plunge like that. You may be right about us, Flash, but what about those already leaning toward extreme measures? How do we stop them if they believe they're justified in their actions? And how about our legacies? Robin, Kid Flash, Artemis, Aqualad, and all the other impressionable kids we have fighting with us. How do we get them to understand that there's a line between killing one type of villain and the other? Now you're just making those kids sound like idiots, Oliver argued back. There's a clear difference between the Joker and guys like Captain Cold. Snart may never have frozen someone to death, but his actions have taken lives. The Flash rejoined quietly, the weight of his words cutting through the hall more effectively than if he had yelled. And while we've got guys like the Golden Glider who focus on pulling heists more than anything else, those heists have cost people their jobs and things just spiraled down from there. He bit his lip and swallowed some spit. I'm pretty sure the guy meant well when he took out the Joker, but I'm beginning to see Bat's point. If we don't put our foot down on this, it could easily come to haunt us later down the line. Damn it, Flash, this is Naruto you're talking about, Cyborg argued heatedly. You can't tell me what Kid Flash hasn't told you about him. He's become as much of a mentor to the team as most of you guys. Cyborg's right, Canary added. Raven and Miss Martian see him as an older brother. Aqualad only respects Aquaman and Queen Mara more than he respects Naruto. Troya. Robin and Artemis all pay a lot of attention to whatever he says, and Superboy. The only person even close to Naruto's influence on him is Supergirl. The blonde sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose, thus missing the Man of Steel's slight flinch at her last remark. What Cyborg and I are trying to say is that alienating Naruto because of this will push the team away from us. Can we really afford that? We'll have to, Jean said. We are the Justice League, are we not? The emphasis on the word, justice, had Canary biting back a frustrated snarl even as the Martian explained. Justice is fair, impartial. If we overlook this one event, then we must overlook any such occurrences in the future, and for every time we are forced to overlook the matter because of precedence we lose our standing. Okay, so what about us? Well, you guys? Jessica asked. I can sort of ignore the parademons even after you guys knew they were mutated humans, but I remember watching clips of the Atlantean surge for weeks on TV while you guys and Aquaman brokered for peace. Like Black Canary said, you weren't exactly paragons of the Sixth Commandment, and those were just soldiers doing as they were commanded. Asterisk. That deaths of those Atlantean soldiers and even the parademons is something each of us will have to find ways of paying penance for, Diana admitted quietly before her tone went flinty. However, where we fought and killed out of desperation, because our backs were against the walls, all the evidence gathered to this point indicates that Maelstrom's murder of the Joker was, if not premeditated, a choice made in spite of other available options. Wait a second, what, you know him, Canary, far better than anyone else here. The Amazon interrupted breastly say that he had no way whatsoever of capturing the Joker that day. Was the death of the Joker the only outcome available to him? The two heroines locked gazes, and just when it seemed that another heated argument would break out, Canary shifted her gaze away and almost imperceptibly shook her head. Knowing that the blonde heroine was out at least for now, Diana continued. I believe that's one of the pillars we should set our exemptions to the no-kill rule upon. Wait, what do you mean exemption? The Dark Knight snapped, leaning forward with a baleful glare leveled at the Amazon. Weren't you listening? I was listening, Batman, and while you raised many valid points, so did Canary, Cyborg, and Shiera. Diana's tone grew soft now, hoping that she could get him to understand. I agree that we cannot give ourselves room to grow lax and condone murder, but you must realize that, in certain situations, we weren't given any choice. If you want us to deal with this in pure black and white terms, then we must begin with ourselves. Once again, it seemed as if another fight would break out, this time between the Dark Knight and the Amazon, but once again, Diana's opponent backed down. So, what would you have us do? Wonder Woman inhaled deeply before replying. To make a decision on this case, we need to go through every aspect of it. We should treat this similarly to how some law enforcement agencies operate. For every bullet fired, Officers are asked to justify every move that led up to that moment. She took a moment to read the room and noted with no small amount of relief that many seemed interested in her suggestion. In this case, it shouldn't be a question of what positives came out of it or vice versa. Instead, we need to start by asking if there was truly no other option. I won't pretend the thought of killing the Joker hadn't crossed my mind, but had all other options truly been exhausted? If he was criminally insane as Arkham Asylum often declared, was there no way of healing his mind? Was there no prison whatsoever that could hold him? I believe that it is only by carefully going over each of these points and any others that might occur to us can we determine if Maelstrom truly deserves to be deemed guilty, and, if so, we can decide on what to do. Makes a lot of sense to me, Jessica shrugged, breaking the silence that had stretched out after the Amazon had finished speaking. Plus, if there's a clear-cut way of determining anyone's level of involvement with any given case, decisions would be fairer than if you all just jumped to a conclusion. Her words opened the floodgates for a flurry of agreements and refinements, and it seemed everything was all but settled. Then Batman spoke up. What about Superman? What do you think about this? A poignant hush fell over the room as all eyes turned to the Man of Steel, and for only the second time since their first meeting, the last son of Krypton sincerely wanted to smack the Dark Knight to the moon. New York. I mean, I feel terrible now, but when Canary started yelling and Batman got all icy and glaring, You just didn't want to get on the old grouchster's bad side. Connor filled in with a small smile. Kara, we've been pushing him to at least allow us to talk to Maelstrom, so I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of the guys, I am Batman, hear me roar, glare. Kara let out a snort before devolving into full-fledged giggles. The old grouchster? I am Batman, hear me roar? Hey, what can I say? The younger Kryptonian yawned and dropped to the concrete floor of the roof he was sitting on. His stock has taken a bit of a hit with us recently. Just don't let him know you're talking about him like this, Kara cautioned amid a final set of laughs. So, how are you guys doing? And the new girl, Starfire, Corey, right? Yeah, Coriander, right? How's she doing? She seemed to be doing okay when I left, he replied as he absently mapped out a few constellations in the night sky. Helped her settle in so there weren't too many awkward moments. Too many awkward moments? Connor heard a shuffle over the phone and guessed she was ransacking her kitchen for a snack. Wait, Wally? Wally. God, I almost wish I was there to see it, Kara laughed again. Anyhow, what are you up to now? Super Cycle and I went out for a ride, he replied. We just stopped over at Val's apartment. Oh, is he home? Can I come see him? Because he was really impressive when we fought Mongul, he doesn't act like any Zodagnu back on Krypton, and I think I might have known one of his. Kara. His sharp call stopped the onrush of words, and he took a moment to laugh at the hilarity of the fact that he, the younger one, occasionally had to act like the more mature one. Breathe. He heard her suck in a quick breath and waited for her to release it before continuing. No, he isn't home, so I don't think you can come see him right now. Ah, I really wanted to swap notes with him about life on Krypton. Kara's pout came across the line as clearly as if she was physically present. Clark only knows what he's learned from the data crystals his parents left for him, so pretty much anything about actually living on Krypton is. She made a farting sound that drew another laugh from him. I'll let Val know you want to see him sometime. Maybe we can set up a picnic or something. Ooh, that would be amazing. Maybe I can finally drag Alex. The dial tone beeped once, twice, before reconnecting. Speak of the devil. Sorry Connor. Alex is calling in. Hey, I get it, and he really did. There once was a time when he'd have thought maybe she was brushing him off because he wasn't really related to her or something else along those lines, but now, I'll talk to you later, Kara. You too, Connor, beware the old grouchster. Her voice grew faint as she pulled the phone away from her ear, but he still caught her saying, God, I can't believe they call him, before the line went dead. Clicking his phone off, Connor folded his hands under his head and stared at a passing plane as a storm of thoughts clouded his mind. Clark only knows what he's learned from the data crystals. Superman's origins were still as much of a mystery to him now as they had been when he'd first opened his eyes in the Sumdac enzyme bath, but conversations with Kara had given him a few pointers here and there, the latest of which kept worming its deeper into his head. Superman had been forced away from his home before he could make any memories there. He doesn't have any memories of home, Connor reflected. Kinda like how I don't have any memories of growing up. Of course, technically, I'm just forming my childhood memories. He didn't bother holding back the bitter laugh that burbled up. Naruto had often warned him of the dangers of internalizing such negativity, and Canary always advised them to learn to deal with those kinds of thoughts anyway. Did the scientists at Cadmus know? Was that why they made me a teenager instead of starting me off as a kid? He had no clue, and since the only way to get answers to those questions was to return to his makers, I'll talk to Naruto and Magan about this. Maybe they'll have a clue what I should do. Yes, deep in his subconscious, he realized that he was doing the exact opposite of Canary's advice, but then dealing with those thoughts would probably have made him empathize more with his progenitor, and the honest truth was that he really wasn't ready for that. Not yet, at least. Certainly not when he hadn't quite gotten over the Man of Steel's rejection. Turning his attention away from his eyes and over to his ears, he allowed the energetic sounds of the New York night to carry his thoughts along until they settled on something else. Lifting his left arm, he stared at the jagged reminders he had of the battle against Trigon, the reminders that he was no Superman. He had new reminders, now, memories, not physical scars, but they were reminders all the same. Warworld. A planet-destroying war machine that had been Pill, his sister, both of whom seemed to be near if not outright equals to Superman. He had taken on Mongol alongside Wonder Woman, Donna and the new Green Lantern, Jessica, while Valor, Supergirl, Quarry and Raven had battled Mongol. And while both teams had battled their respective marks long enough for the others to wrest control of the warworld from the siblings, the more he analyzed his team's performance, the more certain he was that he had been the weakest link. It wasn't that he had performed badly, indeed. Both Wonder Woman and Green Lantern had praised him and Donna for how well they had handled themselves and how easily they covered each other. It was simply the fact that, compared to the others, he had dealt negligible damage to Mongol while taking the most damage. Even now his ribs still ached. Reminders of the few times he had been forced to take a hit from the warlord so that another, more powerful, teammate could get a hit in. Naruto believes I'll grow more powerful as I get older. He says I should focus on being an all-round fighter now instead of an out-and-out powerhouse, but he squeezed his eyes shut and tried to push the thoughts away, and this time he could hear Canary's voice warning him of the dangers of doing that, but they refused to leave. What if I don't grow stronger? Maybe that's why Superman keeps staying away. What if I'm stuck like this? The team will soon stop needing me. Is there something wrong with me? That's why Cadmus had no problem letting me go. How do I get past this? I need to protect Megan. Wow, do all us Kryptonians have that look on our face when we're deep in our thoughts? Pulling his thoughts back to his surroundings, Connor sat up and flashed a small smile at the speaker. Took you long enough. There was a fire, Valor replied as he shrugged on a denim jacket to complete his wardrobe change. I got the people out, but 4 of them needed urgent medical attention, so I had to fly them over to the hospital. A concerned look shone on Connor's face as Val joined him on the floor. Are they gonna be okay? They should, at least the doctors said as much when I asked them. He lifted the bag he'd brought along with him. Hungry? Thanks, Connor picked a Coke and a burger. So, how's Ms. Lane? Who? Oh, you know who I'm talking about, Connor smirked teasingly. Short hair, spunky radio show host, bringing your story to the masses. Leslie. You're already on first name terms? Connor waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Is there something I should know here? She's just a friend, dumbass. The retort lacked any heat whatsoever and the two shared an easy laugh. And she'd kick your ass to the moon for the Lois Lane comparison. Oh, bad case of professional envy? More like she's sick of the endless comparisons, Val replied between bites of the extra greasy burger he'd gotten himself. She's a pretty good person, all things considered. A bit abrasive if you're not used to her mannerisms, but then that's kinda what makes her such a good shock jock. I listened to some of her non-Valor shows, Connor noted. Abrasive's kinda underselling her. Still, if you're okay with her as your very first fangirl, then who am I to judge? She's not the darker-skinned young man broke off the sentence, conceding the point. We'll see how many fangirls you'll get when you go public. Especially since you already have a girlfriend. And that's just one more reason for me to stay behind the shadowy curtains. The conversation stalled while they made short work of the food Val had provided. Woo, that definitely hit the spot, Connor said as he took a long pull of his drink. I know, right? I'd eaten earlier, but there's just something about a big belly burger that just hits different, you know? Val stuffed the wrappings into the plastic bag and flicked them into the alley below. Plus, I needed something to commemorate what happened yesterday. Huh? Dude, I fought with the Justice League. The giddy, almost boyish excitement that suffused Val's face lit up the night like a halogen lamp. I mean, holy crap. It's one thing to see them on TV and try to be like them, but to fight with them. I nearly fanboy-ed when Wonder Woman was giving those orders, and fighting with Supergirl? Death by excess joy. I didn't even mind when Batman got all suspicious because I was being glared at by the freaking Batman. Anybody ever tell you you've got a bad case of hero worship? Oh no you don't, I am not letting you. Mr. Cynical, take this one away from me. The darker-skinned Kryptonian clone laughed for a moment before settling down again. As much as he understood why he had to keep his brother out of the loop about his true origins and identity as yet another Superman clone. Moments like these, moments that made him feel like he was in the presence of a real sibling, made Val wish Connor had stayed in the light. He didn't know if it was due to a secret connection born from their shared genetics, but he had developed a strong, brotherly relationship with his fellow clone over the course of their meetings, and he knew Connor felt it too. It made it a bit harder for him to inject a falsely wistful tone to his next lie. Really, Connor? You've probably gotten used to having them around and such, but for me? After Mongol slunk away with his tail between his legs, you could have carted me into the Phantom Zone and I'd have gone with a silly grin on my face. To be honest, I kinda felt the same way, Connor admitted, sounding just as wistful as his companion. You might think we'd always get to see the members of the JL considering the nature of the team, but the truth is that we don't get to see most of them all that often. As for fighting with them, well, the only time that happened was when a couple of ice-themed villains decided to send the good old US of A back into the Ice Age. Wait, you guys helped stop that? Yeah. A tiny smile curled the corner of Connor's mouth, pride welling up at the reminder of the very first Justice League X the Team mission. As a certain speedster had labeled it, trust me, deep down inside, I was just as excited as you were, just a lot more restrained about it. Huh, another thing we've got in common, except you don't have my restraint. Yada yada, Val rolled his eyes. Still, fun as it was fighting with the League, watching you guys work was pretty awesome too. Connor's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Us? Well, yeah, Val paused and cocked his head to the side, listening to something. Another? No, wait, wrong code, should be simple enough. Problem? Yeah, sorry, the gradually becoming famous clone shook his head. Caught a snippet of police chatter, but it's a pretty small thing. Fight out of a bar, public misdemeanor and all that. I leave the cops to handle stuff like that. Ah, yeah, so, what was I saying? You were saying something about us. The team, I mean. Ah, right, Val paused to gather his thoughts before saying, you guys were so, I dunno, effective? I mean, that's probably not the right word for it, but every time I looked over to where you and, Wonder Woman sighed. Troya, Connor supplied helpfully. Right, every time you and Troya went on the attack, you were just so smooth. Your attacks practically blended into each other and you were always watching each other's backs. Raven was like that too, except she was always able to move around Supergirl and I to get at Monville without getting in our way. Every time I think about it, just wow. Hey, you should see Maelstrom fight, Connor smirked. He pretty much taught us everything you saw us do out there. Well, that's disappointment number 2 then, Val remarked. I didn't get to see him or Superman in action. Though, to be fair, they do have pretty good reasons for missing out on the team up of the year. What do you mean? Val turned a quizzical look onto his fellow clone. Wait, you mean you haven't heard? When Connor shook his head to indicate that he hadn't, the dark pet out his phone and swiftly navigated to a browser. Huh, I thought the Justice League would have told you guys. Most news outlets are still very focused on the Warworld thing, so it's just been a social media thing. No one's sure of the details, but it turns out Superman had his hands full in Metropolis and her friend helped him out. He turned his phone so Connor could watch grainy videos of Superman fighting 3 strangely garbed women, followed by another video of a strange monster rampaging through the city before being attacked by a figure that closely resembled Maelstrom in his new outfit before the two disappeared in a flash of light. The planet's calling the creature Doomsday and is asking for any information that could help flesh out. Whatever else Val said faded into a tinny den in the back of Connor's mind as he kept replaying the sight of his mentor battling against a creature that utterly dwarfed Blockbuster's prodigious strength. His insecurities slammed into him with such force that it was almost a physical pain, and in his mind's eye, he saw McGann, Calder and the rest of the team being crushed by Mongol's insane strength even as Maelstrom cursed him for being. The sharp crack of a swiftly moving fist striking an unmoving cheek rang out like a gunshot and forced Connor out of his spiraling thoughts. You back? Val asked, hand already swinging back in case a second smacking proved necessary. I am, Connor grimaced, more due to the fact that he'd had to be smacked out of his thoughts than any actual pain. Sorry. No problem. The hand came down and Val stared worriedly at his fellow clone. Want to share? I mean, Connor sighed and shook his head, it was. Don't even think about saying, nothing, Con, because that was most definitely something. Okay, I was wondering what would have happened if I was the one fighting with Superman, Connor replied with a weak attempt at a smile. I keep wondering how Superman would react considering how weak I am compared to you and Supergirl. He wanted it to come off as a joke or something equally trivial, but, as his frustrations bled through and colored his words, all he heard from himself was envy. Con, how the hell did you get to thinking you're weak? Val gaped. You fought off Mongol just as well Donna and Wonder Woman. Don't patronize me, Connor yelled, slamming his foot into the ceiling. You and Supergirl were easily swapping hands with Mongol, and even Raven's spells did more damage than anything I could do. While you and the others were able to stay up close and really hurt those bastards, I had to play hit and run because I'd have been pasted on the wall if I tried to fight like Superman. Hell, my ribs still hurt from the one time I got hit. He could feel it, the simmering anger he thought he had dealt with now that Supergirl and Naruto and the rest of the team all seemed to believe in him, and it scared him how intensely it fought to be set free after lying dormant all these years. So, he forced himself to take a deep breath, and then sighed. Look, Val, the fact is, no matter how you want to cut it, I'm weak. I'm weaker than you. I'm weaker than Supergirl and I'm nowhere close to swinging in Superman's ballpark. I'm supposed to be Superboy, and I'm weak and I've accepted that. So just. What if I could help you change that? About it and let's talk about something else, yeah. Con, what if you could change all that stuff you just said? Val asked urgently, eyes bright with hope. I helped someone, a scientist, some time ago and we've been in contact ever since. A harsh, sardonic laugh ripped its way out of Connor. You seriously don't expect some random scientist to? She works in a lab that rivals Star Labs, Val replied immediately. She's an experienced geneticist who's recently been involved in a big xenobiology project. Even if she can't help out herself, she's got to have a few friends who could help. For just the briefest instant, Connor allowed himself to imagine being just like Superman. Protecting McGann with that power, helping the team with it, flying around unaided with Supergirl. The images were crisp, almost real to his mind's eye. But that should be expected, considering how often I've dreamed of stuff like that. Except, after all those dreams, I'm exactly where I've always been and there's nothing that can change that. No amount of hope will help. So thinking, Connor just sighed and shook his head. Thanks for the offer, bud. Okay, but can I get some of your blood? The question sounded so ludicrous that, for a few seconds, Connor could only gape at his friend. Wah? Still seemingly giddy with hopeful excitement, Val forged on like he hadn't heard the question. I mean, even if you don't believe she can help, I know she could at least point us in the right direction. When he noticed that Connor still didn't believe him, Val grew serious. Listen, Con, I'd be lying if I said I understood how you feel about this because I don't. He paused and stared at his fist, clenching it tightly. I don't know how it feels to be as strong as I am. I don't know what it's like to have to dodge a punch because I'm afraid I'll be knocked out by the hit, and I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't fly because I've never not been able to. Not since I got to Earth, at least. But that's exactly why I want to do this. He looked up at Connor. I don't want you feeling that way again. I want to fly with you, beat up bad guys with you, and heck, maybe even have an all-star super fam team up with you. Because you're the closest thing to home I've got that isn't a chunk of metal. And even if you're doubting the possibility that this'll even work, I want to try. And I will do everything I can to make this work. Silence. Then, tentatively. I don't want to get my hopes up. Hey, that's why I'm here. Val smiled supportively, tapping the red shield on Connor's chest. If you don't have hope, I'll hope enough for both of us. This doctor, what's she like? Trust me, Con, you'll love her, Val said. Dr. Banerjee's a really great woman. Mount Justice recognized. B0. That's gotta be, Calder stated, breaking off his conversation with Donna to turn toward the Zeta platform. Let us hope he has something positive to tell us. Somehow, I find myself doubting that, the Amazon muttered as their youngest teammate fully materialized and stomped up to them. Must be the scowl on his face. I take it things didn't go well? Calder began after a round of perfunctory greetings. Depends on the part you're asking about, replied bitingly. Getting Cory to Naruto was the easy part. Heck, it was fun. And getting what we need, pretty much impossible. The younger boy all but snarled as he threw himself into the swivel chair at the hub. If Batman's looking into anything we've brought to him, he's done an absolutely terrific job of hiding it. I went through every last nook and cranny of the Bat computer, and I had bots trawling through every node in the network, and I got zilch. Perhaps he's logged all his details on the watchtower? Donna suggested. However, even as the words left her mouth, was already shaking his head. The guy's secretive to a fault. There's no way in any kind of hell that he'd have only one copy of his investigations on the watchtower without any kind of backup. Sighed as his rational mind began to deal with his frustrations. And, as far as I know, the only places he could trust this kind of information are the Bat computer and the network. Well, it would appear he had a third option, Calder sighed. And none of the data we've gathered points to anything? Apart from Connor's trips to see Metropolis Shining Knight, which he typically tells us about, no one's made any weird moves, reported. And since all official communications in and out of the mountain are routed through the watchtower, my bots would have picked up on any strange data packets leaving or coming in. The young hero sighed and slumped further into his essay, but we've got nothing. I'm not angry, it's just, Calder clenched his fist in frustration. By the abyss, we were on the verge of a breakthrough there. As Kagaya would have said, we should get used to life throwing us curveballs, Donna said. But yes, I had hoped we would at least be closer to figuring out who our mole was by now. I wish it wasn't so, but we simply haven't gathered enough information to look for the kind of patterns Naruto advised us to find, even with Vic's help, Calder sighed, the weight of this challenge beginning to tell on his young features. Without the kind of information you believe your mentor would have gathered on Cadmus and all our interactions with them, we simply have no way to narrow down our suspicions beyond the options of Connor, McGann and Raven. A faintly amused smile touched his features. And each of us has a good reason to defend all three of our friends. Donna snorted, partly amused, partly exasperated. Hey, at least you guys aren't defending McGann because she is, and I quote, too cute to be a spy. And here we were, thinking he'd begun to settle with Artemis, snickered. That one definitely set him back a few relationship points there. Though they shared a few moments of lighthearted laughter at their speedster friend's infamous ability to shove his foot into his own mouth, the gravity of their situation swiftly reasserted itself, soaking up all that cheeriness in seconds. I'm at my wit's end, and I know you two are as well, started with a tired sigh. I think we'll have to go with Donna's suggestion here, Cal. It's taken up a large part of my waking thoughts, Calder admitted. As we encounter more and more stumbling blocks, I keep falling back on her suggestion. Donna, sensing the hesitance, prodded, but I keep seeing the rest of our team. Their expressions when they realize that we used them, Calder explained, tone heavy with emotion. Whoever the mole ends up being, running an entrapment could destroy the team's trust. And we've had a taste of what could happen if we lose that trust, finished. But inaction's just as dangerous, Donna argued back, her more warlike mentality rearing its head again. Trust can be rebuilt, Calder. If we explain why we did what we had to, with Naruto backing us up, we can convince our friends to see things from our point of view. If we allow this to continue, however, we allow our enemies to stay ahead of us and, when the time comes and it will, count on it Cadmus and whoever else they are working with will be able to strike from our blind spot. And if we're wrong? Rejoined just as intently, if the mole isn't even on our team? Because, like you and Calder, I've been thinking about this and as much as I hate to think about it, the mole could be someone already in one of our blind spots. I'd like to say it can't be a leaguer but Cadmus has those genomorphs and we have no clue how powerful their telepathy is. Even if they can't do it, we saw how easy it was for Trigon's shades to overpower two of the major power players and Batman, who's arguably the toughest mind on the planet. A skilled magic user might be able to do something similar. And then there's Naruto and Kagaya, Calder added with a great deal of reluctance. I cannot think of how either of them could be the mole. They've done too much to help us and also to hinder Cadmus, yet the possibility remains that it could be either of them. It doesn't help that we can't verify their origins and that Naruto already admitted that at least Kagaya could be manipulated mentally, Donna sighed. Still, I suppose we could argue for Naruto's innocence as him killing the Joker forced him to isolate himself from the League and, to an extent, us. The mole would be more likely to ingratiate themselves, not get further away from the target. Her teammates nodded their agreement before growing silent, as did she. Looks like we've just gone round again and ended up at point zero. Muttered. We either run an entrapment or we figure out another way to blow the mole's cover. And time's running out, Donna added. Everything Cadmus has done to this point seems to be pointing to something big. If we get blindsided, we're royally recognized. B0, Calder, Artemis' shout rang out even before she had finished rematerializing. More than the loudness, it was the clear urgency in her voice that had the three already present moving toward the Zeta platform. Calder, is anybody? Artemis, we're here, Donna said, doing her best to keep her voice calm so she didn't spook the blonde. It's Calder and Donna. The adrenaline rush gradually eased off, leaving Artemis blinking almost dazedly. Donna? Yeah, Artemis, it's just the three of us here, the Amazon reaffirmed. Let's go grab a seat, yeah? No, the exclamation was out faster than she could hold it in, and Artemis had to quickly explain. We'll sit later, I mean, it's just, she swallowed, soothing her dry throat, I think Connor's the mole. But not intentionally, I think he's got some kind of code in his head, planted there by, the almost deafening outbursts of laughter from her companions had the archer gaping. What this isn't funny. We've been busting our asses trying to figure out who the mole is and the answer may have been nowhere close to Connor. Wheezed between breaths as another fit of laughter threatened to lay him out. But believe me, Art. We've thought about that possibility, Calder said, his gales of laughter petering out into chuckles now. It's not Connor, Artemis. Maybe not intentionally but he was created by Cadmus under the cover of Sumdak. Obviously he was raised to be a potential replacement for Superman and he was exposed to a lot of telepathic manipulation by those genomorphs, so who's to say that a few commands weren't slipped in to make him an unknowing spy? Asked, counting each point off his fingers with an amused expression. Did I miss anything? Artemis crossed her arms over her chest, leaned back and peered at them with a suspicious look. No, that's pretty much it. Well, if that's the case then you'll probably be a bit bummed to know that you're only the third person to have had that exact line of thought. Donna chuckled as they walked back to the hub. And you're looking at number 1 in that line. Number 2 here, flashed a proud, two-fingered V, I swear, when Wally comes charging in with this same theory, I'll print it up as our counterintelligence initiation rite. Okay, what the hell am I missing here? The blonde archer demanded as the other three took their seats. Because I think this is something we should be chasing down. Besides the fact that Naruto already shot down the chances that Connor was our mole, we've already looked into that possibility, Calder explained. Aside from recent developments with New York's hero, he doesn't go anywhere that's out of place and he doesn't meet anyone strange. And since Donna's clone suggested that the mole had been on the team long before Connor met Val, it is unlikely that Val is a channel of communication. But what about telepathic communication? Artemis rejoined. What if they set up a relay or something in Happy Harbor? He's dating the niece of the most powerful telepath on the planet, shrugged. And McGann's no slouch either. Heck, I overheard the Manhunter telling Canary that McGann might be a more powerful telepath than himself, and we all know her passive telepathy covers the entire island. If she hasn't caught anything then I think we can knock telepathy off the list. Not to mention the fact that her uncle stops over every once in a while to check up on her and the rest of us, Donna added. Telepathy's completely off the list, I'd say, and between Cyborg and our systems have been scoured clean so the tech side's out of it too. The Amazon shook her head as the gravity of their situation fell upon their young shoulders again. No, Artemis, whoever our mole is. Ema swore softly as the logic of their counter-arguments sank in. Damn it, I keep getting this feeling, like the answer we're looking for is right in front of us but we're just missing something. So what secrets are we missing? Recognized, G01, Red Arrow. The sound of the Zeta platform's activation drew Calder's attention away so that he just narrowly missed Artemis' subtle flinch. Roy, what are you doing here? Nirvana, y'all gonna play anytime soon, ya majesty? Because I'm getting kinda bored kicking royal booty all over the place. I'm thinking, Miss Quinzel. The response was hissed out with barely restrained annoyance clear in the speaker's tone. I'd like to not get my royal booty kicked again. Well then, I hate to break it to ya but that's a bust. Just be quiet, fi. Nay, she didn't go completely silent not with her humming and occasional beatboxing but she was at least quiet enough for Kaguya to desperately try to figure out a move that wouldn't end with her king surrounded by enemy forces. She was just about to give up when Shiho stepped through the clear Fuinjutsu barrier that limited access to the cell. Lady Kaguya? Ah, Shiho, the white-haired ex-princess tried to stamp out her pleasure at finding an escape from the utter thrashing that was being handed to her from her voice but between Harley's tittering laugh and Shiho's amused smile, she suspected that she hadn't had much success there. It's time already? I'm afraid so, the blonde responded, her smile going mischievous. It's sad, really, I was really looking forward to seeing who'd win this match. Judging by how happy she was to see ya, I think her majesty was just about to give up, Harley snickered. Honestly, Lady Princess, ya should just stay away from this game cause you just suck at it. Thank you for the game. Kaguya was tempted to stick her tongue out at the older woman but just barely managed to restrain herself. Let's go, Shiho. Of course, Lady Kaguya, Shiho's bow was less out of respect and more to cover the wide grin on her face. It was good to see someone else get pounded by Harley for a change. As they walked out of Harley's room, there was an abrupt shift from the relative peace and quiet of the 10 by 5 feet cell to the clatter and clang of the hallway where a battalion of clones were hard at work remodeling the ancient Nervate platform. How much longer till the platform's been overhauled? Kaguya asked as they moved to the homunculus quarters. 2 weeks. A month if we come up against any more surprises. Progress on the remodeling had been stalled for more than 3 weeks after the commencement of the project when Shiho and her team had discovered that either the Nervate had etched runic patterns that prevented external forces from altering their designs. Had Naruto not gotten the treasure huntress, Jade, to teach him to understand the Nervate script, they might have been stuck there much longer. As it was, they had gotten past the runes with some creative usage of the sealing arts and were now using earth manipulation to change the more deranged mosaics into something matching the original aesthetics. We've already converted the lower levels into workshops and training arenas and the first floor holding cells are a few touches away from full readiness. Excellent work, Shiho. And the other project? Their pasts are set to go. Shika and I created profiles for both Pamela and Harley so you give us the go code and they'll be injected into the system without a hitch. She paused as they stepped around a group that was etching a new set of lighting seals atop a pillar. Their present and future, on the other hand, is up to you and the boss. We're working on a number of ideas. The real challenge is fixing them into a place where they won't stick out but will still be able to do good. Pamela was a genius biotechnologist even before she became Ivy and Dr. Quinzel is still the brilliant psychologist she was before the Joker got his claws into her head. We don't just want them spinning their wheels when we let them out, we want them to be able to use their strengths for good. Makes sense, Shiho nodded. Idle minds were said to be the devil's workshops and for people that had already walked the path of villainy, boredom would likely be a greater temptation than many other reasons. Shika must have been thinking about this when we were working on the profiles because he built in their actual pasts into 4 of them. Really? Yeah, I'll send the profiles to you for a review? I'll be expecting them. They walked into the blonde's quarters and had just stepped past her office, toward the sealed tag etched onto the floor in a corner of the room when Kaguya paused and backpedaled. Is that what's left of Doomsday? Yep, Shiho replied as she glanced at the partly mangled, partly burned out carcass of the apocalyptian weapon. Boss's clone dropped it off not too long ago after putting on a show for our friends at Cadmus. Have we gotten confirmation from Kennedy? Kaguya asked as she walked up to the corpse, morbidly fascinated by the creature. We need to be sure that they bought the ruse. I don't see why they wouldn't have bought it. The clone pretty much glassed about 100 square meters of the Nevada to make it look convincing. We're dealing with Cadmus here. They rarely ever take things at face value. True, Shiho frowned as she stared down the creature's exposed torso. She could have sworn she'd just seen a muscle twinge, making a mental note to bind the thing with the most powerful stasis seals she could cook up. The homunculus refocused on Kaguya. Well, I haven't heard anything from Kenny yet but that's not too surprising considering how busy he tends to get. If you haven't gotten an update in 12 hours, make a request for one. Kaguya ordered. I'll be expecting a definite answer in 15 hours. You'll get it. The blonde nodded firmly. Kagaya, curiosity seemingly sated, walked over to the center of the Fuinjutsu formula and began channeling her chakra into it. "You've done a good job here, Shiho. Keep it going." "Thank you." With mere seconds left for the translocation effect to kick in, Shiho's features twisted into her creator's infamous, prankster grin. "Oh, and I believe Harley may have had a point back there. You know, about how much you Bloodhaven suck at chess. Shiho, you blonde piece of..." Kagaya sucked in a deep breath before slowly letting it out as she tried to restrain herself from cussing what was arguably one of her partner's many alter egos. When the breathing exercises didn't seem to cut it, she turned her attention onto the effects of the translocation seal. Because it was technically a new seal, he'd cannibalized portions of the Hiraishin to form a base for it. The translocation tag was still something of a work in progress, and they both agreed to keep a close eye on it. The first few trips to and from Nirvana, after a host of tests on Earth first, had been jerky and had put some strain on them as they slipped across dimensions. However, Naruto had worked many of those kinks out, and this time, the only indication that she had changed locations at all was a barely detectable moment when the walls of Nirvana blended with those of the garage. Considering her own experiences with the Aminominaka, Kagaya felt that the seal was a success. "Now we just need to monitor the effect of the seal on localized space," the ex-princess thought as she walked into their home. "It wouldn't do for us to accidentally weaken or, heavens forbid, unravel the fabric of space." As she locked the garage door, she heard voices coming from the living room and made her way there. "Well, you two seem incredibly chatty today." "You say that like we've ever played the silent game with each other," Naruto retorted, throwing an easy smile her way from his lazy boy before returning his attention to whatever he was doing on his phone. Corey, on the other hand, had already covered more than distance between them and was soon wrapping the white-haired offworlder in one of her signature squeezes. "Kagaya." "Hello, Coriander." Kagaya smiled warmly, hugging the younger girl back. She couldn't quite explain it, but, just like Magan, there was something endearing about the Tamaranian. "I see your excursion to the war world hasn't gotten you down at all." "Like I said, Corey's a big girl." Naruto's eyes had an amused glint as he stared at her over the edge of his phone. "Heck, from what she's been telling me, our girl was pretty much the star of the show." The green-eyed alien ducked her head as a shy blush bloomed on her cheeks. "I mean, everyone thought Valor was pretty cool too." "Bah, the Kryptonian wannabe's nothing." Naruto waved dismissively. "Tell me, Corey, did Mr. Hotshot get a personal sparring invite from Donna with Wonder Woman offering to be the guest referee?" I mean, no, of course he didn't," Naruto cried emphatically. "Because you, Imouto-chan, were the star of the show." "Ignore him, Corey," Kagaya said between laughs as they sat on the sofa. "He's still coming down from his battle high." "Hey, I was out of that 6 hours ago." Naruto pouted as he fired off a message to Isaac just as another from Chloe, this time, came in. "I'm on a little sis kicked major ass high now. Like I said, ignore him." Kagaya heeded her own advice by angling herself so he was out of her direct line of sight. "Now, Corey, walk me through the whole thing." The Tamaranian responded immediately, launching into a compact, well-detailed recap of everything that had happened to her since she'd left the house nearly 48 hours prior. As far as Kagaya could detect, there were no embellishments in the retelling. Everything was to the point and as accurate as Corey could manage. A holdover from her time with the Okaran warlords, I would imagine, a tiny part of Kagaya mused as the girl rounded up. For the most part, the ex-princess was going over all that she had been told with a fine-toothed comb. The battles that had taken place were of little interest to her. It was expected that the League would have had to split up to fully handle the threat of the warworld. That they'd needed 5 teams, 2 to handle the masters of the warworld, 1 to destroy it from the inside, another to hack into it from the watchtower, and 1 more to stave off the projectiles launched against the Earth, was just semantics. No, Kaguya's primary focus was on how the team and the League had responded to Valor's presence. "You said Wonder Woman and the others seemed impressed by Valor. Was it just his strength? Or was it?" "It was more than just his strength," Corey replied, brushing her hand through her hair. "I mean, he wasn't weak or anything. He seemed stronger than Donna and I, but not quite as strong as Wonder Woman, but Wonder Woman seemed more impressed by how he worked with the rest of them. So, he blended in well enough for Wonder Woman to have noticed," Kagaya hummed thoughtfully. "That's quite impressive for a first-timer." It was also quite worrisome, an opinion she knew Naruto shared after exchanging a quick glance with him. Wonder Woman complimenting Corey for working together with the rest of the assault teams was no big surprise. The Tamaranian had extensive combat training, and so it made sense that she could work around the others' fighting styles. Valor, on the other hand, had displayed no unique combat ability beyond the typical slam-bam style Superman and his cousin were known for. He should, therefore, have gotten in Supergirl's way a few times, especially during the early stages of the fighting. For Corey not to have noted even one such occurrence. "He must have bulked up on JL knowledge," Naruto quipped jokingly, though Kagaya understood what he really meant. I was more concerned about how the team handled themselves, but it sounds like they made Big Brother Naruto proud." "Of course you'd worry about how they made you look." Kagaya rolled her eyes at him. But yes, they seem to have done very well. They really seem to be missing you guys, Corey pointed out. Naruto's grin softened into a wistful smile. Oh, I am missing them just as much. I keep thinking about how Connor and Raven are doing. Do you have any plans of rejoining their team? Well, the choice isn't exactly in my hands right now, he shrugged before sighing. Still, even if it was, I wouldn't. Why? The Tamaranian seemed genuinely interested in his answer, which didn't surprise Kagaya at all. Well, Kagaya and I have a number of things we're working on that might split our focus if we had to rejoin the team, he replied. Right now, we're chasing down a number of leads for the team that they can't exactly deal with because of how well known most of them are. Well, let's just say they aren't familiar with the more shadowy parts of the world. Oh, Calder and Donna already know about that, anyway, so it wouldn't really be a big surprise if it ever came up. He added. Plus, I pop over every chance I get to see them and they know I'm always open to help them out, so it's not like I've really left. More like I'm taking a super extended sabbatical. He paused and cocked his head to the side for a moment before refocusing on Kagaya. So, how's Nirvana looking? It's looking pretty good. Shiho's back on schedule and unless anything else comes up, it should be ready within a month. Kagaya reported. There's a couple other details but nothing pressing. That's good to know. He pushed himself out of his seat and stretched lazily. Aisha's asking for a meeting later today. Something about organizing a book reading sessions, so I want to get a few hours of snooze before then. No problem. I'm not sleepy yet, so, I dunno, I'll watch a movie or something. Oh, we can watch Pitch Perfect. Corey chimed in enthusiastically, leaping out of her seat in a flash. I'll go get the ice cream. Kagaya shook her head, an amused smile dimpling her cheeks. Well, I guess I'll see you later. An hour and half a tub of ice cream later, the two women were humming along to one of the songs in the movie when Naruto called out to her partner. Coming. Handing over the tub to Corey, the ex-princess playfully pushed the younger girl's head off her lap and padded over to Naruto's room. The instant she walked in, she recognized the flinty look in her partner's eyes and the tension in his posture and knew something serious was happening. What is it? Cadmus just completed their first sale. The shipment moves out in 3 hours. Cadmus. First sale. Shipment. Her mind ran through the possibilities and came to a conclusion. The metahuman children. Do you want to hit them now? Or? Tempted as I am to go wreck their shit. We can't afford to tip Cadmus' hand. The disgusted expression on his face showed how much he hated that. The buyer's one of Intergang's top guns. From what Kennedy sent, she operates out of Virginia, so that's where the kids will end up. Intergang? I thought Waller was to be the first buyer? The war world thing seems to have thrown up some chaos in government circles. Sasha Verrucci, the Intergang woman, was already lined up to be next buyer, so she got bumped up. Making a mental note to remind him about extending their reach into the government, she asked, "You said the kids would end up in Virginia, right?" When he nodded, she continued. Then that's where we'll hit them. She decided. That settled, her mind began to work through whatever else they might need. Shiho's already prepped the first floor as holding cells, so repurposing them to act as temporary accommodations for these kids shouldn't be a problem. But that's just an intermediary measure. We'll need to find a way to get these kids reintegrated into the society. Canary. He snapped his fingers. Even if she can't do anything on her own, we can bring this to the league through her and allow them to be the face of the reintegration efforts. Which would blur our connection to the whole thing, Kagaya noted. Good call. To go in disguised if we really want to sell that. We can work that out later. Right now, I need to tell Michael to reach out to some of his underground buddies. We'll need to stock up on things like food and the like, and I want to avoid throwing up any monetary trails. Understood. When do we make our move? 4 hours from now, he replied immediately before explaining. Kennedy got a tracker seal onto 3 of the kids. He'll activate them after the handover's done. We'll track them as they travel and move in when they arrive at the gang's Virginia outpost. Got it. Kagaya nodded. Just the 2 of us, or? I think Corey should come with us. She seems to have recovered well enough over the past couple of months and she has already shown that she can handle herself well. I agree. I'll go tell her to get ready. I'm also thinking of having Pamela come along with us. Kagaya turned to him with a quizzical stare. Why? We need to know if she really means to change. I know she's still pissed at me for not saying much about Harley, but overall she's been pretty good. Now, we need to see how she reacts in this scenario.
For a few moments, Kagaya just stood there, mentally churning this new info to spot potential weaknesses. When she found nothing, she nodded to him. I can't think of a reason she shouldn't come along. Just make sure she's fully briefed before we begin. Definitely. T. He. E. N. D. T. H. E. E. N. D.